process. Even here, Governor Akeredolu said some time ago that, oh, let's, and even Showore said it. But you see, that's the thing about...
It's reset. Back to that same thing, my brother.
It's about the evolution of society. It's the truth.
We are too slow in this evolution. That's what I'm trying to make you realize.
But you can't rush it.
No, it has been with us since. We're not rushing it. We are saying that this is the time we need to key into what we need. This is where you will get the most natural from. It is curing the world now. They're confirming it, affirming it, attesting to it. So we need to now key in. All our natural medicines, our vegetables are now being packaged.
Oh, yes, that's
We
true.
are the ones that should be doing the packaging, is what I'm saying. The Igbota and Soro that we're talking about, they are using it for many things all over the world now. We have the natural bed. Take seed from your mouth. Just remove a troyam. It will grow. So in essence, it is time to re-paraphrase the policies and principles, because we need to start now building those paradigms that make us producers of the essence of life and living. It is through the things we have as natural God-given gifts, the herbs, the foods. Starts from there. The culture. It's embedded within. The tradition is built within. We culturalize how we build on our own heroes. Instead of flashing everywhere other people's heroes, we flash our heroes. We are building, we are sending the message in. Look, the first African ever to be represented in the height of theaterdom in the world is who? Fela Anikulapo Kuti. And we are not tapping into the resources the way we need to tap into it. The system is supposed to have critically focused on that and done a recce, a proper research on the Fela factor. Its essence, its values, its growth. They're tapping the money from abroad now like no man's business. You all saw how Fela Live on Broadway went.
Yes.
Money spinner. Yes. And they made a lot of money from all kinds of things, memorabilia from all kinds of things. That would have come home here. To the extent that, well, our people are also guilty, some of our people. They did not allow for our people to be embodied within that, to lead the trend of that. We would rather sell out than sell in. But we need to re-acculturalize our mindset from outward to inward.
But what if money comes from outward? You have to go there.
No, you can build the essence of letting the outward come with the money to collect the value from inward. That is all I'm trying to say.
Retain the essence.
Retain the essence, because the value is therein. You trained in it. You were mentored in it. You learned in it. You are now well versed in it. So you are the authority in it. So they would need to come here to get it, because the value therein lies within. So the returns will be commensurate with its value, because you will dictate that which is the value, not them to dictate to you, because they just come here, lift off your raw materials, carry your cocoa, go, bring chocolate, come.
Yeah, but that's because you here, you have not taken the concrete steps towards making it happen.
It is not about you.
No, wait now. Wait. For instance, you have a situation where, whilst we were growing up, the imported finished goods wasn't so much in our open markets. We had more industries working in this country then.
And the industries were from where?
Yeah.
Doing what thing?
We had industries.
No, give me the examples. I'll start coming in for you.
We had industries that were local, producing local products and selling within the Nigerian and West African markets.
Give me the products you're talking about. Let's go in.
I don't want to go into...
Yeah, you want to talk about USC products?
Yeah, well, USC too.
Don't you know what USC is?
No, that's historical.
Historical?
At the point they became indigenized.
They did not.
They did.
No, they looked like.
No, they did.
Bro, see, when you tell me that something is indigenized, it means it is in its embodiment, its principles, its policies, its dictum, it's local. But when you do not do that, and the last base is Western, then it's not indigenized.
No, it is.
No. MDs for too many years remained Oyibo to start with. Hold on.
Go ahead.
Cadbury Nigeria Limited.
This is how we always did it.
Cadbury Nigeria Limited was not remitted. It wasn't a Nigerian fully owned company. Neither was Coca-Cola Nigeria Limited.
But then
They all are offshoots of Cadbury International. What I'm trying to tell you is it is time for us to now realize that that era has gone. The era of us wanting to want that should die finally. We should start acculturalizing the present day generation with that empowerment process in the mindset.
That era would only die when we stop craving imported stuff.
Precisely what we're talking about.
Yes.
It's not imported stuff alone. You see, look, when we stop not training hours to value hours, it is our responsibility, like you said, and we must always keep doing this. We must teach them to understand the benefits, values accrued therein, and returns if need be. Because many of them, their mindset has been tuned. Look, in our time, you would take your time to go through a process. And through that process, you learn. From that process, you grow, right? Why do you think, for instance, the economic order in the world is understudying the Igbo mentorship system?
Yes.
In the business schools all abroad, they're studying it. Why? Because they've seen that it is a very, very strong model that works.
It is. It works.
Now, good. That is our cultural way. We as a people, we need to start going back into understanding the rudiments of what our cultural trainings were meant to have given to us. True enough, we talk of interregnum of 40 years of whatever, where they forced by force, that we turn our eyes away from that which is ours and focus directly on what we want to feed us with. That time is gone. The time is now where the world has been taken from where it was to where everybody is singularly reconnected.
Yeah.
Now, in those days, if our auntie open calabash with water inside, come clean, come say, hey, come talk to your brother for London. I say, come talk to your brother. Then you can't look inside the pot. You go say, now witchcraft. Yes?
Yeah.
But today you go hold your phone, press button. You talk to your brother for London. You go call on technology.
No. One is technology. The other is metaphysical.
No, brother.
It's
Look,
true,
no. Come. We must start to understand that everything in this world is spirit-driven. It's spiritual. It's an essence. You call it metaphysical.
Yeah.
That's a spirit zone.
Yes.
That's a spiritual zone.
Yeah, but then
everything in this world, we must empower ourselves with the essence of the African spiritualism and spirituality.
I don't have
to know the values therein.
Did it? I don't have anything against the metaphysical aspect of our lives as Africans. Hold on, no. But technology, we must admit that technology is technology.
Technology and witchcraft.
Well, you may choose to describe it.
How you want to describe it? When person just press button, light come. According to fella, technology.
Yes.
You just dey here, you sit down, you dey look me for television. You just dey there. Before you go, you don't enter motor, you kick him, he move.
Okay.
You do. Oh, now winch.
No.
The man will make like
okay,
go
so
school.
which kind of which you could describe this one as? We are recording a program that will become content for a television station.
Yes.
Oh yeah. So is that witchcraft? No.
Big time.
No.
Because you are using what we have. No, listen. We are using what we have within stored, the knowledge we have stored within, to share with the world out there, for them to gain the essence of what this world coming should be better thereof.
But what we are doing is we are deliberate. We are preparing something. Precisely. So the metaphysical thing is different. Yeah, the metaphysical thing is different, and the technological thing is different.
Can I tell you something?
No, don't tell me anything. Let me ask you a question.
It had to come through that to get to technology.
Don't worry.
And what I'm trying to say is that the power of what we saw of our mothers doing or our ancestry doing, we could rechannel that. Look at what they did in that movie, the Wakanda. What do they call it again?
That's
Black Panther.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
If you study look at the Black Panther world, you will see it's just an expression of what we had been doing as in our mindset as children.
Yes.
Those kind of ideas that came
as African children.
Thank you. So they now brought it and built a persona around it, putting essence and value. In movie format.
And for commercial purposes.
For commercial purpose. What that has just told us is that there's so much untapped within us here that we have not packaged.
I agree.
And we need to now start reorientating, re-educating, and reinvesting into building that ground-based knowledge development.
I agree.
That will now take from here the power and essence to sell to the world.
The difference is your characterization of it. But let me go. Don't worry. Let's do this.
Because I say your grandma do all like this. Now say, look, your mother talk to her.
It's like
you go say that wish, but you go take phone. You go say that technology. No, Papa, me so yeah, man. It's which.
No worries. Say now winch, Abi.
Now winch.
Okay. Now, you know that within our culture,
yes,
there are different types of foods. Mm-hmm. And there are some people who will say, okra, for instance, we know the chopper for my family.
Because they take and do jazz for them family.
Yeah.
Yes, and they take self their juju. The essence of spirituality is about the value you calibrate according to the area you come from. It resonates with everybody.
Exactly.
Muslims, for instance, typical Muslims will tell you, they chop pig.
No, it's not typical. That's just it.
No, not, many of them they chop. And they see them. Wait, I know they want, see, look, this is not about mentioning names.
We don't need to mention anybody's
It's not mentioning names, but
yes.
I'm confirming to you that I know some of my Muslim friends
yes.
who eat.
Well, maybe they have eaten, yes.
They eat.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm just telling you, but the point is, some are liberal about what is requested. Yeah. Just like those same people you talk about. Their family tree not go agree, made they chop snail.
Yes.
But many of them, they chop snail.
I even know a gentleman who is an Igbo guy, very close to me, who said, in my hometown, in my village, right, you can't kill a snake.
You see now?
You understand? So those are the metaphysical parts of our ancestry, our culture, our ways of life. We need to understand it. I agree.
Modernize our approach to it by researching it the right way.
Okay,
so it can gain essence in the present.
Yeah, so now let me ask you a question about food types. What food types resonate very well with you?
Natural foods. I cook.
Yeah, I cook too.
Cook, so for me, I do foods like our typical Nigerian dishes. I know how to cook plenty. True. Not many people do it. I dey cook banga soup like crazy. I dey cook gbagbo fofo, gbagba kogiri. Those are Shekiri foods, Yes. I dey cook owo well. Yeah. I dey do epuru. Like the Robos call it.
What is epuru?
Ukodo.
Ukodo, okay.
That is yam and pepper soup,
soup, yes.
With the typical pepper soup, traditional pepper soup ingredients, I dey cook 5 different types of egusi.
Yeah.
I dey cook ofe oha, ofe owere, ofe onugbu.
No. Tell me the 5 different types of egusi.
Oh, gbagba kogiri, which is the first, the Shekiri style.
Yes.
There is the Cameroonian style, where you pack the balls.
Yeah, that's true.
I've
seen that.
There is there is the Egusi,
yes.
which is the Yoruba style.
Yes.
And there's the Igbo style.
Yes.
And these are, everything have their own, Then like the okra we talked about also. I dey cook about 4 or 5 different types. Shekiri type first.
Yeah.
Why
you always putting Shekiri first?
Because that's my roots, man. Hello. Sell not yourself and then you are nobody.
I thought you wouldn't proclaim it easily.
No. Amy. Hey, Otoyeme. No. Don't go there. You must find the essence of where thou art from.
You have to be comfortable in your own skin.
You must because you can't give what you don't have.
Before you can project.
You can't give what you don't have.
That's true.
So from home first.
Yeah.
Bago fufu. Then I do the Igbo style where you go cut the okra in a different style, then come mix with different vegetables, particular like bitter leaf, and if you like,
yes.
Then they do the ila sepo, Yoruba style.
Yes.
Then they do the ila separate again with crayfish, with our that you can use with stew, by the side. All these things are, and they are medicinal. It's proven.
So how much of foreign foods do you eat?
Of recent, I never see myself really eat foreign food. So
these things we just talked about, especially as it relates to food and locally produced stuff, resonate with a song by Fela.
By Africa.
By Africa. How much of Africa should we be buying now?
We should do more. We should propagate more. We should signal and symbolize more. Look at you, African fabric.
Look at you.
It's an African T-shirt, please. It's a Nigerian T-shirt, Nigerian made cotton. with Fela as an insignia, as a symbol.
Don't worry.
And I'm proud of it.
I caught you.
Very proud of it. I don't want to join the rest of them.
Let me thank you so much.
But you see, let's be frank.
Yes.
Before you round up, let's be frank. I think it is time that the governance, whoever they will be that will coming, will look deeper into what we have so that we start to regenerate from ground up the values we hold. Because through this source, we shall feed the world, we shall heal the world, and we shall show the world what true power means. It's not money, it's value, it's essence.
Thank you, Dede. It's been Dede Mabioku as my guest on this episode of Timeless Conversations. It's been wonderful, Dede. Thanks for coming. Thank you so much.
Pleasure is mine.
Thank you.
Chop your knuckle.
Thank you. Yes.
Nice one.
Thank you.
One love.
Until next time. See you.
Reforms introduced and implemented by the Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu-led administration are aimed at streamlining business development processes and building investors' confidence in the state's economy. And the Sanwo-Olu's government has been proactive in implementing business-friendly regulations and constantly reviewing ease of doing business policies to lessen challenges associated with new business registration and obtaining permits. The digitalization of services has equally eliminated bureaucratic bottlenecks while enhancing stability in the business environment, demonstrating a new push for an aggressive investment inflow to boost Lagos State's economic growth. This is a Greater Lagos vision. Lagos is indeed rising. I am Love Oyedokun. Welcome.
This is Lagos, the heartbeat of Nigeria. A city steeped in rich cultural heritage and now poised to become a global financial center.
We're a Lot Mayor's show, and it's an opportunity for us to just depict what Lagos is all about. And it's only at an event like this, competing with other bigger cities and other nations, that you can get to tell your story. So it's storytelling time for us.
In a historic moment, Lagos made its inaugural appearance at the renowned Lord Mayor's show in London, a testament to its growing economic prominence.
Lagos is a big mega city on its own right now. It's the largest city in Africa. It's the biggest economy that is a sub-national in Africa. We want to make it one of the international financial centers in the world. All we're trying to do is to be able to let the world know that Lagos is indeed ready for bigger business.
Lagos isn't just open for business. It's a gateway to the future, embracing innovation and welcoming investors from around the globe. We invite the world to witness Lagos's dynamism, progress, and the myriad of opportunities available for transformative, groundbreaking projects.
Lagos is indeed ready to take over the world in the financial space, in the economic space, and to truly really be able to tell both the Lagos, the Nigerian, and the African story, and be able to let other parts of the world know who we are, understand our culture, understand that we're the center of culture, entertainment, music in the whole of Africa, and to also be able for people to know what we have to give to the world.
So the whole idea, right, is for us to be able to let the world, get them to know what is happening in Lagos. But GDP of Lagos is actually bigger than the GDP of Kenya, it's bigger than Ghana, it's bigger than Rwanda, and it's bigger than Senegal. As a little subnational, it's very big in how it stands, in how it sits, and it's all of that conversation that we think a lot of people need to know what is happening in Lagos, and how we can use the Lagos story, to sort of like tell the African story.
On this episode, Ease of Doing Business, Governor Sanwo-Olu meets investors, guarantees returns on investments. Unemployment, Governor Sanwo-Olu calls for collaboration with stakeholders to tackle trends. Health insurance plan, Sanwo-Olu launches Ilera Eco Standard Jara. Details of these and many more when we return. Please don't touch the dial. Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu has met with over 200 local and international investors at a pre-summit investors roundtable in anticipation of the 3rd African Social Impact Summit, ASIS 3.0. The event held in Victoria Island featured investment presentations, a question and answer session, interactive sessions, roundtable discussions, and deal rooms for prospective investors ready to sign memorandum of understanding and partnership agreements with the state government. Tagged Opportunity Made in Lagos, the event was aimed at highlighting investable projects in Lagos, particularly in health, arts, culture, creative economy, technology, agriculture, infrastructure, transportation, and telecommunications sector. The event brought together a diverse array of stakeholders, including investors, policymakers, trade organizations, financial executives, industry leaders, and business experts. Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu told the forum that the state is projecting a positive economic outlook driven by its growing population and the development of sustainable infrastructure to spur growth.
Anybody can do, as a leader, is not to improve whatever, environment he found himself in. So for us in Lagos, we've been a bit lucky. We've seen, consistent growth in our leadership profile, and the minimum we can do here is to ensure that we take that growth into a level that is enviable, and so we are completely committed at ensuring that we do not reverse the trajectory of the consistent and continuous growth that we've seen in the state. In the last 5 years, like we've said, we've seen our GDP grow by almost 50%, and so it is to make sure that we can continually, encourage, even in very difficult times, our investors to be able to have the conversations of de-risking, what could be their issues, what could be their concerns, and being able to give them that comfort, and that enabling, environment and assurance that whatever it is that they invest as a government will continue to play our own role and will ensure that, the investments are not only secured, but they can also be guaranteed of some, minimum return that would encourage and ensure that they stay around us. And doing this for us is not anything out of this. It's the minimum that we'll expect, that we should be guided with, or we should be gauged, about. And we will continue to do that. We know that Mr. President, he's equally committed. We can tell you that, clearly. He's equally committed, and we know that with everything that he has, he's pushing, to ensure that the country as a whole come out of whatever, economic woes we find ourselves right now. And the least we can do is for us to encourage him, is for us to work with him, and realize the countrywide, global growth strategy, that he has set for us. And so, that's what we're doing here, and that's what we're about.
The managing director of Sterling Bank, Abubakar Suleiman, said the summit meeting aimed to boost investor confidence in local markets and foster a business climate of greater trust.
The most critical thing for investing is that you have to be able to forecast what the future would look like. The moment you are no longer able to determine what the immediate future will look like, let alone the distant future, you are not going to invest. And that comes from, one, policies, right? You've got to have policy environment where there's predictability, there's clarity. And I think Lagos has done a pretty decent job of providing this policy environment. The other thing that then comes with that is, even if there's policy, will it be consistently applied? Would it be applied to every investor in the same way? Again, very important that you can estimate that the policy affects everyone in the same way. But ultimately, it comes down to there has to be a level of respect between government and the investor community. Because in the absence of respect, the communication that would lead to the building of trust will not exist. So I like that Lagos State continues to convene, continues to come in for events like the Africa Social Impact Summit, and of course bring in all the critical stakeholders, their commissioners, the head of agencies, and we have brought in the investors leading to this conversation. So yes, without respect, there is no trust. Without trust, there is no investment.
What I'm taking home is the fact that you can trust Lagos for continuity. So if you're investing in Lagos, there's a continuity plan. So in a lot of climes you invest, and much later when the particular government is over and done, policy somersault, there's no continuity. But if you're investing in Lagos, you're convinced that the continuity plan is already in place to ensure that even after this government is over and done, the policies that are in place can support your businesses and allow your businesses thrive. That's my take home from today. Continuity, trust. Lagos is building trust in the hearts of investors, and of course communication. Lagos is trying as much as it can to communicate the opportunities it has to the world, to Africa, to West Africa, and then bringing people together to review these opportunities directly from critical stakeholders, in the governor's cabinet. And Lagos, to a reasonable extent, on a scorecard of 100, Lagos is 80% secure, comparable to other states, other climes across West Africa. Lagos is one of the most secure cities, one of the most secure locations in West Africa and in Africa. So for a state that's as secure as Lagos, investment is safe. It's necessary for investors to come in. And then you look at connectivity. Some of the biggest technology companies in West Africa, some of the biggest technology companies in Africa are situated in Lagos. So if you're looking at connectivity, your businesses cannot thrive in a modern day world, in the 21st century, without proper connectivity. And Lagos has the right connectivity. Lagos has the biggest tech companies across West Africa located in here. Then for investments to thrive, you also look at an infrastructure. The infrastructure, road networks, rail networks, the governor spoke extensively about water transportation. Our water networks, our road, our rails, electricity, our ports. Lagos has some of the biggest ports in West Africa and in Africa. They are all functional. They are all working. So these are some of the indices that people look at, investors look at, companies look at to put in money in any economy. And people talk about, the fluctuation in foreign exchange rates. That is a circumstance that's to a reasonable extent beyond the control of Lagos State. It's a global, I wouldn't say it's a global, I would say it's a countrywide, it's a nationwide problem. Even if you're not dealing with Nigeria, you're thinking about investing in other climes across West Africa, they also have their own challenges, which might not necessarily be, fluctuation in currency exchange rates, but there are other challenges that exist. So to a reasonable extent, Lagos has a lot of its challenges under control. And like we've always said, investors would always get their return on investment if they come to Lagos.
It's about time that we see a lot of philanthropic, long tenure development, investment in our environment. It's not about us today. It's about building for another 20, 30, 40 years. That should be part of a call that we have now. And it's only when you have this kind of committed investment that you can see that there will not be reversal, into the growth trajectory of your environment. And that's what we're doing.
Sanwo-Olu highlighted promising investment opportunities in transportation, tourism, health insurance, and waterways, affirming the state government's commitment to advancing ambitious development plans for these key sectors.
Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu has reaffirmed his administration's unwavering commitment to the Themes Plus development agenda, which aims to create an enabling environment for businesses to grow and thrive in Lagos State. The governor stated this in his keynote address at the 9th Lagos Corporate Assembly.
Gathered in this hall are members of Lagos State's business community, comprising chief executive officers, CEOs, captains of industry, and leaders of business membership organizations for the 9th edition of the annual BOS Meets Business Community event themed Unpacking Barriers to Ease of Doing Business, Accelerating Business Growth. Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu was represented by his deputy, Hamzat Obafemi. He commended the resilience of the business community despite the current global economic challenges confronting their operations.
The implementation of this agenda, we have initiated numerous policy reforms to facilitate business operations in Lagos. We are simplifying regulatory processes, improving infrastructure, and leveraging technology to streamline interaction between businesses and government agencies. Our goal, therefore, is to minimize bureaucratic blockages and create a seamless experience for all businesses operating in our state. A case in point was when the Ministry of Commerce, Cooperative Trade and Investment, in collaboration with the Presidential Enabling Business Environment Council, PEBEC, worked to align the interests of a state agency with those of a platinum PEBEC member. I'm sure you know the company involved. This initiative facilitated a mutually benefiting working relationship by bringing both parties to the negotiating table in a spirit of fairness and equity. This collaborative approach is how we aim to continue working, fostering partnership between states, ministries, departments, and agencies, and members of the organized private sectors as allies in progress. As a government, we see this assembly as a crucial platform for public-private dialogue, where we collectively identify challenges, discuss solutions, and chart a course for sustainable economic growth and development. This is because we understand and recognize the power of stakeholder engagement and the importance of providing a listening ear to the business communities. Our resolve is to make this assembly a formidable platform for public-private collaboration, ensuring that your voices are heard and your concerns are addressed promptly. We are determined to turn the feedback we receive from you into actionable policies that will further ease the business environment in the state. Dear guests, I must commend the resilience of the business community despite the numerous challenges earlier highlighted, including the current global economic downturns confronting the operations that continue to innovate, adapt, and contribute significantly to the growth of our state. Your tenacity and entrepreneurial spirit are the bedrock upon which Lagos' economic success is built. So I assure you of our continued support as our administration is unreservedly committed to providing the necessary resources, infrastructure, and policies that will ensure your businesses not only survive but thrive. We will continue to engage with you, listen to your needs, and implement reform that will foster an environment necessary for your businesses to grow. Therefore, we assure you of our commitment to incorporating your feedback into our policy formulation and regulatory review, because this is the oil that wields our common and collective progress. So as we gather here together, let us all reaffirm our collective commitment to overcoming the barriers to ease doing business in our state.
Commissioner, Ministry of Commerce, Cooperatives, Trade and Investment, Folashade Ambrose Modibem, spoke on steps taken by the ministry to ensure a conducive environment is in place for businesses to thrive in Lagos State.
Cooperative Trade and Investment, MCCTI, is in the process of constituting an ease of doing business team that will be tasked with interfacing with stakeholders in the business community via a one-stop shop virtual interface. This will be technology-driven to meet the demand of the highly digitized local and global investors community. The virtual one-stop shop interface will be enabled with robust connectivity to strategic global business gateways and to enhance the state of the global business communities. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, as the nation's commercial hub and economic powerhouse, we recognize that a wholesome operating environment is key to job creation, poverty eradication, and overall economic development. I, along with all my colleagues, am more than confident that the present administration, under the able leadership of Mr. Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu and Mr. Deputy Governor Dr. Kadri Obafemi Hamzat, will stop at nothing to sustain and further build on the current milestones achieved. We will continue to build on the major drivers of the state's economy, increasing the contributions of the manufacturing sector, road transportation, building construction, wholesale and retail, telecommunications, financial institutions, and real estate. As an implementing ministry, MCCTI will continue to interface with other ministries, departments, and agencies here in the state, across other states of the Federation and at the federal level, including relevant local, international institutions alike. We will continue to collaborate with bilateral and multilateral chambers of commerce and industry to achieve and sustain the objectives of having an enabling environment where doing business in Lagos will be much more easier.
As in the tradition, participants had ample opportunity to get responses to some burning issues bugging their minds.
We tend to believe the governor promised that the fourth mainland bridge will commence February this year. This is July. Is government telling us the truth?
The fourth mainland bridge will be built through PPP, public-private partnership. So, and I don't know if you followed it, it was advertised internationally and locally. About, I think, 15 companies bidded. It was narrowed down to one. So the preferred bidder, of course, the secondary bid now. That was not even done by Lagos State government for transparency. So our financial people, I think it was Mawick or something. Our lawyers were Lani Ajayi. So we got private sector to look at the sector. Okay, so the process is ongoing, but so they need to also raise finance.
The government's unwavering commitment to improving the ease of doing business in Lagos State was reaffirmed during the day's engagements, which reverberated as a clear message.
And in line with this administration's commitment to providing quality, affordable, and efficient healthcare services for Lagos residents, Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu has launched the Ilera Eco Standard Jara Health Insurance Scheme. The governor also commissioned 5 Ilera Eco virtual booths installed across the state to improve healthcare across for the informal sector, including market vendors, artisans, and other grassroots stakeholders. Speaking at the event, Governor Sanwo-Olu stated that these new initiatives mark a significant milestone in health insurance for Lagos State and Nigeria. He assured residents that his administration will continue to introduce policies and reforms to make healthcare more accessible and affordable. Governor Sanwo-Olu urged the informal sector, which makes up to 70% of Lagos State's population, to take advantage of the new Ilera Eco health initiatives and enroll. This, he said, will help the high out-of-pocket costs and medical bills that many residents face. Governor Sanwo-Olu recently signed an executive order to bolster the new health initiatives. He now encourages all Lagos residents to enroll in the Lagos State Health Scheme.
After, the commissioning, and you've heard all of the stories of what it's been doing in the various communities, these booths are designed to bring healthcare closer to the people and to expand the reach of Lashman's health insurance scheme, Dilere Eco, across the states. It is particularly useful for our hardworking market men and women who usually find it difficult to leave their stores or their shops, to leave behind their wares, or to take, a long trip to our various hospitals or our health or our primary health facilities. Even when they're sick, they will now have this first-line health service in different informal businesses and clusters around. They will now have this next to them. I urge you to protect and maintain these facilities for the use of the community. I also want to call on other LGAs and LCD to support Lashman by facilitating the installation of more V-booths in these areas.
Oluwakemi Ogunyemi, the special advisor to the Governor on Health, commended the Sanwo-Olu administration's commitment to health initiatives, emphasizing Lagos State's dedication to the lives and well-being of its citizens.
So we have included things like eye surgery. Cancer is now up to 5 million if you are under the scheme. We have increased the days of admission. We have added more diagnostic services and drugs. You will see that when we present today, it is a very, very robust plan, and it's still very affordable for the price that we are asking negotiants to pay. Though we have the number, I think the pensioners are about 30,000 plus or thereabouts. We are currently in all the local governments, all 57 of them, registering them onto the scheme, and we are going to provide healthcare for them free of charge for 1 year. So the equity fund is going to serve the purpose.
That's all we have for you on this episode of the Greater Lagos Vision on Plus TV Africa. I'm Love Ikuku Oyedoku. Bye for now.
I love to dance. My dream is to be impactful to humanity, and dance is connecting me to that dream. So I don't see dancing as just movement of the body. I see dancing as an amazingly powerful tool. Dance is the oldest form of communication. Before we are able to speak, we move first. Dance can speak to us, dance can nurture us, dance can empower us, dance can make us fit and healthy, dance can make us happy, dance can reduce stress level, depression rates, dance can stop you from even committing suicide, because it's an art form of expression. And when you get to express, you are able to live. When I look at dance, it's just a cloak I can wear to connect to humanity, to be a better person. Like some people ask me, so if you know the dance, what do you want to do? I go do dance again. And I come from a family that only celebrates children because mommy is lawyer. We are like stifled in that pressure of what our family dictates that success is. And for me, you don't do that to a cafe. Don't say I can't be great as a shoemaker. I will prove to you that shoemaker, and in fact, I'm going to make shoe for Queen of England. I read book well. I love book well. And I dey pass. So it's not a second class option for me. So being great at it doesn't mean I'm the best at it, but I'll do the best with what I have, with what I know. So there has been a lot of trial and error, but there was more of trials that worked than errors that didn't. And most of my errors were things that I used to kind of like educate myself on what not to do next. I dance and people are happy because I dance with you and you are happy. So if you don't understand that it's a product, it's different. If you don't understand that it can be a service, it's different. It's up to me to make you understand that this thing you need it to. Money should never be your motivation, because it hinders aspiration. It does. I see money as something that I can control. I want you, I get you. Who you are can make you make you be anybody that you want to be. Every individual determines their own ceiling. Now, I hate it when some people use me as their ceiling. I want to be better than Kafi. That's why you are not getting to where Kafi is. If I can dance better than her, I am better than her. Our African system doesn't like to learn from one another. We feel learning from each other belittles us. If I go somewhere now to go and learn from a younger dancer, the way he will carry it for head, the way he will talk about me in a very dishonorable manner, is what to make somebody that knows so much not want to go and learn from a younger person. I always want to impact. I don't like to see the bad in people. I always want to see the good in you. And the good in you, for me, translates at what God put in you. That is not you.
This is it. I will take you through this amazing lesson today.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Amuda Yusuf, the Director CEO of the Center for the Promotion of Private Enterprise, has warned that the proposed nationwide protest could inflict an estimated daily loss of 400 billion if not properly managed. In a statement released, Yusuf cautioned that the likely economic impact would be grave dangers for an already fragile economy. He emphasized that the consequences of such a substantial loss would be very severe for the country and its citizens, projecting a high risk of shutdowns and disruptions across major sectors like trade, manufacturing, entertainment, transportation, finance, hospitality, agriculture, aviation, ICT, and construction. Now, in response, the federal government has called for calm ahead of the proposed protest. As part of efforts to ease living conditions, the government said it has set up centers nationwide where Nigerians can purchase a 50-kilogram bag of rice for 40,000 naira, according to the Minister of Information and National Orientation, Mohammed Idris. Now, he revealed this during a briefing on the outcome of the Federal Executive Council meeting, which was presided over by President Bola Tinubu at the State House in Abuja on Monday. On the show today, we will look at the economic implications of the planned nationwide protest. Thanks for joining us. I am Justin Akadomi, your host. Before our discussion proper, Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu has emphasized that key reforms introduced and implemented by his administration were aimed at streamlining business development processes and building investors' confidence in the state's economy. The governor stated this while reeling out new investment focus on areas of opportunities before potential investors at the third edition of the Africa Social Impact Summit ACES 3.0. Details now.
The event brought together a diverse array of stakeholders, including investors, policymakers, trade organizations, financial executives, industry leaders, and business experts. Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu told the forum that the state is projecting a positive economic outlook driven by its growing population and the development of sustainable infrastructure to spur growth.
In the last 5 years, like we've said, we've seen our GDP grow by almost 50%, and so it is to make sure that we can continually, encourage, even in very difficult times, our investors to be able to have a conversations of de-risking, what could be their issues, what could be their concerns, and being able to give them that comfort, and that enabling, environment and assurance that whatever it is that they invest as a government will continue to play our own role and will ensure that, the investments are not only secure, but they can also be guaranteed of some, minimum return that would encourage and ensure that they stay around us.
The managing director of Sterling Bank, Abubakar Suleiman, said the summit meeting aimed to boost investor confidence in local markets and foster a business climate of greater trust.
The most critical thing for investing is that you have to be able to forecast what the future would look like. The moment you are no longer able to determine what the immediate future will look like, let alone the distant future, you are not going to invest. And that comes from one, policies, right? You're going to have policy environment where there's predictability, there's clarity, and I think Lagos has done a pretty decent job of providing this policy environment. The other thing that then comes with that is, even if there's policy, will it be consistently applied? Will it be applied to every investor in the same way? Again, very important that you can estimate that the policy affects everyone in the same way. But ultimately, it comes down to there has to be a level of respect between government and the investor community. Because in the absence of respect, the communication that would lead to the building of trust will not exist. So I like that Lagos State continues to convey, continues to come in for events like the Africa Social Impact Summit, and of course bring in all the critical stakeholders, their commissioners, the head of agencies, and we have brought in the investors leading to this conversation. So yes, without respect, there is no trust. Without trust, there is no investment.
What I'm taking home is the fact that you can trust Lagos for continuity. So if you're investing in Lagos, there's a continuity plan. So in a lot of times you invest, and much later when the particular government is over and done, policy somersault, there's no continuity. But if you're investing in Lagos, you're convinced that the continuity plan is already in place to ensure that even after this government is over and done, the policies that are in place can support your businesses and allow your businesses thrive. That's my take home from today. Continuity, trust. Lagos is building trust in the hearts of investors, and of course communication. Lagos is trying as much as it can to communicate the opportunities it has to the world, to Africa, to West Africa, and then bringing people together to review these opportunities directly from critical stakeholders, in the governor's cabinet.
Investment opportunities in transportation, tourism, health insurance, and waterways, affirming the state government's commitment to advancing ambitious development plans for these key sectors.
Welcome back from that report. Now, the Minister of Information and National Orientation outlined the government's recent efforts to provide relief for citizens. He stated that the federal government had distributed 740 truckloads of grains to state, and that the 50 kg bags of rice are now available for purchase at 40,000 naira per bag at designated centers nationwide. The minister explained that these rice supplies have been made available across all states, with centers set up to allow those in need to buy the rice at a set price. But Nigerians are wondering if that would actually do anything. But he expressed the government's expectation that the food prices will decrease, citing the arrival of rainy season as a contributing factor. He also highlighted that the student loan scheme and the planned rollout of CNG kits as additional measures to ease the cost of living. However, he acknowledged unavoidable logistical challenges that have delayed the full implementation of the CNG bus program. Well, public affairs analyst Mustafa Iwinla joins me now for more discussion on this nationwide protest and, of course, the implications economically. Good morning to you, Mustafa. Thanks for joining us on Business Insights.
Yes, thank you for having me.
Okay, first of all, The strike, not all migrant strike, nationwide protest has been called for from the 1st of October, from tomorrow to the 10th. You know, lots of issues have come up, security issues, that it might be hijacked by thugs, and even the organized private sector has also come out to say how it would affect the economy. But let's start with the stance the federal government is putting right now, saying that about 750 truckloads of rice, 50 kg has been, bags of rice have been, put at designated areas to be sold at 40,000 naira. Is it just scratching the surface, or what's your opinion really?
All right, so to start with, I think it's very important that we put out the message that there's absolutely no need for the nationwide protest.
Also,
yes, the 1999 Constitution, Section 40 is clear that people have a right to peaceful assembly. But with the current state of the economy and with the fallout of what happened during NSAS, of course, the whole country is quite apprehensive as we speak. There's a lot of tension in the air, and that's why people are saying no to any form of protest, because we've seen how our last protest during the NSAS was poorly managed by our security operatives, and I think we saw that they were quite overwhelmed. But again, we are currently in a state where even some of the protesters or would-be protesters are saying that a state of emergency needs to be declared on our economy, particularly with the inflation rates. As we speak, 2 days ago, our inflation rate is put to about 38%. Just 2 weeks ago, when we had this conversation, it was about 34%. And now the government is saying they want to give out 50 kg of rice and sell it at the rate of 40,000 naira. One of the things we are doing with our economic policies and all that, I think the government is not looking inward to provide long-term solutions. So selling 50 kg of rice for 40,000 naira, is that an ultimate solution to the economic issues we are facing? And by the way, how many Nigerians, you and I, will not have access to such issues that we have tried over time, and we have failed in terms of making sure that those that are directly in need of those palliatives get it. So selling 50 kg of rice for 40,000 naira for me is not a solution to our economic issues. I mean, our inflation rate is currently rising every day, every other time we wake up. And if we're not careful, it's going to lead our economy to comatose, a state where it will no longer continue to move forward or backward. But again, the government, I think that Mr. President, Mr. Bola Ahmed Tinubu, is doing so much to see how we can salvage the current situation at hand. Just yesterday, we've seen how what played out when it instructed NNPC to start selling crude oil to Dangote and other local refineries in naira, not in dollars. And we know that the ripple effect, the good side of this is that it will drastically reduce the price for pump price for fuel, and it will also stabilize the price for fuel. I mean, just yesterday I bought fuel somewhere at the gas station for 1,000 naira per liter, not black market. On Sunday I bought it 800 naira per liter somewhere. So, asking NNPC to say, okay, start selling crude oil for refineries in naira. I mean, Nigeria is a naira economy. We cannot be selling crude oil to our refineries in dollars. This is the crude oil that is gotten from here. So a situation where we take our crude oil to neighboring countries to refine, and also bring back, we export out crude oil to refine it, we bring it back to Nigeria to start selling. Those are the issues that it's kind of stifling our economy. It's putting a lot of pressure on our foreign expenses, and such monies can be saved. One of the issues that we have in Nigeria is we are kind of wasteful with the way we spend our scarce resources. Now we are saying that we don't want people to protest, and that's because we don't want people to protest because we've seen the aftermath of what happened. A lot of people have not recovered from the protest from NSAS. People took loans from banks to start businesses. All the items were vandalized. Critical assets were vandalized. So, and if you're not careful, so when people go out for protest and vandalize properties, scarce resources will be taken to reinstate those properties. And we're saying that Nigeria is indebted. We have seen what our government is doing. We keep, taking loans from foreign countries. On the way forward,
they are talking about at 40,000 right. They are talking about at 40,000 right now. So that means they could have done something like months ago. So how come they cannot really turn out or channel that subsidy to farmers, so that way they can actually produce and maybe produce at a lower cost, so that way whatever they are bringing to the market would also be subsidized by the government. At the end of the day, Nigerians can actually still buy, instead of having to wait for imported rice that Nigerians buy at least about 80,000 right now, meaning that they could have done something even before now.
So it is very 160 hours. If you do a division and all that, that tells us that the average Nigerian worker is going to be earning 400 naira per day. That will not get anybody anywhere. So yes, it's a step in the right direction, but a long-term solution is we need to industrialize the country. As we speak today, a lot of commodities that we consume in this country are being imported. We need to industrialize Nigeria. Our industries are shutting down. We keep saying it, but now we're talking about farmers. Farmers need to be, highly motivated. A lot of farmers go to banks to get loans. I know people who are very big in agriculture, but right now they're also struggling because the cost of borrowing is crazy. Just last week, CBN has also reviewed the interest rate to 26.75%. Percent. So a farmer who goes to the bank now to get a loan, obviously he's not going to get at the benchmark interest rate. He's going to get at maybe 30 or 35% from commercial banks. So that tells you that farmer is practically running that agricultural business for the bank, because for the next 5-10 years, he's going to be servicing the bank. So a lot of this. So we need to give our agricultural, our farmers an environment that is very enabling. Let the government invest more in agriculture. That's the only way that we can bring down the prices of food items. A country where we still depend solely, even the fertilizers being used by these farmers, most of them have been imported. They are not locally made. So a country that is dependent so much on importation, like somebody said, is going to be indirectly importing poverty. So we need to industrialize this country. We have to start producing stuff by ourselves. Importation will not get us anywhere. If you look at the local things that we produce in this country, maybe rice, beans, but sometimes if you look at this local rice that we manufacture, it's not even edible. So a lot of us still. So if you go to the house of any average big man in this country, you won't find them eating the local rice. Okay. So how do we make it easy for our farmers, such that they have all the tools and the resources they need to produce something very standard? A lot of items that we produce in Nigeria are not up to standard, and that's why our SON comes in. You will buy some made in Nigeria items. It will last you for the next couple of. It will serve you. It will give you value for your money, and that's why we need to encourage these people. There's a lot that needs to happen in our agricultural system. There's a lot that needs to happen with our economy. There's a lot that needs to happen with all our industrialists. That's why I particularly like the fact that Mr. President is trying to intervene. Mr. President has seen how Dangote has been lamenting for the past few weeks. And he has to intervene to say, no, what is really happening?
Okay, let's even talk about the Dangote before I even mention other issues now. The Dangote issue, there have been talks concerning the sale of crude, because over time, the federal government, through loan negotiations and the foreign borrowings that were due, they signed future agreements and with some of these international lenders, and most times it is usually pegged on our crudes that we produce. So from analysis made so far, even what we used to earn for foreign currencies, just the leftovers from after we've deducted the amount we used to settle part of our loan agreements and the interest, would that even be enough for Dangote himself, to get as much crude to produce to meet some local demands? So, because Excel of was even saying that maybe Dangote might even need to start even going to oil exploration to pump to get his own crude.
So there's a lot of bottlenecks within our oil sector.
True.
NNPC, being a federal government, I think they are doing so much to scuffle Dangote's brilliant idea of putting up that refinery.
Allegedly, okay. All right.
Allegedly, yes.
Yeah.
This man is saying so. We saw Dangote. We saw him lamenting about people calling him a monopoly. So now this is somebody who has single-handedly built a refinery worth trillions of naira or dollars, and we have our own 5 or 4 refineries that are not working. Now they're just trying to put, get the Port Harcourt refinery to work. So a lot of our problems can be traced back to our petroleum sector. Because everything we do in this country would depend solely on oil. Now we're in a current facility now. If you want to find out, we might be running on a generator. So our power supply is epileptic. It's not steady. So again, the earlier we understand that a lot has to happen with our economic system, the better for us as a country. We cannot address socio-economic problems without talking about how to bring down food prices, how to create jobs for youth. A lot of these people clamoring for protest are the youth, and you cannot blame them for doing that.
All right, well said. So as we begin to round off now, yes, because Boda Yusufa, the CPPE, is saying that we stand to lose about 400 billion naira daily. They are the ones that go to the market daily to buy this food, to pay for transportation, and most of them cannot really meet their ends.
So again, I said it earlier, there's a lot of apprehension in the air. The whole country right now is tensed, but we are very sure and certain with the IGP of police has said that they would, put out securities that will ensure that law and order is restored, and nobody goes out to destruct or vandalize critical government assets. Again, we cannot tell people not to protest. It is a constitutional right, as long as it is done within the ambit of the law. It's a constitutional right. So it's just very important that the government listens to the cry of the people. People are hungry. A lot of people cannot even feed 3 square meals. I know people who have not even finished paying last term school fees, and another term is going to come out in the next 2 weeks. Yeah. So these are issues. So the government needs to address these critical issues for us to really have a stable economy.
Okay.
When the youth are gainfully employed, then the country is going to move forward.
All right. You couldn't have said it better. Thank you so much, Mustafa Iwenla, for your time. All right, indeed, we have been looking at the economic implications of the planned nationwide protest, which is built to start from the 1st of August to the 10th of August. The CPPE has come out to say that Nigeria stands to lose about 400 billion naira daily. So you can imagine the effect if it escalates for 10 days. As much as we have said that Nigerians have the right to protest, but then whatever you are doing, do it peacefully and do it within the ambits of the law. That's the size of the show for today. My name is Justin Akadoni. Many thanks for being a part of it. See you again next time. Bye for now.
Lagos, the commercial capital of Nigeria with 351,861 hectares of land, is the authentic home of every tribe and tongue in Nigeria.
The state, though small in landmass, is controversially the most populous state in the country. One of the neighborhoods in the state is Obalende, located in Etiosa local government area. The area is strategically a historic site because before the relocation of administrative capital from Lagos to Abuja, it was the seat of power of the military head of state, the Dodon Barrack. Historically, a Royal West African Frontier Force, predominantly Hausa men, were initially camped on the land where the famous King's College is situated. Meant in the purchased land. The Royal West Africa Frontier Forcemen meant in the purchased land. The Royal West Africa Frontier Forcemen named the place Ibiti Obalewade, which translates to the place where the king drove us to. Obalende, though crowded, is famous for its nightlife and for its suya sport with a junction popularly called Suya Junction. For ease of administration, former governor of Lagos State, Asiwaju Bola Tinubu, created additional 37 local council development areas from the existing 20 local council areas. So the current Obalende is carved out under Ikoyi Obalende Local Council Development Area. Ikorodu town is another historic location in Lagos, located in the northeast area of the state along the Lagos Lagoon and shares a boundary with Ogun State. Currently, the town houses Ikorodu local government area and 5 local council development areas. Kabiru Shotobi is the king of Ikorodu, traditionally known as Ayogbunre of Ikorodu, who ascended the throne from October 24, 2015. The name Ikorodu came about from people whose ancestors descended from the Remo stock of Yoruba tribe who came to settle on a plateau and named it Ikorodu, a shortened word from Oko Odu, which literally means Odu, farm. The current metro area population of Ikorodu in 2021 is 989,000, a 5.44% increase from 2020. Trading, farming, and manufacturing are some of the things Ikorodu is known for. Ikeja is the capital of Lagos State, formerly called Akeja. It was named after a deity of the Awori people of Ota, who originally settled there. The area was invaded for slaves until the mid-19th century. Ikeja, an abbreviation meaning of Ikorodu and Ekpe joint administration, was coined by colonial administrators for ease of administration. It is the official seat of the governor of the state where the state secretariat is also located. It is also where the domestic and international airports are located. Its population as of 2006 census is 330,196. Ikeja is home to one of West Africa's largest gadget markets, popularly known as Computer Village, and home to a shopping mall known as Ikeja City Mall, which is the biggest mall in Lagos mainland and also has a cinema. These are some interesting places that make Lagos a world-class destination.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the Babin, I pay my rent. On the Babin, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
came down, let's say 3 to 4 days after, we were still running around the circle. It was more like we were not even leaving the environment because everywhere looked alike. So I just told my sister, even if we are going to the land of the dead, 4 days is enough for us to have gotten to where we are going. Are you sure there is no problem? Sister said, nothing, let's just endure. And then after a while, she will ask me, that thing you said is true. Even if it's land of the dead, by now we should have gotten somewhere that is close to the land of the dead that we are going to. No. And the funniest thing is, all these things was going on under a Scott Hope. And then to worsen it all, you're seeing bones. If they park and say rest, the only thing you're going to see is probably bones from animals and human beings that have died. Some people just, maybe like people who like playing, will just put their hand like as if they are packing sand, and then the next thing is bone. They will just scream, hey, see bone, oh. Everybody will run, you know. It was just, now I'm laughing, but then it was very traumatizing, like you see weird things only. So after that, we noticed that actually we were running in a circle. So the driver explained to someone that there were security persons around, policemen, that's the Niger police. So we are not supposed to pass them except they are not there. So we have to wait until those policemen are out. And then I think after a while, those policemen started getting really close. So the drivers left us. They fled for their lives. And then where they parked us was very hot. So we sat there, we were waiting for them to come back. Those security or policemen didn't even come where we were. But then we lost someone while struggling for water. There was no water. The drivers had already left. So I think the man's heart failed. He's not a young boy. He should be like around 50-something. So I think his heart failed or something. I don't even know what to say happened to him, but he was just lying down. Nobody had a clue that the man was already dead. So when the drivers eventually came back, they found out the guy was dead. They just did their Arab or Muslim ritual. Just did something, put their clothes, then used sand to cover the man, and that was all we left. You know, we all cried while leaving. People were singing sorrowful songs. And then after a while, the police caught up with us. But that part too was traumatizing for me because the drivers left again as usual. They started running. This time they were running and asking us to jump out of the hills. They were running with their cars. It's not like they are running, they parked somewhere and left. No, this time they were running with their cars and they were asking us to jump off the car. It was difficult for me to jump. I don't know, I'm slim, but I wouldn't say I'm athletic. So a lot of people were jumping out. It was hard for me. So, but at some point I jumped. I didn't sustain any injury as at then. But then when I was running, because of the nature of the place, there are thorns everywhere. The thorns kept piercing my leg and everything. No sandals. We already lost our bags in the car. I was just running alongside people. So the kind of race was, people are running towards this direction. As they are running back. People are running towards this, you join these ones. You know, everybody is trying to escape, but the security persons had already surrounded everywhere, and then with armored cars, I wouldn't have an idea if they were asked to shoot anyone, but they were shooting kind of to threaten us to stay in one place, but people were still running, so the shooting continued, didn't stop. So while they were shooting, at some point, they are not shooting like randomly, like maybe releasing bullets often, but just once. So I just stood somewhere and then I said, if these people are going to kill me, let them just kill me. I was crying, like, God. I was crying seriously. I was saying, just kill me. If I just remember that moment, I'm like, God, if I could survive that, there is nothing that God can't save anyone from. I was crying. I was saying, just shoot me, just kill me, let me just die. What kind of suffering is this? I was crying, and then the guy stopped. And then he was like giving me signal to come closer, come closer. So when I got closer to them, the man said, enter this place. I entered. He gave me water. That was the first thing he did. So it was like, don't worry, no problem. So when he said that, don't worry, no problem, I just felt like, okay, then why is it that they are now chasing us? Is it like they want to save us? Is it like they want to help or anything? So at some point, they brought us together. They were able to they were able to gather as many people as possible, to the extent that we filled this big truck was filled with people. And then some Hilux too had to join in taking us to the police station. They brought books, we started writing our names. Everyone, write your name, write your country, write your name, write your country. Everyone, people were just writing their names and country. We did the same. So they brought us together. And then they told us, okay, they are going to take us somewhere. And then that's where we will sleep for the night. And then they will register us and return us to our country. But before then, a white man came to speak to us. So the man asked us where we are traveling to and why are we traveling. So many people were saying, I was just looking. So many people were saying, there's hunger in my country, they are killing us in my country. There's suffering in my country. There is this in my country. You know, a lot of people were saying their reasons for traveling. He wasn't asking personally. He was just asking the entire people who were there. And then they were filming it. So majority of us had to cover our face so that we don't get captured, but some people were really vocal, like saying so many things before the man addressed us and told us that he's been to Nigeria severally. And then he's been to most of the African countries too, that we have food, a lot of us have good shelter, particularly Nigerians. He kept hammering, particularly Nigerians, there is good food in your country. I've tasted this, I've tasted that. You know, he mentioned most of the meals, and then he told us that there is no cost for this kind of traveling. Do you even know where you're going to? Do you know if it's worth where you're going to and all of that? Then they took us somewhere. They put us together in a particular environment. And then a few days later, they came to tell us that we'll be leaving back to our country. So there was rumor everywhere. People were saying, I pity people that will go back to Nigeria. I just pity people that will go back to Nigeria. The kind of suffering they will go and suffer. Police is already waiting for them. My brother called me, said that there is news that they are bringing back people, that police is waiting for them. They will arrest them because they traveled without documents. So we were all scared. And then we decided to run away, majority of us. So at night, while the security guards were sleeping, just coming out to say, I'm going, no. You're hiding from place to place, hiding until we got to a particular house. When we left, we got to a particular house where there were 6 of us in a group now, no longer I and those my 3 people. They were with me. Those 2 sisters, that guy, the 4 of us were complete as at then, and then 2 other guys joined us. So the person that owned the house agreed to keep us in her house for that night. And then I think her husband came back and asked her where. She told the husband brought a driver. So none of us had an idea that we were sold. So the man sold us to the driver. None of us had an idea. We just thought the man helped us. You know, that was the idea in my head, like, God bless this man, he finally helped us out of this place. So the driver took us, proceeded to somewhere they called Nitel. That was what they told us, that place is Nitel. So they hid us in their family house at first. Then in their family house, we met their one of the sisters that had already gone to Italy before. The lady told us she can't speak English, so she had to use diagram to express herself. She gave a sign of water and then a sheep on the water, and then she told us how she was working there. She was washing clothes. They gave us food. That was the first place where I had to brush my teeth, have my bath. You know, it was a good treatment for us. So throughout the 4 days we were in their house, they treated us nicely. And then after a while, the driver came back. And then the driver told us that in a few days he will come and take us. This thing was already summing up to like 3 weeks already within the desert environment. A few days later, he came again and then he said, oh yeah, get ready. You'll be leaving this night. After a few hours, he came back in the night. And then they told us, everyone, to lie down inside the Hilux, and then they sealed it. So they took us from there. took us to another garage. Then that garage, they had a lot of drivers now. It wasn't just him. So I think he was looking around for passengers, but didn't succeed that day. So he told us to stay in a particular room, don't come out till he comes back. 4 days later, he came back with food. He didn't take us out of there. After like 2 days, he came back again, came back with food. So I told my brothers that the food is not as if it's enticing. This guy has caged us here. Probably something will go wrong. Let's leave this place. So the man and then the other guy that was with us said, okay, let's leave and close. That same breeze that was even blowing in the other place was still blowing and bringing sand. So that I'm not comfortable here. They said, okay, let's leave. We left. We met some drivers. Those ones, come. They served food, eat. Don't worry, we will take you. Libby, they are not even calling it Libya. They will tell you Libby. I'm like, that these guys are actually saying that they want to help us go back to go to Libya, but they can't help us go to Nigeria. My brother was like, we intended to go back to Nigeria before. We are going forward, though. It's not backward. You know, after everything, we spent a few hours with those guys, no headway out. I told them they are not even ready to take us to Libya. Carried my bag. And it was more like that stubbornness was actually what saved us, because I don't even know what was their plan. But I just told my brothers, I'm not staying here 1 minute again. I'm leaving. So, because I was stubborn, they said, hey, if we leave you now, who knows what will happen to you? Oh yeah, let all of us keep going. They joined me. The drivers were offended. They were like, come back. We didn't answer. We left. Until we met these policemen. So one of the policemen just called us. And then my bros said, we are going to Libya. The man said, you don't have, like he was explaining to them, my bros, you people don't have problem. I will carry you to where your brothers are, plenty. And then I figured out, okay, plenty Nigerians. And then I told my brother, if there is a place where a lot of people are, it's better than this place where it's just the 6 of us. So they took us from there to where a lot of Nigerians are. I met a lot of people. I felt a bit comfortable. There was not much space for the 6 of us, but we just had to like manage in that place where they kept us. And then we spent some days again there. So we were waiting for the drivers to come. They didn't come. And then after a few days, the drivers came. So they started calling, like they shared us into groups. This driver take this one, this driver take this one, this driver take this one. So then we're already approaching Libya. So they took us, it wasn't now up to 2 days, we got to Libya. So when we got to Libya, I think it was the border, the driver came down, he then asked us to pay a certain amount of money. He asked everyone to bring a certain amount of money, so that my brother helped us to pay ours, and then they took us from there. After paying that money, they took us from there. They just proceeded into Libya. We got to Saba. The driver called someone. That particular person they called came around, and the person told us that he's going to take this group somewhere. So they took that particular group. They were just taking people like in groups, in different groups. And then from that point, they took us to a particular man. The man is Igbo. So when we got to his house, the man looked at all of us, was like, the guys, this is your room. The girls, this is your room. So in that room where he said is for the girls, I saw a lot of ladies, even people that were younger than me were in that same room. So I was like, how did you guys get here? What is going on, you know? We started talking, a lot of Benin girls, they were just saying, welcome Odisona Jadid, welcome Odisona, you know, Jadid means new person. You know, they were just saying a lot of things. And then at the end of the day, I got bonded to a particular lady that really shared her experience happened to be that she has not been able to pay her money. So when I asked her, she said 300,000. So we started getting information from the people within that if you're unable to pay your money, you stay there. So towards the evening of that same day, like around 5 p.m., the man came to assemble all the new passengers. All the new passengers come outside, we came out. He took us to a particular hall, asked all of us to sit on the floor. We sat down. He said, "We are welcome." We answered. Me, I was even feeling comfortable, believing that this person is from my place. He's a Nigerian, so he should be nice, you know. So when he was about to tell us what Libya was, the first thing was a gunshot. In fact, for like few seconds, I couldn't recover from the shock. I had to hide behind our bros, like the whole of us just held him. The man said, "Everybody, oh yeah, this way." Like he had to like scatter us so that we don't get to communicate with each other. He had big boys. In fact, those big boys, if they handle one person, I'm sure the person will not survive it. So I was shaking. And then the man said, he just wants to let us know that we are in Libya now. And that now that you are here, he's giving us just a few hours to give him his money. He paid for us, he bought us. He was saying it like, you know, when someone is actually practically trying to pass a message across to you with everything he's got inside, the kind of anger, I'm like, I didn't offend this man before. But the way he was saying it was like, I'm just telling you that you have to pay this money within the space of so and so hours. If you don't pay it for the girls, you work and give me my money. For the boys, you die here. So the thing sounded somehow. We just had to like beg him, just allow us to discuss. We are from the same family. He said, okay. After a while, then my brother said, please give us your phone. You are begging in tears. If you are even asking for the phone, it's not up to like, they are not giving you to call. They are giving you to just say, I'm in Libya, please call me back. You can't use their airtime to inform whoever you are informing. Sorry. So at the end of the day, we were able to reach out to the people that invited us to France. Those ones said they would send someone to come and pick us in a few hours. We should be patient. We were there, we were waiting. After a while, I came to call down my bros. Your people, they disturb me with call. Your people, they disturb. If they disturb me again with call, now I go beat you, you know. We're hearing it from our own side, and I was like, is that not bros this person is talking to like this? You know, the fear was more. We pleaded, okay, can we talk to bros? So you have to plead to see a guy in that room. In fact, you're not even allowed to see a guy. They don't give you room to see any guy. So we're able to like talk to bros. How far? Did they call? He now asked for phone again to reach out to them. So he was able to get to them again, and then they sent someone across. So I think the person who was supposed to bring the money was now pricing lower than the 300. I think the person was now saying 250. That was where the anger came from. At the end of the day, the man came with the money. He paid 1 million for the 4 of us, and then took us from that place to his house. From his house, we moved. It's still within the, yes, still in Libya. So from that place to the sea coast, and the sea coast was not very easy for me as well. That's from his house to the sea coast was also very traumatizing. And then at some point, I even had an experience where I was sleeping in a room. In that particular room was mixed with both guys and ladies. So there was this Sudanese that they brought into the room to join us, because initially it was with Ghanaians. So the Sudanese took a part of the room, we took a part of the room. And so in the night I was sleeping, I covered myself because I have this habit of using wrapper to cover myself from foot to head. And then there was this guy that I don't know, among the Sudanese, he crawled to where I was, tapped me. I woke up, I was like, what? The guy put his hand in his pocket, brought out 5 dinar. 5 dinar in their money is 500 naira, Nigerian naira, and was begging me like, I could not wrap my head around it. So I just screamed, and then the Ghana guy woke up first and was like, what is happening? You know, they started arguing amongst themselves, and at the end of the day, those Sudanese, they apologized on behalf of their brother, that they were sorry about what happened. Probably he just thought something different in his mind before bringing it, that they are sorry. So the whole thing was migrants abusing migrants, security agencies abusing migrants. The experience was just too hard for me. I had a case where someone was trying to communicate something to me that I should sit down in the vehicle, those long trucks. I didn't understand him. I don't know that GAMS means sit down. I'm just new in the environment. But this man had an idea in his head that any language he speaks or whatever he says, I should understand. So the next thing was, I don't know what he used in hitting me on my head. I was bleeding, and then somebody was saying, sit down, sit down. That's what he's saying, sit down. So I sat down, and then I noticed I was bleeding. And the lady was like, sorry, if I knew you were the one he was talking to, I would have told you to sit down. If you had sat down, the guy will not hit you. And then in most cases, for them to say sit down, they will have to shoot, you know, for you to sit down. At least the communication differences should have been understood by them, but the case was different. For them, when they communicate, you don't understand, they become violent. So it was really hard till we got to the sea coast, spent some time around the sea coast trying to cross, had people die. Someone died while giving birth. So had cases of people dying. A particular lady died trying to give birth because there were no professionals around, and then people claimed that in their countries they were professionals, they could help her give birth, they could help her deliver, you know. It was a sad experience. At the end of the day, she died, the baby died, and I just told myself, this one is just a wasted time, like wasted efforts. You're trying to get out of trouble, you get into more trouble. And even family doesn't know where you are because you can't even call them. I don't have access to give you their phones to make call. They wouldn't even want you to buy the airtime to make the call. So it was a very difficult one until finally the security agencies came. They arrested every one of us around that sea coast. They arrested everyone. In fact, people tried to escape. Some tried to jump into the water. You know, people tried to run, but wherever you are, they will find you and they will bring you back to the spot. And then they took us to a detention center, Garian. After a few days, they also took us from there to Tripoli, Terigmata Detention Center. So it was in Terigmata that the International Organization for Migration came visiting, and then some UN agencies, once they come around, they check on us. Whenever they are coming, these Libyan agents, policemen, they will ask us, they will give us so many things. You wouldn't even know if it is the UN guys that brought it, but when they are gone, they will lock us up back again. When they come around, we'll do sports, they will bring us out. It's as if we're enjoying our lives. When those guys are gone, we'll go back to the prison, they lock us up again and all of that. So IOM came, we all filled forms, those who want to go back home, because a lot of people said they are not going. Those ones that didn't go did what they call banamish. You pay, someone pays for you, like someone will come around, pay, yes, kind of bill them, pay the money, take you out of the prison, and then you work for the person. So I almost tried that, but a particular lady, she's from Delta, so she speaks my language. And then she told me that if I pay this money, in fact, she used our language to tell me, Idama Yangoso. That is, if you try this, you just die. And then if I remember that she told me that, and if anyone comes to me to say, I want to help you to live here, I would just tell them I'm not interested. I want to go back to Nigeria.
Who has the right of way? Nigerian roads come with a lot of chaos. The chaos is caused by a combination of drivers, motorcycle and tricycle riders, pedestrians and sellers who all claim the right-of-way. The chain of right-of-way holders in Nigeria is hierarchical, and car and motor drivers are at the top of the chain with pedestrians at the bottom. Car or motor drivers believe that they always have the right-of-way regardless, and motorcycle and tricycle riders don't even have any regard for who has the right-of-way. For fear of accidents and their lives, pedestrians have learned to cower. When a collision occurs, the question of who has the right-of-way is on the lip of all concerned as they try to figure out who is guilty. The law doesn't grant anyone the right-of-way, but you yield it to other road users under these circumstances. At a yield sign, to pedestrians in a crosswalk, to persons using a seeing eye guide dog, to persons using a white cane with or without a red tape, at T intersections where you must yield to vehicles on the through road, at uncontrolled intersections where vehicles are already in the intersection, when driving on an unpaved road that intersects with a paved road, when returning to the roadway after a car is parked. Pedestrians must always be yielded the right-of-way at intersections and crosswalks. Treat bicycles as motor vehicles. Yield to bicyclists in all situations where you would yield to a car. For example, wait for an oncoming bicycle to pass before turning left. Turn right at a red light if it's permitted and no vehicles are approaching. If you see a sign that says "No right turn on red," then you must wait for the light to turn green again. Otherwise, you must turn right at a red light after yielding to oncoming traffic. Stop for pedestrians who've begun crossing the road. Once a pedestrian has begun crossing the road, they have the right-of-way. You should also stop for pedestrians waiting to cross at crosswalks that aren't controlled by a traffic light. Yield to oncoming traffic if you're entering a main road.
My name is Titi Adeose. I'm one of the 3 female co-founders of NigerKids, an edtech company that develops digital content for children. So what we basically do is we provide content. You know, with COVID and everybody going online, that's really where there's a major gap. And so we bridge that gap by providing fun learning digital content that makes online learning completely effortless and a lot of fun. So this started in 2018. So in 2018, if I take a step back, I'd been saying I wanted to do something for children because my son, my younger son, is a typical digital native. He doesn't like learning. Do you understand? We're always battling, fighting with the laptop. That's all he wants to do. So one day someone said that if that's how he learns, why not provide him content, for that? And I said, wow, okay, that's actually a good thing. So I now started developing content for him to be able to use on the device. And when more people were interested, that's really how NigerKids came about. So we provide digital content. We take any subject, any topic, and just transform it into something that is fun, that children will want to learn. So now my son is the one that's always telling me, Mommy, have you done a game on fractions? Have you done a game on decimals? When I say go and do your book, say, okay, can I play a NigerKids game instead? So for him, that's, meanwhile, this is someone that before I'm always battling with. I say, go and read your book. When I say go and read your book, he's coming. I'm going to drink water. Oh, I'm coming. I'm going to the restroom. Oh, I'm coming. And then 2 hours have passed. We haven't done anything. But now, playing something that he likes on a device that he likes was just excellent, and that's really what brought about NigerKids. I studied engineering, so not even electrical, and computer. I actually studied mechanical, but my other partners studied computer science and computer engineering. So 3 of us came together. But I'd been an educator because I actually volunteer in church. So
been passionate about education. I didn't know that I was going to end up here, but it's something I've always been passionate about. And the part that I'm passionate about is creating content that is fun. So I always say, how can I teach this topic in a fun way? I'm always saying, okay, let me create a puzzle. I go online, look for a puzzle maker and create a puzzle out of it. I say, okay, you know what? Maybe this is how I'm going to do it. I'm always looking for the fun angle to teaching the same subject. I don't want to bring it same old, stand in front and just, that kind of thing. Mine is, let's make it fun. Because I think about when I was young, what are the things that made learning fun for me? What are the things I still remember now? The truth is that the things I still remember now are all the things I did for fun. I tell people that, when you think of the Monopoly game and the streets of London, you only remember them because of the Monopoly game, not because someone taught you. So my idea is fun learning that makes it effortless, learning that makes children want to learn and they want to excel. And so when my son is now doing very well in his school, he's like, yes, this is the secret, this is the secret. I'm not a genius. That's what he thinks now. Look about how you learned this, various countries, rivers in Africa. If I tell you, remember the rivers in Africa, I'm sure you remember them because we had this fun song. There are 7 rivers in Africa, 7 rivers in Africa, oh now, Niger, Senegal. So those are the things that we remember. Anything that our teacher taught us that was really fun. Years later, if someone asks you, you're just amazed at how much you remember it. And then with technology now, it helps us transform those fun elements, all those gaming elements. And that's really what games do. They transform the gaming element, scoring points, climbing levels. Do you understand? Dressing up, getting things for your avatar. They're all fun things that we associate with the things that we are learning. The fact that I'm doing coins, I'm doing it against, playing against my mates. They're all competitions that we already do in the classroom. So the things that we already do physically, the only difference we've done is that we've made them digital. We provided them as digital content. Even me as a parent, marking my son's worksheets can be tiring. But when he's playing a game and it's a digital content, the answers are already marked. So it's stressless for me. So it's a two-way thing. I'm happy, he's happy, and we're all happy. Before I started, Niger Kids with my 2 partners, what I'd done is I was working in a consulting firm. So I worked in KPMG for over a decade, risen up to the role of senior manager. And then I left and then joined a colleague that set up a fast food restaurant. So that was really my first step into the entrepreneur journey, being an entrepreneur. Before then, I'd been in corporate. But all that while, I'd done things in education. So not only that, I sit on the board of an NGO that provides free education to children in poor communities. So I'm passionate about education. So it was just a lot of my loves coming together. My passion for fun, learning. My passion for creating things. Creating content. I did that from my consulting background, creating content, and then I just added the education, the games, the gaming elements, and all those loves just came together to then form what currently is Niger Kids. So what happens is that we have it on the App Store. So we have it online, we have it on the App Store. So you can download the app and then go subscribe to play the games. Select your child's age. The games are not only on academics, because when it comes to development, I believe in development of the total child. So I'm a proud Nigerian. People say, oh, Niger Kids. I say, yes, I'm Niger, proudly so. So I'm always promoting things about Nigeria. So we have games that promote things about Nigeria's culture, Nigeria's food. Apart from Nigeria, I'm also about people being successful. When I look at my career, I'm saying that we need to raise up the next generation of successful people. So financial literacy is key for me. I want my children to know how to spend money. I want to retire early. That kind of thing. So financial literacy is also another thing. So we bring all that together that makes the child complete. And then lastly, values. So we're also looking at values of honesty, of integrity, of hard work. So we bring all those elements, not just the maths, the English and the science. No, it's everything together. So it's really on the App Store. So either you do it on Android or you do it on iOS, which is on the Apple Store. So you download the app, you sign up, and then your children can play any of those games. The initial idea was really not about making money, but of course, when you go into a business, then you have to make money to pay your bills. So that was really the plan. So we sat down, we had this wonderful plan. Then we now started meeting the obstacles. What were the obstacles? The obstacle was internet is expensive. A lot of people don't want to do a lot of things, you know, online. So we now had to say, you know, we have to develop an offline version of it. Then apart from that, then people don't have devices. The devices are expensive. So maybe, okay, how do we do it so that it's both on the mobile devices can also be online? So that was it. It was challenging. So we went to market schools, and schools were like, oh, they don't have the infrastructure for it. It was challenging. Education technology was challenging. Honestly, it was a very slow grind. I think the luck that we have is that because there are 3 partners, when one person is discouraged, the other person comes up and peps up. So it was hard at the beginning. So we had to start balancing with a lot of things. A lot of people wanted things they could take away because they don't have to. We then created an activity book version of our game, something that is hard copy. So that also helped in bring you in business. You have to pivot, innovate, and then guess what happened? COVID happened. COVID happened, and then suddenly all the schools that were like, no, you know, there's a physical classroom, so they didn't need technology. Technology wasn't a mandatory thing to have. Then COVID happened, and then all the talk about technology just changed. The landscape suddenly became enabling. You know what's so interesting? In 2020, when I started the year, when I was praying to God, I said, God, you know, I was thinking that it was going to be a government policy that would come and create the enabling environment. I didn't know that Almighty God was going to just open the heavens, so to speak. And then that's what happened. So 2020 honestly was our best year. 2018 was like a year of struggle. I remember months that we look at the revenue and nothing has come in. We look at the revenue, we pay our staff, and we'll be the last people to be paid, and we're like, how do we hustle together? So it was tough in the beginning. There were a lot of those obstacles. Even getting parents to say there has to be fun in learning. Say, no, let him go and read this book. Each one is playing games. No. The computer is a distraction. It's a distraction. You know, so when I see all of us now, our kids are constantly on devices, I'm amused, because in 2018 no parent was really about that. But 2020 opened up a whole new world, a whole world of a lot of collaborations, and so we have so many collaborations of people that want to now, you know, have the games in their classes, have the games on their various platforms. We've had a number of corporates that we partnered with in 2020. So 2020 was an awesome year, and we came into 2021 all excited of the various things that will happen. There's pandemic, but I'm happy that technology is now, you know, a front burner. We have been saying that, honestly. I tell people that when you look at all the jobs now, technology is such a key part. So you shouldn't bring up children without technology, and it can do so many things. Now, in the last, 6 to 9 months, the schools have implemented all sorts of technology, apps, learning management system, and they can see the difference. Of course, there's also the other side to it, but they can see the difference in terms of the learning. We had a library before in the school, but now with the digital library, they have access to thousands of books that you don't even have in your physical library. So technology opens, it removes all the restrictions. It has its own challenges, but it removes these restrictions. I think one of the things was about keeping an eye on the financials. So because I'd come from a consulting, auditing firm, even as the entrepreneur that I was with, my ex-boss, we were always looking at the money. So we're looking at the income, we're looking at the expenses. How are we going to pay the next bill? How is the money coming in? What products are making money? What are not? How do you cut off? I think that was really the most important thing that I took away from that you have to keep an eye on the money. I now tell every entrepreneur that you have to have these financial skills. If you don't know about money and you don't have one of your partners that do, it's going to be a major issue for you. So you need to know about the money. What's coming in? How is it coming in? What are you spending money on? Do you have money, what we call runway? Do you have money for the next 1, 2, 3 months? What if this doesn't work out? How do you keep the books? How are you funding it? It's so important you have that financial literacy. I think the second thing is about building structure. One of the things I've learned, is you have to have a structure for everything. Try and standardize everything. When we have team meetings, we have templates for everything. We're having the team meetings. We're having even offer letters. a lot of those structures from corporate was what I brought. So when people see me, they're like, you are so organized. I'm like, yes, that's the background that I have in terms of managing things, ensuring there's a structure to everything, plan it, schedule it, time it, documents, you know, even in setting up our own system and even moving remotely, and it was easier for us because we had done a lot of those things. We had meetings that we could have virtually. One person is not around and the person calls in on Zoom. So those are things we're already doing. We already had a way of communicating. We had our emails. We had things on the cloud. So a lot of those structures that we had made it easier to move, you know, to remote learning. So that's one of the things that I took back. You have to have structure in your business. You have to keep upskilling your staff because you can't be everywhere. As you become the face of your business, it means that you're doing a lot more things than the actual operations. So when you're attending interviews, when you're going for all the marketing, you're not there in the operation. So you need to build that operation into a lot of documentation. We take time to document the process so that whoever is there knows what they need to do. And then we're always seeing what skills the staff need, how do we train them, how do we help them improve. So those are, I would say, 3 key things that help, and then just make it, you know, easier when you hit it big or when you're in the process of hitting it big. What I tell people that whatever you want to do, just start. Don't think about the money, just start. In hindsight, you know, I converted a little store in my house to my office. So I brought out everything from the store, cleaned it up, put 2 tables and put 2 chairs, and that's where we started. You know, till you get to a place where you're going to pay rent. So I'll say start with what you have. Look for your first customers. You know, I'm wiser now in terms of the next products we do. I'm already looking for who is going to buy it even before I fully produce it. So I'm like, okay, this is our next idea. But I'm saying, let me go and talk to this corporate. Let me go and talk. So it meant that in terms of money, that's really not your major hindrance, is to plan to have a goal. Start with your family and friends. The first people that I sold anything to were my family and friends. I still do it now. I write a list of 50 people that are my family and friends, and I'll start sending them SMS messages. I said, are you interested in this? Once you have that interest, then you already know the people. And I said, okay, can you prepay for it? Can you prepay for it? So that means I already have the money for it. Keep your expenses low. So when you do that, where you're not, you know, going large, you're always looking for what's the cost-effective way of doing this thing. In the beginning, people can go and order people to come and do the videos. In the beginning, you do the videos on yourself. You get your husband or your son to hold the camera. Mommy wants to do a marketing video. So my advice to people is that don't think about the money. Think about the idea. Look for the first group of people that you sell it to. Ask them if they trust you enough to pre-market, to pre-order. So you have some of the initial money. And you know that, okay, worst comes to the worst, I have the people that will help me break even if I don't make a profit. I think keep good records. You need to keep good records. Separate your personal money. So you know everything that is coming in and everything that is going out, and see that it's balanced. But I would tell people, just start. Don't think it's not the money. If you say you want to start a salon, don't start with go rent a salon. No. Go and say 7 people that I'll be making their hair for. Who are these 7 people? Let me start to them. So I'll come to your house, don't worry. Hey, madam, you need to buy the attachment. Send me the money. So that way you don't really have any cost. The only cost is the transport, which will be catered for by the person that makes, you know, that pays you. So I say money is not an issue for any idea that you want to do. It's just start. It will not be perfect, but just start. When you start as an entrepreneur, you don't have all the skills. So you have for the core thing, but you don't have all the things. So you start collaborations from. I remember that in the beginning, I'll call a friend of mine who's working in a company. I said, you want to do some PP? Okay, you help me with the graphics, you know. So I'm saying the collaborations can be something as simple as that. In terms of when you don't have everything, who are the people that can work with? And then the collaborations that we now do are other education technology companies that already have the market, but they don't have the gaming element. So recently we partnered with Gradely. Gradely is another ed company, but they prepare videos, learning videos for children. So we provide the games. We've partnered with Edvis. Edvis also provides a school management system. And we say, okay, can our games be on your platform? We keep partnering with various people that we say, okay, these people already have a platform, they already have a market, but they don't have what we have. Can we partner with them? Currently, we're partnering with Glow to have our games on, you know, and we went live this week to have our games, you know, on there. So we keep on looking for those partnerships. Sometimes the partnerships are not even that we are having our games on. So sometimes partnerships are, you know what, can you just garner the visibility? Our main clients are parents that have children within the ages of 3 to 13. When we first started, we were looking at parents that had the ages of primary school, so between 6 and 10. But as you have more demand, that people come and say, oh, I have a 3-year-old who went down to people that are in nursery school, and someone says, oh, but my child is in GSS 1, GSS 2. Do you have something? Then now we've gone up to junior secondary school. So it's really driven by the demand, and that's one of the things that we need to be careful about. When we first started, it was driven by my passion, what my son likes. But I had to sit back, get the feedback of saying, okay, I like this, but not everybody likes this. So I think one of the things that's important is that you're always evaluating who are your target market and what do they want. So a number of things that are driven by what their demand is. So when we started with some of the games, people say, what about in maths, in science, in values? We have the ones that we are passionate about. We also have the ones that are being driven by the customer. So increasingly we get feedback from customers, and that's so important in your business. Your business is not for you. It's something that you need to always remember. It's for your target market, and what are they saying? What are their demands? So even concerning the games, when I look at where we started to where we are now, people will say, okay, the games are too heavy to load, so that means I need to share some of the excessive graphics that I've put in there. So your customers are key. So we started with parents, and now we've moved to corporates. A lot of corporates, especially during this COVID period, saw, oh, there was suddenly children could not go to school. They wanted to give back. They wanted to give back in providing, like a stopgap. And that opened up a new well of partnership with both, corporate organizations and NGOs. The Nigeria element is that making the learning have local context. If my child is doing an exam and they ask him, choose the odd one out, and Orchard is there, he most likely would not know what it is, because the examples are made from people that those examples were relevant to that context. So that's where the Nigeria is, that we are teaching Nigerian child, even though we are now moving to Africa, but we are teaching the child, let's use the examples that are local. So when I'm going to give an example in maths, or when I'm going to give an example in science or in English, I'm going to first of all ensure that that example is relevant, that the child understands what it means without too much of an effort. I think the other part of it is that I just want us to be proud of who we are. Countries are not perfect, to be honest. When you think about them, they're not perfect, but they promote themselves. They promote the good part of it. I told someone that I remember the first time that I went to Dubai, I was amazed that Dubai had a place that looked like Adeniji Adele inside Lagos Island. Because when they're promoting it, they don't go about promoting all the bad parts of it. And that's really what I wanted to do as well. I wanted to promote to the next generation the good things about Nigeria. It's not all bad news. So we have this game called Who Wants to Be a Brainiac? And I will ask you, who's the richest man in Africa? He's a Nigerian. The country that scored the first gold Olympic in football, in boxing, they were Nigerians. Who is the first person to write a novel? It was a Nigerian. So there's that thing of being proud of who you are. It's not all bad stories. And I noticed a lot of other countries do. They promote, that's why there's the American dream. So for us, it's promoting things that are Nigerian. We also want the values. When we look at Nigeria today, I'm saying, what are the things that can help us change? It's also our value system. Let a child be ethical. Let a child, want to be responsible. Let a child understand the relevant values for, building our nation building, because this is where we, so to speak, have our bread and butter. And so we need to build up. So I think that those are all the Nigeria elements of the Nigeria kids. We need to build our country. I'm into nation building. I might not go out and, wave a flag and join the riot, but I'm saying I can put those values and that, patriotism in the next generation through all that we do. So they see things all around them that denotes their country and they're proud of it.
Teaching online takes creativity. Online environments can be challenging to master at first, but with a little effort and time, your students will be getting the best experience possible. With the home environment being surrounded by potential distractions, keeping students engaged, motivated, and interested in their lessons can be one of the biggest challenges online teachers face. Teaching online requires you to use completely different skill sets compared to those used in teaching in person, and it's also important to keep the process as fun as possible. The following are some tips that will guide you in making learning fun for children through digital content. 1. Present your best online self. If your students can see you via a webcam, make sure that not only do you look presentable, but the location that you're in does too. A simple background works best to eliminate any distractions. Also, your visual materials must be top-notch. Make sure your slides look clean and clear, and any videos you use are of good quality. Try changing the tone of your voice to introduce new activities or mix up the tempo of your class. Practice your storytelling skills and offer praise out loud. This can make a huge difference in encouraging your students. Also make sure that any audio clips you plan to use are of good quality. Number 2, use technology to your advantage. Teaching online comes with its challenges, but it also puts a whole load of really cool tools at your fingertips. Whether you use whiteboards, pointers, virtual games, text editors, drawing tools, file editors, breakout rooms, or screen sharing tools, you can use the technology you have to add variety to your lessons and keep students on their toes. Number 3, find what inspires your students. The good news is, just like in any face-to-face classroom, the real key to getting your online students involved is to find out what inspires them and give them reason to be engaged in the classroom. Number 4, keep it interactive. In a face-to-face class, it's typical to give students some quiet reflection time to work alone or read a text. But these kinds of activities don't translate well in online classrooms. Planning activities that keep your students actively clicking, typing, or talking throughout the lesson is the way to go. You can do this by asking lots of questions, including games, and making sure learners have to physically do things like use drawing tools or type in the dialog boxes. Number 5, break down the lesson. It's a good idea to keep a fast pace and break down information into small, easily digestible chunks. This means to steer clear of lengthy explanations and slides with too much text.
That thing of the grass is always greener on the other side. I have a lot of people that have relocated, that's jackpot, so to speak. But they tell you the truth. They tell you how hard it is. They tell you the fact that yes, they will never be looked on for the promotion because they are black skin. They have the passport. But in the end, when we go to our offices, it's not you don't actually bring out your passport, let me know what country you're from. It's your skin color that immediately tells you where you're from, so to speak. So it means that the grass greener on the other side, it's grass greener on the other side with commas. Meanwhile, I know people here in Nigeria that have done awesome things. I know people that have a lot of, grass to riches stories that have made it in this country. So for me, I'm like, we can make it here. It's tough. Yes, it's tough, but it's not easy anywhere else. It's not easy anywhere else. It's tough everywhere else. But people that make it against the odds. I mean, look at the story of Tyler Perry. He's in the same great American, but when you listen to his story, it's a story of against the odds. So Nigeria too is a story of against the odds, to be honest. But are people making it? Yes, people are making it. We have outliers. We have the outliers of the likes of Dangote. But we have other people that, started. Look at the banks. When I was growing up, it was only First Bank and Union Bank. Then a new generation of people came and built banks. Look at telecoms. When I started work, I was so junior, I didn't have a mobile phone. Even when mobile phones came out, because it was 30K. But look at it now. So people are building things in Nigeria, making a difference, building the economy. Financial, all sector is now not the only major thing. Financial sector is reigning, telecoms is reigning because people stayed here to build. And that's what I believe, that if each of us take our own corner and build, then there's hope for this country. If we all run away, then, but this is the place where we are home. This is the place where we are first-class citizens all the time. This is where your money matters when you've arrived. Do you understand? With no comma. So let's stay and build it. I believe that if we stay, we build it, it will be a Nigeria that we're proud of. Like I said, when you start, it's tough. You need to start and say, what do I need? The things I don't need money for. So like I said, when I started, there was the one storage in our house that I sorted out all the stuff, through all the things, just got 2 tables and chairs and started that way because I didn't want to pay rent. So even when I started renting, so this place that I rented, the first year, because we actually live in the front part of our house, so my office is at the back. The first year, I told my husband, I'm not going to pay you no rental. So what's my business? He says, no, he's lost income. I said, that's your business. Your investment in it. So that was, the But I said I wanted to be an ethical business. I want to do everything right. So I found a list of all the things I need to do. I found out about, payee. I have to pay, you have to pay your taxes. So I said, okay, how do, in terms of taxes, I have to do pension. When I said, yeah, pension. When I just wanted to pay the salaries, I found that I had to business develop. So I think what I did, like I said, you have to really have financial skills. I went and said, what's in terms of the taxes? Spoke to a friend of mine that's a tax consultant and said, in terms of structuring the salary, how can I structure the salary such that I'm adhere to all the things, but we are paying that. The pension, what do I need to do? So she then told me how we needed to structure the salary, because pension is based on the particular amount and your taxes as well. So, that's the first thing. So you need to know all that your business, that's what I'm just saying, in terms of registering your company, when we first started, our company was a business name. So we just started to register the business name first. And then when you register the business name, it means that there's some taxes you don't have to pay. But as you grow as a business, to be able to do business with other people, to get investors, then you have to transition. So you need people to help you. That's the point I'm very. Don't go for anyhow. My friend was a consultant, tax consultant, PwC. I'm not just so when I need expert advice, I don't penny pinch. I may not be able to pay. Do you understand? Or that we need to do it for you. Oh, Titi is just starting now. So you need to find out those factors. This is Titi Adeosi, and our app, Naija Kit, is 100% Naija made.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408, or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers. You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the barbing, I pay my rent. From the barbing, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment. There's another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
Who has the right of way? Nigerian roads come with a lot of chaos. The chaos is caused by a combination of drivers, motorcycle and tricycle riders, pedestrians, and sellers who all claim the right of way. The chain of right-of-way holders in Nigeria is hierarchical, and car and motor drivers are at the top of the chain, with pedestrians at the bottom. Car or motor drivers believe that they always have the right-of-way regardless, and motorcycle and tricycle riders don't even have any regard for who has the right-of-way. For fear of accidents and their lives, pedestrians have
Hello and welcome. I'm Emmanuel Olububuku and this is the news update. Now, protests began from the 1st of August through to the 2nd for the hunger protests in Lagos, Abuja and Port Harcourt along River State as protesters converge at Ojota and Lekki Tollgate, causing a fracas between pro and anti-and bad governance groups. The Nigeria police controlled the situation and most protesters resisted their confinement in Gani Fahimi Park in Ojota, Lagos. And all the way to Port Harcourt, River State, protesters also gathered at Pleasure Park to demand change and address the country's economic hardship. The nationwide protest, which began on 1st of August, which aimed to draw government attention to citizens' plight. The State Police Commissioner also urged non-violent protesters to continue their fight. Nigeria police fire tear gas consists of protesters gathered around the Berger Bridge in Abuja, sparking accusations of high-handedness. The Abuja High Court had granted a request to restrict protesters to the MK Abiola National Stadium. The Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike, urged protesters to obey the court order, but protesters claimed that they had not been served with a copy. Protests are still ongoing across 36 states and the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja. Still on the protests, Inspector General Police Kade Gbetokun has condemned the mass uprising, looting, destruction of properties and attempts to take over our government buildings on Thursday by some individuals protesting against the hardship under President Bola Tinubu's administration. Gbetokun disclosed this during a live broadcast in response to the protests, ordered all police units to be on red alert to ensure public safety. He said the events that took place in major cities were mass uprising and looting and not protests. Nyesom Wike, the Minister of Federal Capital Territory FCT, says security agencies have identified a senator-sponsored protest in the nation's capital. Speaking after a Security Council meeting in Abuja, Wike said the unnamed senator provided food for the protesters. The former Vice President Atiku Abubakar has praised the ongoing nationwide protest against economic hardship in Nigeria, urging the government to heed the people's voices and demonstrate a sincere commitment to addressing their demands. Abubakar praised the protesters for their restraint and dedication, stating that they have conducted themselves with admirable peace. He also urged security agencies to identify and isolate minority elements resulting to violence and looting. Abubakar called for more Nigerians to show solidarity and support the peaceful protest, urging the government to heed the people's voices and act with integrity and urgency. He also called for the police to engage more professionally in managing the protest and refrain from molestation of journalists. Now we're going to a quick commercial break, and now when we return, the news continues.
I will take you through this amazingness today.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Kenya court has ordered the extradition of Kelvin Kangete, accused of murdering his girlfriend, Margaret Mbetu, in the U.S. Kangete will go on trial in Massachusetts on first-degree murder charges for the death of Mbetu in November 2023. Mbetu's body was found with multiple stab wounds in his SUV at Boston's Logan Airport. Kangete had boarded a flight from Logan to Kenya the day before her body was discovered. He was tracked down in Kenya 3 months after the murder was but escaped in a minivan just 1 week into detention. Kenya police launched a manhunt and arrested Kangete, 4 police officers, 2 suspect relatives, and also a lawyer accused of assisting in the prison break. And also, South Africa, Donald Trump, a candidate for the Republican Party's presidential nomination, announced late on Friday that he had reached a deal with Fox News to face off against Democratic Vice President Kamala Harris on September the 4th, which he said, and I quote, that I have come to an agreement with Fox News to have a debate with Kamala Harris on Wednesday, September the 4th. Trump posted on his Truth Social account, though it wasn't clear right away if Kamala Harris had consented to the debate. And on to business, the Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Commission has criticized Meta's threat to exit Nigeria following a $220 million fine for unauthorized personal data appropriation and also discriminatory practices against Nigerian users. The FCCPC defended the fine, which was imposed on Meta Platforms Incorporated, the parent company of WhatsApp, Facebook and Instagram, for violating the Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Act and the Nigeria Data Protection Regulation, of which Meta has stated that the penalty would affect its services and operations in Nigeria, and that it is urgently appealing the ruling to avoid any impact on users. The FCCPC also emphasized that the order is a positive step towards a fair digital market and sanitization of the sector. And lastly, to sport news, Rosemary Chukwuma, one of Nigeria's representatives in the women's 100 meters event at the ongoing Olympics in Paris, has now qualified for the semi-finals. Chukwuma finished third in heat 5 in a time of 11.26 seconds behind Poland's Ewa Swoboda in 10.99 seconds and Great Britain's Dina Asher-Smith in 11.01 seconds. Now, the older representative, Tima God bless, despite a strong start, finished 6th in heat 7 and also would play no further part in the event. Another Nigerian, Favour Ofili, who was supposed to participate in the event, was not registered, a development that has resulted in a lot of backlash against the sports authorities in the country. Cote d'Ivoire Mary Joseph Talu Smith finished the heats with the fastest overall time, crossing the line in a sub-10 time of 10.87 seconds. Jamaica's Shirley Ann Froshoff Price also finished second in 10.92 seconds, and Germany's Gina Alokinkimpa finished third in 11.08 seconds. The semi-finals and final will now take place on Saturday, the 3rd of August. And that's the news update. For more stories, please follow us on Facebook, X and Instagram, and do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa and Plus Africa Lifestyle. You can also view us from LiveMix and LiveMix.tv and Glo TV apps anywhere in the world. I am Emmanuel Olubukun, and thanks for watching.
season. I will take you through this amazingness today.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
My name is Francis Ujile. I'm a nutritionist and a food coach. We'll be making apple crumble. Yeah, so using a very healthy cooking system from Royal Prestige. Yeah, and we're also going to be making okra soup. So we're bringing in local. Yeah, so we're going to be making okra soup. Yeah, then we'll do salad, avocado salad, just to for those who like eating salad. And salad is always good for the body. So as a side dish, also you can also use it as a main dish depending on the recipe. We're also making honey beans, plain honey beans. Yeah, show you how beans should be properly cooked. So I think people are becoming more health conscious, but a lot of people are still confused on what to do, and that's why we as a company, we try as much as possible to put this out there, because if you want to sustain a healthy lifestyle, it's something that has to be a life, as in you have to be used to it. It has to be a lifestyle. Animal protein, yeah, close to our veggies. So when we say animal protein, it can be fish, it can be chicken, it can be goat meat, whatever it is. So anytime you are prepping them, make sure that they are not close to the veggies. And if you are using a bowl, make sure you wash the bowl before using it for veggies, just to avoid, some people react to it, they might end up having food poisoning and all that. So we try as much as possible to either prep them first, yeah, before going to prep the veggies. Like I said, chicken has a lot of oil in them, so you don't even need oil to use to fry chicken. Okay, so we're going to be showing you the amount of oil chicken has. So even when you take out the skin, there's still oil in them. So for you to eat a very healthy chicken, you don't need to fry it inside oil because it has enough oil. Chicken doesn't eat oil. They eat dry grains, and at the end of the day, there's oil in them. So what it means is that you don't need to fry your chicken. You can use the oil in chicken to fry the chicken, and you can also cook your chicken without using oil and whatsoever. The veggies, we didn't cut them in the market. Yeah, we brought them down like this and washed them thoroughly before chopping them. Some people have issues, maybe because of health or why they are growing up, they are not used to something. They don't like eating some particular kind of food. There are some people that don't eat fish, especially this kind of fish. Yeah, we call it Titus fish. Yeah. So and some people eat it, but they don't like it when it's boiled. They like it when it's fried. So now I have to wash this. So, but if you have more than one bowl, you don't need to start washing. But it is also good whenever you cook, you are cleaning up, because the more you're cooking, the more you are cleaning up, the more easier it is for you. But the moment you just leave everything at once and you want to wash them at once, your kitchen will be very messy. Okay? So then I can now go to my veggies. Yeah. So this is my spinach. Yeah. So this is already matured spinach. We have baby spinach. Baby spinach is very small like this, but this is a matured one. So we are using this for our plain beans. Okay. So when you are doing smoothie, you can actually add the seed, because it also has its own health benefits. But because we are going to be doing we're using it in terms of veg for our plain beans, so we have to take out all the seeds there. So we added our salt into the veggies so that it can, to take out dirt. The moment you soak it with salt and leave it for a while, it will take out the dirt out of it. And sometimes worms and some things can hide in those veggies. So by the time you put the salt, it's going to chase them out. And then you can now wash thoroughly. So I'm going to leave this for like some minutes before I wash it. Basically, people can't do without eating. They can't do without seeing their soup, especially local soup, having that oil look. So without that oil, they won't want to eat the food. Yeah. So one of the things we try to do is that we do our own oil from the scratch. So that way you can still have that same oil, the feel of oil that you like eating. Because most of the oils we have now are hydrogenated. They've been bleached. So it's, and the moment we take them, it becomes fattening in our body. At the end of the day, it stores in places we can't see. One of the places is on our artery wall. It creates plug to build around our artery. So what we're doing is we're giving a very clean oil that is low in fat. We need those oil, but not the processed one. So that's why we have to go through the process of making sure that we get our own oil in making our okra soup. Okay, so I'm about to boil our palm kernel fruits without using water. So I'm literally using the water in the palm kernel fruit to cook the palm kernel fruit. Yeah? So you can see that there's no water there. So with a very low heat, we cover it. Voila. So that's will be ready. So I want to fry this chicken to show you that chicken has oil to fry itself. If you want to cook, because chicken has water to cook itself, you cover it. Yeah? But if you want to fry, to have that golden fry, you crack the lid like this and it's frying. You can see the oil. Just imagine the amount of oil coming out from the chicken. Just 3 pieces. It's not even up to a lap of chicken, but look at the oil. Guess what? See the amount of water we have. So it's cooking the same time it's frying. So but now that I've closed it, it's not cooking. You can see that there's a difference between this and this. There's more heat here, but there's heat at the top and the under. So it's cooking. Okay, so our palm kernel is cooked now. So we're about to pound it in our pestle. For all our local soups, this is the process at which we achieve the oil in making it. So you're going to see how we're going to do that. Okay, so
we're extracting the oil. The process of extracting the palm oil from the palm kernel is just by adding water and squeezing while the water is running. That's why my tap is running at very minimal pressure, because I don't want too much water in it. So water squeeze, water squeeze. This is my palm oil, as you can see.
This is our palm oil, so we're going to use it as a base, as water, because it has water and it has oil in it. So like normally when you want to cook your stock, you cook it, boil it with water, right? So this will serve the purpose of water. You put a little bit of it. Because the okra we're using is not much, so don't need to use the whole of the oil. Okay? So normally when you're making your stock, you put your fish, people have varieties of different meats they put. So we are just using the chicken and stockfish, right? Then we had our iru, yeah? We put everything inside. Wow, this is nice. So, I can perceive the aroma. Sorry, you can't perceive because you're not here, yeah? Though we're going to be having a guest who will be testing this for us and to let us know how it tastes.
5,000 contracts worth about 195 million has just been done now. Thank you very much.
Pour it inside. So you can see the way it draws. So you don't need to start buying ogbono anymore. Okay? Then you stir for us to achieve that same look. Because people cannot eat food, local soup, without seeing that red look. So that's why we have to go through the process of doing the palm kernel, using the palm kernel. So for all our local soup, this is the process. So remember there's sea salt there, we don't need salt. Yeah? So this taste, Tony then will taste. Somebody else will have to taste to tell us how it tastes. This is ready. Our okra soup is ready. Yeah, so this is the palm oil. Yes, palm kernel oil that we extracted. So we are using it for the onion beans as the sauce. We are making sauce, spinach tomato sauce. Okay, so it's boiling with Titus fish. Yeah. So we'll just leave it for like 5 minutes to boil before we proceed. So this is actually our sauce for our onion beans. So what we did is we pieces the Titus fish into the palm nut fruit, the juice we got out of it. So before we put our tomatoes and chili pepper and ginger that have been shredded. So these are tomatoes. So we chopped it with ginger, garlic, and chili pepper. So we're going to pour it inside and we stir. Please, can I get the all-purpose spice? So remember, we already have salt inside the spice, so you wouldn't need salt anymore. So because it's sauce, we need it to have a bit of water. Tomatoes have water, but we still need it to, so we had a bit of water, but let it just steam up a bit. Our shredded Titus fish, so we'll leave it to steam up for some minutes, then before we add our spinach inside. So these are plain beans, plain onion beans. Yeah. So we're going to wash the beans now. Then we'll put it in our pressure cooker. Within 15 minutes, our beans will be ready. If you look at the potatoes, this is sweet potatoes and Irish potatoes. So what we did is we washed the back with our vegetable brush. We call it a vegetable brush. Yeah. So we wash the back of the potatoes. Yeah, because we don't want to take the nutrients. Because anything that grows under the soil, we call them tuber crop. Tuber crop, 50% of their natural medicine lies beneath their skin. Immediately you take out the peel, you've taken out 50%. So that's why we left the back. The back is there. So now if you look at these potatoes, it's not looking so yellow, like especially if you look at this, the white potatoes now, it's not looking so yellow like how you want it. And this also, sometimes they even look white. So what you need to do, that's why we are using turmeric. Yeah, putting turmeric into it. Okay, so but if you want to, if you know you don't want it to stain your fingernails, you can use your hand gloves or you use spoons to stir. You're going to be using a spice to marinate the potatoes just to give it the taste. Yeah, so this is France spice, it's all-purpose spice, so it's MSG free. So what we use is, we use it to marinate. So we have cumin, coriander, basil, rosemary, ginger, castor seed, and a bit of sea salt inside the spice. So putting that now is going to give it its own natural taste. Okay, so we're going to put a little bit of it and stir. Our potatoes is ready with our very low heat. Right, I've turned off the gas. Voila! You can see how yellow the potatoes is looking. Guess what? You know, water. So we have the white cabbage and we have the purple cabbage. Now what makes it much richer is the middle. Because anything that grows above the soil, 50% of the natural medicine lies in the middle, above the soil. So you use the corn. Has 99% water. So the more cucumber you eat, the more it keeps you hydrated. We're adding our coconut water just to also give it that juicy taste that we want. It's ready. Yummy. Yeah, so I'm going to cover it. Now put it in the fridge.
Very flavorsome, delicious, so nice, and very, very hot.
It's so tasty. It has a sweet smell, a sweet taste too.
Wow, it looks so green. Wow, guys, this tastes so good. It is hard to believe that we can achieve this taste with just natural seasoning like this, no MSG. So I'm sure that I'm having all of the nutrients in my food.
Hello everyone, welcome to your family focus program on Plus TV Africa. I'm Ongma Helen Odeleye. It's always a pleasure to interact with you.
Of course, and the pleasure is also mine. Today we shall take you on a pleasure ride into music and entertainment, as well as increase your knowledge in the special area of literacy and learning. As always, I'm John Sanaya, and a warm welcome from me.
On the program today we shall be meeting and celebrating, as well as learning from two exceptionally brilliant persons. First up is Eugenia Tachia Menson, who is the Country Director, Young Education Foundation, and later on the show, Clement Daniel, a music artist and an actor.
And together we shall be navigating, understanding the literacy slump phenomenon, plus breaking through the noise and carving a unique path in the Nigerian music scene.
But the meal is never full or complete without the Culture Conversation segment with Chizoba Ofebu. As expected, she comes fresh and engaging with a guest from whom we are sure to learn so much today. We invite you to sit back right now, relax and enjoy the ride. It's 90 minutes of fun, sharing and transformation of the mind on Today with John and Helen Live. And time for a breather right now. We shall return shortly and the show will continue in earnest. Please, please, please don't go away.
Nigeria's Niger Delta region, from where the black gold fuels Africa's largest economy, where the lines between wealth and poverty has never been thinner. Conflicts, poverty, insecurity, and environmental challenges daily confront the region. How can the Niger Delta story be changed for the better?
Join Mamude Akuga at 9 p.m. every Friday evening on Plus TV Africa as he probes deep in search of solutions.
Inside the Niger Delta with Mamude Akuga, the authentic voice of Nigeria's oil-rich region.
If you just joined this conversation, we welcome you. And watching Today with John and Helen on Plus TV Africa. how was your week? And how are you holding on?
Like never before, John, Nigerians must learn at this point in time to be their brother's keepers. You know, I was excited yesterday. Something happened to me. I'll share later. But before we meet Eugenia, you know, to break the ice on the literally slump phenomena, let us quickly touch on a few happenings within the week. What was it for you? Any ups, any downs?
I was hoping you wouldn't go there. My heart sank this morning when I saw the fuel queues.
Oh. You just saw them today?
Yes,
it's been over like 3-4 days.
I was home all through yesterday.
I went looking for fuel everywhere yesterday. I had to go back home with a half tank because I usually would top up before it gets to half. But,
well, what normally happens is I just wait it out and try not to get myself too excited.
Yeah, but if you wait for too long and the thing lingers on for too long, and then you find yourself stranded.
Well, it depends on how much you depend on fuel. Anyhow, yeah, that's
okay. So like I said, something happened to me yesterday, and I was so excited. You know, we have gotten to that point where we're like, every Nigerian is almost bad. You know, I had a breakdown yesterday, and a young man with a child in the car waited on me for like 30 minutes.
To help you.
30 minutes. I had driven past, and then I saw someone reversing, and he stopped. And he's like, "Madam, what was the problem?" My battery just suddenly messed up in the middle of traffic. I had to get the area boys. You know, it's okay. Don't worry. I'll go forward. Let them help you get it too, and then I would help you. And it took, you know, these boys, the longer they are with you, the more money now. So what they could get there in such a short time, they were slowing down. Yeah. But this man waited for as long as it took. And at the end, as I'm talking to you, I don't know who he is. I didn't take his number. I didn't take his name.
He didn't ask for number.
He didn't ask for nothing.
He must be very slow.
So I'm like, man. So they're angels. They're still, you know, men and women in this country who have the spirit, the Nigerian spirit that we're used to, you know, that we thought
was gone.
Yeah. Awesome.
So, well,
awesome.
Hope for us.
So I'm so excited. And wherever you are, I don't know. Thank you. Thank you for coming to my rescue yesterday.
And thanks for not taking her number. I can get jealous. You know. Well, we're encouraged to search within in order to discover the strength and drive that lies within us.
Yeah.
This is no time to be discouraged.
At all. That's true, John. And with that out of the way, the stage is set for the grand entrance of our very first guest on this week's show. She's a trailblazer in innovative literacy techniques for young learners. Our guest has been involved in organizing the Scripts, okay, Spelling Bee USA competition in Ghana for almost 20 years, and she has successfully secured, good news, a slot for Nigeria to participate starting in the year 2025. I'm so excited about that. Eugenia Techi Mensah is championed the inclusion of African children in various global educational initiatives. Truly an honor to have you join us today on the show.
Thanks for having me.
Welcome.
Be here.
How is Ghana? That name that almost broke my mouth.
Did it? Oh, there's my name. Techi Mensah. Don't worry, I get the same challenge when I'm saying typical Igbo and Yoruba names.
Thank you. Okay, it's a pleasure.
So it's a two-way street. It's a pleasure to be here.
Yeah, it's good to have you here, and especially notable will be the fact that we're not going to be discussing jollof rice. Jollof rice.
The Ghana and the Nigerian jollof rice.
I think it's just tired.
So the young ones are both are now and our future leaders, and they count. And it's so important that we pay attention to them. Thanks for making time to be here with us. Eugenia, I'm tempted to call you Eugene. Does that work for you?
Yes, I'm sure one or two people will be calling her that.
Yes.
Yeah. All right, so we get right to it.
Yes, because we've lost quite some time.
Give you the first shot.
Yeah, fire the first salvo.
Yeah.
They say ladies first,
after the guys.
After gentlemen. So, Yuji, could you just explain to us in simple terms what this literacy slump phenomenon is, and how it particularly affects elementary school students. Yeah.
So the literacy slump, or as is known in the West, summer slide is what they call it, is basically the decline in literacy and reading skills among primary school students. There have been studies by Brookings Institute, it's a research company that looks into education and policies based in Washington, and Scholastic, which is also an educational agency, over the years. And it's a phenomenon that they've been studying for the last 20 plus years. And the percentage of the decline in the literacy skills and levels is what I find alarming. It's overlooked, but it's quite alarming. It's about 20–25%. Break it down into school terms. That's an academic term of 13 weeks. So children lose this amount of literacy skills. And when we say literacy, it has the definition of literacy has evolved from just reading and writing to comprehension as well.
Okay.
So literacy skills is not limited to just reading. It also transcends into understanding a math problem, for example.
Okay.
Because there's vocabulary for maths, there's vocabulary for science, there's vocabulary for geography. So when we say that there's when we talk about literacy slump, it's not just to do with an English the English subject or the English language in itself.
It's a decline in understanding.
It's a decline across. So that by the time that, so we've ended the academic year, right? So come September, we're going back to school. So what that means is that the average child will be starting a new academic year 20% deficit, with a 20% deficit.
So they fail to retain.
Yes, they fail to retain it. And the whys are varied, but the key ones are the fact that during the long vacation holidays, we really splurge, don't we? So, and we let them be.
No, they deserve to be.
By all means. I agree, because the rigor of regular schooling is no
every
child's
day,
play.
5 days a week.
Yeah, it's no child's play. And I even add that commute to school and back alone, you know, can be off-putting for
even for parents.
More so for parents, you know. Yeah. So it when you now have this background information, it begins to inform why and educators the world over have this concern. When the children come back to school, it's the worst nightmare that first term.
True.
Because the levels are just low. They're not in a learning mode. They're not. Their literacy levels are so low that things that you would have thought, wait a minute, you finished an academic year last year and you've advanced and you're a year older technically, and you can't get this, but it's because of the slump.
It takes some time to find yourself.
Yes.
Like a few.
Especially because they're children, and because of technology now, a lot of them are completely away from book, from studies, the school way.
Yes.
All right. So research, like you said, shows significant learning loss in reading and mathematics during long vacations, especially. So how can schools and parents mitigate this effect?
Okay. Schools already know what to do. So I tend not to, for example, most schools are running like a summer camp or summer school. So schools know what to do because they see the challenge and experience it firsthand. So they know what to do. However, what I do also know is that, or in my experience with children, is that they really do they tire of the classroom setting.
True. Even the summer camp.
It is meant to be lighter, but you're still sat behind a table and a chair with
the same environment
in front of you. You may not be wearing a school uniform, but you are in a classroom setting. And this is where I come in, as a concept of co-curricular learning, which we tend not to, as a people, put too much emphasis on.
So what's that in English?
So my apologies. Co-curriculum means together, something that complements what happens in the classroom. So for example, you're learning English language in class, so you're learning your verbs, your tenses, you're learning parts of speech and what have you not. A co-curricular activity would be like a spelling competition. because you bring all that to bear now. What happens in the class? So it's more like the practical aspect of what you're learning.
Okay.
So let's say you're doing literature and what have you not, and then you're thrown into a drama play. That's co-curricular. If you're doing, again, literature, or if you're, in our time, we're studying government. I don't know what they study now to study law. You're doing government, and then you went into a debating program. That's a co-curricular.
And it's more engaging, more interesting.
And basically the theories you're learning in the classroom are being put into practice.
Awesome.
Which is almost absent in our classrooms these days. So as I say, as a people, and it's common amongst Asian and African communities, co-curricular tends not to carry a lot of weight. But the interesting thing is we end up signing our children to go into colleges in the West where co-curricular carries a lot of weight. So as I say, that's what parents can do basically to complement what schools are doing is to ensure that they're exposing their children to co-curricular programs.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so as against the regular summer school, you know, where almost the same thing that happens during normal school time is what obtains.
Not so much as against, because I see what the point of the summer school is meant to be. Parents love it because they're not on holiday; they're going to work. So it plays a role. However, I guess it's how the schools also decide to execute the concept of a summer. I mean, the original concept of a summer school is not what we're practicing. The original concept of a summer school is to catch up. So it's normally for students who are probably weak in the subject, here or there, to catch up. That's really the concept of a summer school.
Now it's more financially driven.
But in Africa, and again, it's fine that we have our own cultural nuances that we bring to bear. So it's meant to meet a demand. Parents need their children to be preoccupied gainfully, if we may call it so. And therefore, the concept of summer schools here vary a bit. However, it is the delivery and the execution of the content. It must have the feel of a core curricula, not main curricula.
That word again.
Oh my goodness.
Yes.
Practical, more practical.
Will be fun
rather than theory. Okay.
Yes. So now, I think one of the things we're having to swim against as a tide is the fact that we're set in our ways.
True.
You know, the way schools are run, the way the curriculum. You know, now I think to a large extent the community itself has to be involved in assisting students or children to infuse what has been learned in school and all of that. So how much of that do you think the community can do by way of support?
A lot. For example, I've been trying to look on the just take like a bird's eye view on as regards what's happening in terms of if you took the corporate space, for example. So as I mentioned, literacy is beyond just reading and writing, right?
Yeah.
So there's financial literacy, there's media literacy, there's computer literacy, and what have you not. Now all these are stuff that, based on the curriculum, the children are studying in school theoretically. So as a community, if, for example, a financial institution decided that we will run a financial literacy
program,
fun camp for children, where they bring their math knowledge to bear. Basically, finance is about maths. And this is where children begin to, or this is where a program like that unearths a child's talent or leanings. You know, we tend to think that it's in the classroom that we see that. In the classroom, it's really those who will shine because maybe they're more theoretical. But then you've got those of us who are not, who need other platforms to show, to bring out our capacities or capabilities. And therefore, if we don't have outlets like co-curricular programs, it basically just doesn't allow us to shine, and then we don't look like we're as intelligent as the others who are always acing it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mathematics is one area that, well, maybe not now. A lot of us got some F9 in those days, okay? And yeah, so during the vacation, you know, like it is now, we're talking about this slump.
Yes.
How do we address both reading and math losses during these long vacations?
Yes.
And how do you send this information to the owners of schools, especially non-private schools?
Yeah, so sorry,
public schools.
Public schools.
Public schools, yeah.
Like non-alive. I heard non-alive.
Public schools.
Yes. Well, you know, I think that it's our approach to learning.
Okay.
And we tend to say that we're modeled after the British system, I believe. But if you went to a typical British classroom, the way maths is taught is not as regimented as we approach it. You know, there's a bit more room for creativity. So as you mentioned about how you are not too strong, I'm not going to talk about that. You are not too strong. I always have believed that if you're not strong in a subject area, it's not so much as you, it's how you're exposed to it.
Yes,
exactly.
The space, therefore the school and therefore the teacher must know what your learning style is and approach it from there. I'm a very literate person. I need to read to understand. So when you give me formulaic questions, I struggle.
Okay.
But when you give me a math problem in a sentence, I get it in a heartbeat.
Oof.
So I was saying that, well, you know, I was having a session with a group of schools, and I was saying the word subtract, right, is made of two parts.
Yeah.
Sub means under, tract means pull, right? So that for me, this is why I was struggling with maths when I was younger, because I would always try to pull the bigger number from the smaller number. So my answers were always wrong. But if you're pooling, you can only pull a smaller from a bigger.
From the bigger.
So that if you put that question in a sentence for me and I understood what subtract meant, I shouldn't struggle with it.
So it's all about understanding the language, the lingo.
Yes.
And the techniques.
The lingo for math and the lingo for everything, actually. Yes.
Yes. And then the other thing I also learned about when my children started school was fractions. It was a nightmare for me. Fractions were a nightmare. And then, you know, so I sat down with one of the teachers and I said, you know what, I'm not going to interfere with what you do, because I've been taught as a parent that your role is your role is to make sure they do the homework. Your role is not to make sure they get it correct.
True.
Yes.
They must not get it all correct because you're teaching them. They must get it correct because they know
They
it.
understand.
So that if they got it all wrong, then it means the teacher knows that I've got work to do. But if you're ensuring that they get 100% on their homework, you're doing no one any favors if they're not strong in it.
Wow.
So this was where the teacher taught me my fractions, and I was a parent, and I sat in the classroom and she taught me my fraction. So just take an orange, divide it in 4. If you take one part out, that's 1 out of 4. That's what we mean by 1/4.
Okay, 1/4.
1/4. That's so if you take 2 out, that's 2 out of 4 parts. So she says take a pizza. And I was like, well, this is so simple. How come I wasn't taught this way?
I wish I could meet your teacher. Never too late, they say.
Never.
So, about a few minutes ago, you asked me to spell co-curriculum.
Okay, now you're asking.
Let's talk about the impact of your work with Scripps Spelling Bee in Ghana on reducing this literacy slump. Has it had any effect?
I think that I can't take credit for the fact that, or credit for that, where just for that one program has brought about a drop in literacy levels. There are other governmental initiatives and interventions from development agencies that all have come in to help. Now, for the slump in particular, as I say, it's a phenomenon that has not been a big deal, as it were, in Ghana yet. And so this is the campaign, the next campaign that I'm on now, and therefore probably I can speak for Nigeria as well. I can't speak for all of Africa. I'm mindful of that. But what it has done, though, what the bringing this program to the continent has done, though, is getting people be mindful of the fact that spelling is a critical subject matter to look at,
Mhm.
where if you misspell, you can misinform. If you mispronounce, you will misinform. And spelling, really, as people see, people think that spelling is standing there and uttering letters. Yes, it is, but it goes beyond that. Spelling is also when you're reading a novel. You've got to put the letters together to spell it to make sense to you. So
Yes.
spelling happens with everyone all the time, anytime. We look at words.
Okay.
And because words have evolved from different origins, it makes it even more fun to spell.
Yes,
Because,
yes, it does.
I mean, correct me, we have the French origin, we have the Latin.
So yes, so yes, you know, as we Ghanaians and Nigerians love to say, listen, English is not my language, and so when I say it, you know what I mean. I had a classic situation where I walked into 3 shops here in Lagos, and I could not find butter.
Okay.
I just, you know, I kind of popped my head in. Do you have butter? I was like, no.
And
Do you have butter? At first I was like, no,
butter.
it's not possible that Nigerians don't eat butter. Then the driver would just say, oh, madam,
It was a
wait
spell-
till
it
you
was a
be fine. And I
pronunciation.
said, I want butter. I was
Butter.
like, give me that. So I went on the phone and I you know, I showed him. I said, it's not butter.
It's butter.
Oh my goodness, no butter. No butter.
You know? So that was a cultural shock, and I snapped out of it immediately. But the point I was trying to make was that the English language is borrowed from at least 13 other languages, and therefore, depending
13.
on 13 minimum.
Wow.
13.
Wow.
French, Greek, Latin being the key ones. But you've got
Okay.
Italian, you've got Spanish,
Yes.
you've got Ghanaian, you've got African, and then you've got Ghanaian. You've got a bit of Nigerian in there, but Ghana has more. Sorry, I just had to say.
All right. Okay. I have my eyes on the clock. You know, so I remember many years ago when the current First Lady, Mrs. Oluwemi Tinubu, was First Lady Lagos State. She had this spelling bee thing, and it was, I mean, everybody was so excited. The students, it was a huge competition, and she had so many schools, you know, buy into it, and a lot of students, you know, stood out. And the winner really would be like the governor for one day. It was a big deal. All right, so
Follow that a bit.
yeah, so for now, what future strategies do you have? You're talking about the spelling bee again, USA. What future strategies or programs are you planning to further address the literacy slump and promote continuous learning among students as you plan to get Nigeria more involved now?
Very, I mean, Nigeria is already involved. I mean, we've
That's
got-
why I said more.
Yes, so thank you so much for that. So I would say that in and of itself, we tend to conflate the concept of spelling and dictation. So that's what it is.
Spelling and
Dictation is two different. What we call spelling is actually dictation, where we give kids a list of words to commit to memory and come back and regurgitate. A good spelling program would allow children to ask questions, would teach children the origin of words and why it is important. So if you took the French origin and the fact that the sh sound, so when you hear a word that has sh in it and you are told it's French, it is spelled with ch, right? So chauffeur, chagrin. So that when I hear Tisha here, the origin of that word is not French.
Then you know there's some.
Then you know that there's a problem. And you know, so as we try to say, the point is not trying to get everyone, as John has said, you know, we had a conversation. We're not trying to get everyone sound like the King of England. That's not the point. The point is to produce some of the most literate and eloquent speakers in the world. Because with that, you are a more effective communicator. Regardless if you're a doctor, you're a scientist, you need to communicate. And it has a lot to do with public speaking. Therefore, knowing how to standardize your language so that no one has a problem understanding you is a skill. I say that today's generation, so that's if you take millennials, Gen Z, Gen Alpha, they're the best code switchers I've come across. They can sound like your typical Nigerian middle-class, middle-aged parent. They'll be saying "bota," and in a heartbeat, switch and sound like an American kid. Why? Because they were born into the language. They were born into an era where the language surrounded them. They're going to school earlier. Yeah. I have a niece who started school when she was 3 months because her mother had to go back to work. So the point is that our youth are overexposed to the English language. The technicalities is what they don't know. Is what they don't get, and that is what this program is looking to do for them. This script spelling bee that we brought to Nigeria.
Okay, final question for her.
Final question, just to add on to what you said, because I remember I always reference my daughter. I was able to sit in at an interview, one of her interviews we're trying to place her in a school, and I was shocked the way she switched from the regular to and by the time I finished, I had to just give her a hug. I'm so proud of you. It was like, and it was like, hey,
Norma, what have I done? Kind of.
Yes, what's unusual.
Okay, so you're in Lagos, Nigeria now.
Yes, I am.
For any special assignment?
This assignment of making sure that we get the best students to go to.
How's it going so far?
It's slow but good, because schools are on holiday. So what we're doing is reaching out, finding where we can find parents and getting them to sign up. But it's great.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
She's got a son that should get on.
We'll have a conversation.
We'll have a conversation.
Quite interesting and very encouraging too. That was as practical as it could get, especially with the. I'm a student already. I'm one of your students already. Okay. All right. All right. So thank you again for finding time to be here.
So, what more is there to add? Perhaps a thumbs up for well done for the great work you've been doing.
Awesome.
Eugene.
Awesome.
And I quite enjoyed the pleasure of the Ghanaian accent.
Yes. No, she's our sister now. And the butter thing. Okay.
Butter, same difference.
Very interesting conversation there. You will agree with the country director, Young Educators Foundation, Eugenia Teshier Menson. I got it. Up next on Today with John and Helen Live is Culture Conversation with Chizoba Ofebo.
Remember, we've got a lot of music and drama waiting for us with Clement Daniel, our third guest on today's show, who will thrill us in a very unusual conversation. Chizoba, if you're ready, well, we are. Take it away.
Hey, what's up, guys? You're welcome to another edition of Plus Event, and I remain your host.
Your absence isn't an excuse anymore, as Plus Events is all you need, as we bring you the glitz, the glamour, and loads of fun.
Oh, definitely, by no question. He's a living legend.
Oh, God forbid, Holy Ghost fire, no.
I just want to be blown away. I want to be wild.
This is 11 years of doing it.
I'm surrounded by so much positivity.
No, it's okay.
Yo, what's up, my people? It's your boy Starboy Terry. You're watching
Plus Event on Plus TV.
Stay glued to Plus TV Africa every Saturday and Sunday, 4:30 p.m. West African time.
Welcome to another exciting episode of Culture Conversations. My name is Chizoba Ofebo. Today we have an amazing topic to, just discuss, and we have an even more amazing person to shed light on this topic. We're discussing mental health, the well-being of the next generation creatives in Nigeria. We know that creatives have it even tougher when it comes to mental health. And it's not because they're weak-minded. It's because what they have to do has to do with them delving into a lot of darkness to provide the light that we have, that they give us by way of the music, the art, the dance. And so their well-being is very, very, very important to consider, especially for this new generation, younger generation. And to shed a lot of light on that is we have Amanda Iheme, the founder of Indidi, a private mental health practice operational out of Nigeria. She's also an architecture photographer who has shown her works and photographs at MoMA in New York, has hosted the photographer's studio visit at the GAC Foundation, and has also been featured in global media publications like Marie Claire, the New York Times, Film Magazine, World of Interior, and more. And we have the huge privilege of having her as a guest today. And you just completed a residency, right?
Yes, at the
Can we
Gas
talk about that?
Foundation. Of course we can. Definitely
okay.
talk about that.
So, were you always a creative, or you
got into it? Regarding photography, I didn't actually define myself as a creative always.
Wow.
I just saw myself as a photographer. But I think after making the decision to fully take it on as a professional career, like in 2017, that was like, yes, okay, I'm an artist now because this is what I do. I give my time, my energy, I'm committed to it, and I'm focused on expanding the reach of my work as well, and also the depth of it. So I'd say like from 2017 was when I like fully became like a professional creator.
I'm an artist now.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, so I know that you handle a lot of cases, you know, due to your mental health facility, which is what you're really known for prior to the art. But and you've dealt with a lot of heavy cases, I'm sure.
Yes.
You know, people always wonder why do creatives have it tougher mentally?
I say creatives have it tougher. I think that there's an impression of, you know, the struggling artist and the dark artist. Like you have to go, when you talk about creating your work, you talk about creating from a place of pain, you know, some emotional experience you've had, maybe someone you lost someone or heartbreak, and we're more familiar with that trope for artists, but not all artists create from darkness, not all artists create from that sadness, and we're not all struggling. We're not all struggling artists. I know I'm not a struggling artist, so we're not all struggling artists, but we do have it tough because, and especially in the society that we're in, Nigeria is not a place that truly gives artists the respect and value that they deserve in how we shape the society in terms of language, art, dance, music, how we even relate with or find words to describe emotions that we are unable to express. So we're able to show those things in paintings and different works that we tackle, even just documenting stories of people that you would normally not hear of, whether through writing or photography or through music or film. We're not really giving that much credit or attention like we deserve, and because of that, that comes with its own unique challenges, because you now have to find your value within yourself and find your value in your society and believe that your voice and the work you do is worthy. Because it's very easy for people to say, what are you doing?
Yes.
Why are you doing this? Like, does it even matter? Why are you not a doctor? Something that's a bit more functional. But we don't see the importance of artists here because we are constantly trying to survive. And I think that when you're, you know, looking for basic amenities, you're trying to eat, you're trying to sleep, you're trying to find a way to like clothe yourself, a job, just to be alive, it can take away the part of you that really benefits from aesthetic engagement with your world, like looking at things that are beautiful, looking at things that are pleasant, things that are inspired by intuition, that also feed your understanding of existence and even allow you that space to process your emotions and your thoughts and your feelings and words like that. So when you're looking for food, you wouldn't have time to be singing heartbreak songs. Yes, so because of that, the environment that we're in does not allow a lot of, you know, engagement with artists, but that does not mean that it doesn't exist at all. So we still have people who are very interested in the arts and are still very interested in working with artists and appreciating the work they do and engaging in critical discussion about the work as well.
Yeah, so I mean, not all artists are, one of my takeaways is not all artists are struggling.
No, we're not.
And not every artist is creating from dark place.
Yes,
there's happy art out there.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, there's happy art out there. So, what would you say are the one or two areas that the young generation of creatives in Nigeria are struggling with? What that the two spaces or two places that are affecting their mental health or their well-being?
I'd say two major things: a lack of structure for the art space, like poor art education.
Oh, yeah,
it's not very good. Our education is more Western European than African. Not a lot of education when it comes to understanding our own historical work and how to draw inspiration from that. and even the way we are taught. Generally, education system here is not very good. So imagine, you know, being an artist and trying to go to school for art education. It's not the best quality that you're getting. So a lot of artists, like education, as soon as you leave university, that continued education does not really continue because we don't have a lot of spaces that invest into the consistent education of artists. It doesn't mean there are none that exist, but the number of artists and number of spaces we have is just not working. We don't have funds to be able to help with, you know, the creation of your work because some of us do very big work. Like one of the projects I'm working on now is trying to redefine or trying to propose a new way of building residential buildings in southwestern Nigeria. So instead of using concrete, what other kind of materials can we use? It's research heavy, and at some point I'm going to have to build, but then you have to think about where you're going to get the funds from because I can't personally generate the amount of funds I'd need for that. So the education system, the industry, the structure to allow for artists to start their career and grow their career, diversify even within the same industry, try different things. Even if you're an artist that works with either clay or you work with materials that require you to weld stuff, there's not a lot of industry for that to either teach you or to even provide you with the materials to do your work. So that structure, that organization, that from education to work is very difficult. Then the financial part of it, not getting paid well for your work. You know, even as a photographer, like people come and say, come and take my picture and they want to pay you like 50K. I mean, think about it, because your camera costs like 2 million naira. Your lens will cost like 1.5 million naira. If that thing breaks, getting it back is very expensive. So you work with expensive gear, you invest in expensive gear,
and they want the quality.
Yes, you want the quality, and then you don't want to pay for the work. So it's not, so being an artist sometimes it feels like what you're doing is luxury to people, but it's a necessity that we need anyway. So we're not being well compensated for the work that we do. So when you don't have enough money to do your work, you can't really do the best work you can do. And when you don't have an industry that supports you, that can help your career grow, can help you chart a path for yourself, even if you don't have to be an international artist to survive, but here in Nigeria, that's what you need, because the Nigerian arts industry does not have enough to be able to support you on your own as an artist. So the poor industry, and then also
the poor education, the poor financing. There's just no space for creatives to lift off from.
Yes, to lift off from. So, and even those of us that are able to lift off, there's only so many that we can carry with us. And then even when we lift off and then we leave the country. And then you go and thrive as a Nigerian artist living abroad. So then what does that then say for the younger artists?
Telling stories of the space you're in, and not even of the space you're coming from.
Exactly. And even when you're trying to tell stories of, you know, the place you're coming from, you cannot remove the fact that you are telling it from a different point of view. It would be different compared to a Nigerian who is here. So it's not a lot of room that allows for Nigerian artists to really, really grow.
It's almost like as if we don't want our heritage to be preserved.
Yes, I mean, wasn't it like last 2 weeks in Calabar, they tore down, there was this structure that was in, I can't really remember, but it's like this traditional structure they had that was like an ode to their religion, and they tore it down and put a statue of Jesus Christ. And I was like, you know, there is no problem with having a statue of Jesus Christ, but why do you have to tear down your own heritage to replace it with the heritage of another person's culture and religion? The both of them can exist side by side. So it's like you're destroying your things that could have fed into your tourism, could feed into your art, could feed into your history, and you're now replacing it with something else because you see your own historical work as demonic, as evil, and then you put something else.
That's the problem I have with, you know, I always just tell I tell Africans, I mean Nigerians mostly, because I think some Africans are more liberal. I'm like, if Jay Shetty invited you on his program, you'd publicize it on your page. Jay Shetty is Buddhist.
Yes.
If Deepak Chopra called you, if, you know, these are people who are not Christians, you'd publicize it.
Yes.
So I see that your problem is not with the religion, it's not with the, it's just that we have a deep identity crisis.
Yes,
that's
we do.
the problem.
We do, and to be honest, it's something that really goes way back to our colonial history, that as Nigerians, we haven't really sat down together as a people to address it. And the government, they're the ones that are meant to champion this, but they're not interested in that. They're more interested in, let's keep the people struggling and impoverished so that we can continue to make money off of them.
Trauma is a good market.
Yeah, it's a good market. If we can make they're making money off of our suffering.
Yes.
So if they're only focused on the money, what time do they have to be thinking about, okay, how did the slave trade and how did the colonial era affect our well-being and our psyche as Nigerians? Because, I mean, what could have been like an exchange of information between the colonialists and Nigerians turned out to be like a cultural invasion, where what they did was they came here, told you that everything that you know, everything that's defined your people for so many years is absolute rubbish and it's demonic and it's terrible. But then they took your work, those things that they were telling you, they took it
profit.
And they profit off it. They put it in their museums, they make money off of it, but then they put it in your mind that it's rubbish, don't trust it. It's terrible, but then they take it from you. And then you, even them not being there, you now continue that narrative where, oh, it's rubbish. Our own things, our identity is bad, bad, bad. We must look at the way the foreigners are doing it and the way
it's
they're...
very painful when I see it happen. And I'm like, do we even start the re-education? But I see some people who have started the re-education.
Yes.
And I feel like, you know, you have to have a certain grace to do it, because I don't have that grace. Don't have it. But people like Tayo Bello for Washiri and all those ones have the grace.
Yes.
You see a lot of people saying, oh wow, people who are staunch Christians coming in the comment section, I'm like, okay, he has the grace. And that's why I made sure I had him as a guest. You are on a residency. Or is he in a residency or on a residency?
In a residency, yes.
And this is one of the things that this was made available for a lot of creatives and artists, just for that lift off.
Yes.
So is this your first residency?
It's my first residency.
What is it about?
Okay, so everyone, when I tell them I was in a residency, they're like, what does a residency mean? So a residency is like a program that is usually offered by foundations, art foundations to artists, where they provide you with different offerings. It could be like a stipend, a workshop, a space, mostly a space to live. So they'll take care of your accommodation, they'll provide you with a stipend, and they tell you, you know, come here, do your work. Nice. That's all it is. Just come here and do your work, research, focus on your art. Either you create something at the end or you don't. So different residencies have different terms. So the residency that I completed is in Lekki. It's by Yinka Shonibare. So it's a foundation called the GAS Foundation, Guest Artist Space. And what they do is they provide spaces for Nigerian artists and African artists, both in Nigeria and the diaspora, and also international artists to come into Nigeria to do research and to live in the environment and gain information, work with the people to inform the work. Yeah, it's such a good work.
Especially in a place like Nigeria.
Exactly. And during this time, I had the opportunity of meeting an artist from the UK, an artist from Uganda, an artist from America, another one from Finland. So like it's like a chance for you to collaborate with different people, different artists from different parts of the world. So you spend your time there. They have a fellowship. They do an open call. You apply. If your work fits into what they need, they invite you over. You stay there for a stipulated amount of time. And during that time, what you do is you focus on your work. So for me, the focus of my work was research. I know that I'm a photographer, but I'm an artist, and part of my artistic practice is research. So that was what I spent my time doing at the residency.
Well, that's, I mean, on what level of breath of fresh air was that for you?
Amazing. I think the one thing that was very validating about it was that it was a residency in Nigeria that was created by Nigerian, and it is run by Nigerians. So it was like, it's like one thing if people from outside your house are telling you congratulations because you passed WAEC, but when your father tells you or your mother tells you congratulations, it's very different. So of course, you know, getting international residency is amazing, very validating for your work, but there was just something about just knowing that I was like, my own people see the value of the work I'm doing, and they've decided to support me to create a space for me to continuously do this. So it was really such an amazing experience. And the GAS Foundation, I just wish every Nigerian artist, as young, old, they just need to have the time to have a residency in that space. And I think more residencies need to come up. There is another one in Ibadan, Kobomuje residency as well. So there are like little pockets of spaces where you can have residencies that are coming up now, and they are all artist-led. So artists who have been able to create some affluence for themselves, that have the resources and a network, and now coming here to create space for other Nigerian and African artists to thrive as well.
Powerful. So, and how long is the resident? Is the resident?
Okay, so my residency was 2 months.
Nice.
Yes, it was for 2 months. So for 2 months, I was living in Lekki at the residential space and working.
Feeding and everything on them.
Yes. Oh no, the feeding was on me, but you get a per diem. Yeah. So they'll give you like, okay, you're staying here, we'll give you a per diem.
Nice.
Take this every week, have this amount of money, take care of yourself, feed yourself, do what you need to do, use it to support your research. Whatever materials you need to buy, we have a stipend for that as well. Use that to do your research and your work. If you want to travel, we'll find ways to support you with that. So they're very, very supportive. Like,
wow,
it's like peace of mind. You don't have to worry about anything.
Even me myself, I'm trying to consider if I'm an artist. Because I need that peace of mind.
Yeah, it was just an amazing peace of mind.
Wow, thank you so much, GAS Foundation. Thank you so much,
Thank you. Yes. And to all the international Nigerian artists that constantly invest here, we're so grateful.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Mental health is a big issue when it comes to, you've corrected us, it's not just for creatives, but especially those who are on the move, the musicians, especially.
Yes.
We've had a lot of issues.
Yes.
Not just in Nigeria, but also abroad. And they just take their lives,
Yes.
And we're seeing some of them currently suffering, and we know they're suffering, and we're like, what's the provision for therapy for them whilst they're on the road? Is there something that your foundation does with regards to that? Is there something you're planning to do with your foundation regards to that? Is it something that their own team has to take control of or something? Which
I think the level of your work and the team you work with will also impact the access you have to mental health care. So for artists that are well established, let's just like Ira Star or Davido, it would be like a personal and a team effort. So they have to find a professional and provide that access. And I think it should be the same way you would have food in the morning and you go to see a doctor, they should have a therapist, someone to talk to, because when you are in the limelight and you have so many people giving you feedback on the way you dress, the way you talk, the way you move, even people can see a 10-second video on social media and then judge your entire character based on that, or the way you just looked at someone and like, oh my God, you don't like this person, and you constantly get that influx of information, and just ridiculous expectations that people have across cultures, especially when you're internationally famous. It's a lot on a person to deal with. And when you're not just dealing with the music, you're also dealing with yourself as a brand. So you don't really have a lot of spaces where you can fully and truly be yourself and have your own thoughts and ideas heard. You're still a business. As much as you're a brand, you're a business. So there are people who are relying on you. So you can't just do whatever you like. But you're still a human being. And that humanity in you has to be protected and preserved, and have that space for it to flourish so that you can understand yourself, and that can then feed into the work you're creating. So for international and very successful, financially successful artists of that nature, it is both their personal responsibility and that of their team as well. But for artists who are not at that level yet, what we do is okay, it's now your responsibility, to look after yourself and to create that access for yourself and resources, make that available for yourself. So what we do at the practice, because we know that financial success is not something that majority of the artists have. Not everyone is a Davido, not everyone is a Wizkid, not everyone can afford to pay for therapy, because
standard therapy.
Yes, prices. It is quite pricey. I'm going to admit that. So what we've done is we have created a mental health package. I saw that on your page, specifically for artists. It's called Nka, which is an Igbo word for artists. So it's specifically for professional artists. You come in, you get subsidized, rather than paying the full price, you get to get a subsidized amount of money for therapy. And sometimes we have people who are eager to fund other people's therapy. So they come in and okay, we want to pay for so we want to pay for people's therapy. How can we do that? So because we had that available, we're also for a while offering free therapy for them. So, tell us you want to go there, we can get you a chance to have your therapy sessions paid for so that you can just get therapy. So, but then when the economy got tighter, people's generosity also got tighter. And we understand, no qualm. So, but then we still have that discounted service available for artists, professional artists to come in. So with that, we're hoping we can then have more artist-focused mental health care services. But for now, that's one thing that we offer at NDD.
Okay, so thank you so much, Amanda, for being here with us. I know you just came up from the residency. You've not had time to rest.
Thank you.
So thank you for being here. Thank you for being here on short
Thank you.
notice.
It's okay.
Thank you for the wealth of wisdom you've come with, and thank you for your genuine care for humanity.
Thank you.
Thank you. This is the end of our very interesting conversation. We'll join John and Helen in the studio now. Stay tuned.
That I would have avoided if I just stayed in my lane, being single as for this one play me die, cause I thought it was you and I gave it my all. If that's so did it do for you, for just my own. I was stabbed, very, very heartbreak fast. This one can't make me realize that brick and let's go like say love is wicked, say love is wicked. This street is calling and I'm definitely answering, and I'm definitely thinking because.
Okay, I heard the word in that video earlier on. See how Alright, so that was a snippet of what you're going to enjoy on this segment with our next guest. You're still watching the Family Conversation today with John and Helen live, and we are reaching you from the studios of Plus TV here in Victoria Island, Lagos, Nigeria.
Such a pleasure to have our next guest with us, and he is Clement Daniel, my boy, like I say. And Clement, it's so good to have you on the show with us.
I'm happy to be here too.
Yeah, and what a way to open the show, the breakfast song.
Clement, normally we'll do a small introduction of the guest.
Yes.
Today we'd like for you to introduce yourself. Tell us who you are and tell us this journey so far.
All right, so they've introduced me already. My name is Clement Daniel.
Yeah, more about you.
Okay, yeah, my name is Clement Daniel. I'm from Edo State, Nigeria. Okay, the journey so far, yeah, I think I've always loved, I won't say music in particular, but I've always loved entertainment. Like I love performing. I just like being when I get into a space, people just get to notice me okay, this boy is just arts. He's radiating art, you understand? So I have music, I have dance, I have acting, I have modeling and all, yeah. So the journey so far has been a very long one, because I think I have been into this since I was a kid. You understand?
From
so
mama's womb,
so growing up, when everybody sees you, they're always like, oh, you know what, this is just what you're going to do, nothing else. You understand? So yeah, so the journey so far has been really great, tough, and well, we thank God.
All right, and so we have the topic. It's about noise. So the noise is everywhere, and I guess it's I want to find out, is the noise, a distraction, or does it motivate? We have a title, for him.
Yes.
That
breaking through the noise.
Breaking through the noise.
Yes.
Having a unique, niche for yourself as an artist. So tell us more about being an artist in the Nigerian of today, especially a young and up and coming one.
Okay, well, in Nigeria of today, yeah, being an artist is.
You said
Okay, being an artist here is quite difficult in Nigeria today, and at the same time, it's also a very easy task. because anything can actually happen and boom, you're out there. And at the same time, you could be grinding for like years and nobody's listening to you. So I think Nigeria of today, it has to do with hard work, the grace of God, and at the same time luck. You get so.
You see now, if that Ghanaian lady was here, the man said luck.
Eugenia.
She would
should have said luck. So let's look at inspiration, because a lot of this evolves from what really inspired you at some point. What can you put your finger on, that inspired you to get into Afrobeats?
Afrobeats, yeah?
Yes.
I think I'm using, yeah.
Yeah.
What inspired me more is, first of all, I've always been a live band performer, yeah? Like I sing in various places in Lagos. I've sung in so many places. So, and I majorly do like, soul music, R&B, old school, and all those kind of things, yeah? So what inspired me to do music is, Afrobeats, is that, there was a time I was staying with my brother who, who drinks Afrobeat, who eats Afrobeat for breakfast and all, yeah? So anytime like, he's doing his thing, trying to record song or, bring up like a new idea for a particular song, I'm always just there listening. At some point it was like noise to me, but subconsciously I discovered that anytime he's doing his thing, like, rehearsing or maybe trying to write songs and all, I'll be the one to say, do it like this, do it like this. Then, from there, like, I think I started like loving Afrobeat. Like, I think it's something I really want to do, something like a part I want to like explore. So right now I'm exploring Afrobeat.
So is your brother in music as well?
Yeah, he's a producer.
Actively?
Yeah,
he's a producer.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
There was a documentary that I watched some time ago, and it was said that all the other music genre, took something from Afrobeat. That the Afro music is the original from where a lot of the other kind of music, classical or whatever they are, has taken something. We could do a research into that and say whether that's a fact or it is not a fact. But tell us, how did your time at Olabisi Onabanjo University and the thespian program, how did they influence your music and acting career?
First of all, I think every thespian can testify to this. If you are a thespian in Nigeria, studying theatre arts in Nigeria, you will know it's very, very difficult. Very, very difficult because the rehearsals, shuffling between rehearsals, classes, everything is quite difficult. So I think the way, being a thespian has influenced my performance, my music, like everything I do generally is to know how to endure, just keep it going. I'm that kind of person on stage. If anything is going wrong on stage, as long as I'm on stage, I could turn and just show it, but to my audience, the show has to go on. Like nothing can stop that face. You understand? So I think that's what theater has done to me. It has made me so strong on stage. It has made me so confident, and yeah, so I think.
And of course, that leads me to the Niger Star Search experience. Okay, could you tell us a bit about how it's impacted your career? Tell us what it is.
Okay, so so for Niger Star Search, yeah, when I got the mail that I was going to be like a participant for Niger Star Search, I was like,
happened to this year, right?
Yes, this year. I was like, okay, okay.
How did they find you?
I can't even remember how. Yeah, I can't remember how I applied because if I can like take it back, I think I'll just like, let me just apply for it. I totally forgot about it. So when I got the mail and everything, I was like, how? I thought it was all those spam mails and everything, but I was like, Trace cannot be like, what are they looking for in my mail? You understand? So going to Niger Star Search here, I would say Niger Star Search has really like built me. What Niger Star Search did to me was how I feel about it was to break me and you know, they molded me again. Like, I got to see a lot of personality for myself. Yes, I know I am, if I can use the word permitting, I know I'm crazy, but with Naija Started, I became crazier.
Crazier.
You understand? So, yeah, with Naija Started, like, if you watch my journey in Naija Started, I think from the beginning, I was kind of like in a box, but towards like, you know what, let's give them everything. Let's give them, yeah, that's what I did. So Naija Star Search has really like helped me a whole lot, like making me see my potential, making me see that I'm loved because my friends turned up for me big time.
Wow.
Yeah, so.
All right, so let's go into your music proper now. Your debut single, The Breakfast Song, that's what it's titled?
Yes.
Okay, it draws inspiration from breakup stories around you. Can you share the story behind the song and its significance?
Maybe do a bit of the song.
At this age. What are you?
Okay, first off, yeah, let me just put it out there. No one has ever broken my heart before. Okay. Never. I don't think it's
so
possible.
It's not personal to you.
But you see my friends.
You don't think it's possible? I'll take you up on that later.
But you see my friends. Oh God! Like I've seen my friends, like the tough one, like just break down. I'm like, I don't think I want this thing for myself. No, I don't think I want to be there. You understand? So I think that's what got like, that's what inspired the Breakfast Song. And besides, the Breakfast Song is actually my first ever recorded song. Like I have never recorded this song before. So how I got the inspiration to write the song is that like I said, I was with my brother. So he was not home that day. I was the only one home. But I had this, you need to do something, like just try. You've been seeing him do this thing, so you need to try. You understand? So I was like, okay, what topic? I'm like, okay, I think I wanted something, I think I want something relatable that anybody can like, you know, relate with.
Because I'm asking breakfast, why breakfast?
I'm like, breakfast, like it became like a trend, like, oh, I don't chop breakfast. Oh, who gave you breakfast? Who served you breakfast? And all this kind of stuff here. So I was like, okay, breakfast. Then I started looking for words, and there's one thing about my about me when I'm like writing music. I always like it, like I said, relatable. And at the same time, while you are singing my song, I want you to not just sing it and just dance to it. As you are singing it, I want you to put into your head like, oh, this boy is telling a story. So if you miss a particular line, you can't get the next thing coming. So you have to follow the story I'm telling you.
So
that's a thespian in you.
Could you just demonstrate to us?
Okay,
could you just mime maybe a few lines of your breakfast song?
Okay, let me just give you this part. Okay, see, I had a heartbreak that I would have avoided if I just stayed in my lane, being single as fuck. Oh, this one paid me die, cause I thought it was you, and I gave it my all. If not so, did it do for you, but just in my own. I was sad, very, very heartbreak fast. This one can make me realize a brick and lace. No lie, say love is wicked, say love is wicked. The street is calling, and I'm definitely answering.
So it's a story, it's a loaded story, actually.
Yes. I even brought like brick and lace in it. Love is wicked. So I had to like give that reference. Brick and lace didn't lie when we were kids, you know.
I know that.
They told us the truth.
If we live Clementine.
They told us the truth.
Yeah.
We're just dancing to it. Love is wicked.
Love is wicked.
Okay, so seeing you, so excited and so involved in what you're doing and enjoying what you're doing, one would think that everything has been rosy all along. Any challenges?
You see my face?
It's not sure at all.
It has not been rosy, especially for an independent artist. Like, you have no sponsor, you have no record label backing you up. It's just vibes and inshallah, just doing the best you can do. It has not been rosy. I think the major challenge for me, because I don't see myself having like any challenges, but the major one for me is just finance. But we thank God, and we just keep pushing. Like I said, this is like my first ever recording, and what it has given me, like the kind of audience it has given me, like in my head, I'm like, you know what, I would do better, because I don't like giving basic stuff. So the next thing has to be like better.
So is this for you? Is this for you? Music for you, real, or are you You doing something else?
I'm also an actor.
To put bread on the table. Okay, actor.
I'm an actor. Like I told you, like
That's
everything
all
entertainment. Yes.
Awesome.
I'm an actor.
What-
creative director, creative designer.
What actually stands out for me, with you, is your character, your persona.
I know, right?
Because it's so strong that it's infectious, right? And I'll advise that you keep it going. And I mean, you're going to catch on like
Yeah, I know, right? But when people
wildfire.
when people tell me this, I'm always like, wow, how did I get to?
How did you get to
be like this? How did I get here? Because I know where I'm coming from. Like,
yeah. And you're consistent with it.
Yeah, I know where I'm coming from. Like with your personality.
You may not know, but I followed you a bit.
I know, right? Like with your personality thingy, like. But I discovered like 99% of life is about confidence. And one thing about confidence is that no one knows whether it's real or fake. So just.
So what's it for you about live performances?
Live performances.
Yes.
Like that's one way.
As your parting word.
That's one way for me to relate with people, because for me, I feed on whatever aura you give me. You understand? Whatever aura you give me, I take it and you understand? So like when I'm actually in an event, you know, singing, live performance and all, once I'm that kind of person that I scan through my audience. I just pick the ones that I know that yes, like
you get positive vibes.
Once your vibe and their vibe can click, trust me, it infects the other people.
That's the connectivity.
You understand? Other people just like, oh, what are these two people doing?
I wonder.
I just focus on that person. That's why when person is wild, like I get.
And it's a boost for you too. It's a high for you.
Let's get there.
So for me, the parting shot will be quick. What should we look forward to in the next, say, 6 months, 1 year for Clement Daniel?
In the next 6 months, obviously another release.
Okay, that's fast.
Yes, like you can't take life slow. Like another release, and by God's grace, if everything works out well, an EP.
And it will work out.
Okay.
Amen. An EP. Then I'm also looking forward to a collaboration with one of my best friends.
Okay.
Like we've come a long way to Wales. Yeah. We've come a long way. So I'm looking for a collaboration with him. I'm looking forward to that collaboration with him. Yeah. So I think Nigeria should be expecting drama, because I will keep saying, or like I tell people, like I think I'm one different kind of artist that is coming to Nigeria's space with another kind of personality.
Okay.
You understand? So like,
okay, we're waiting for that.
So they should watch out. They should watch out for me. I'm going to give you a lot of drama.
Yeah.
You're good,
Wow. So that was a blast. So much compressed into such a short time.
Exactly.
And really, so much to take away to.
Yep.
All thanks to you, Clement Daniel.
Thank you. And I
awesome having you on this show.
And I believe that Afrobeat is a genre like no other, and not a tough, for the lily-livered artist. So you're very bold to have, taken on that. Congratulations, and do continue to do the good work. We're proud of you.
Thank you so
much. Very
much.
proud of you.
I was served very, very hard breakfast. This one come make me realize say brick and lace no lie, say love is wicked, say love is wicked. This street is calling, and I'm definitely answering, and I'm definitely picking the call. I used to be the one to make myself smile. I always had the way of making myself happy, but they said I was lonely. I had to let loving, I had to be in love and be loved back. They told me it was paradise. So I opened my heart. I met the so-called love of my life. I no go like this lost with me die. This love is carrying me up, carrying me down, spin me round, turning me on. I feel I have found what I was missing, but I just didn't play. I had a heartbreak that I would have avoided if I just stayed in my lane. Be single as for this one pay me die. cause I thought it was you, and I gave it my all. If I so did it do for you, but just did my all. I was out, all breakfast. This one can't make me realize say brick and this no like say love is wicked, say love is wicked. This street is calling, and I'm definitely answering, and I'm definitely picking the call. My mumu don't do, my mumu don't do. Me only jet come on, I buy me jet. This one they make me make a go crazy, go mental. I don't lose God, the street is calling, and I'm definitely picking this time, cause I that they heartbreak that I would have avoided if I just stayed in my lane, being single as for this one play me die, cause I thought it was you, and I gave it my all. If I so did it do for you, for just did my all. I was out, very, very hard break fast. This one can't make me realize say brick and lace, no lie, say love is wicked, say love is wicked. This street is calling, and I'm definitely answering, and I'm definitely picking the call. And I'm definitely picking the call this time. And I'm definitely picking the call. And I'm definitely picking the call this time. See, I'm at the heartbreak that I would have avoided if I just stayed in my lane, being single as for this one paid me die, cause I thought it was you, and I gave it my all. If I still did it do for you, I was just in my mind.
All right, give it up for Clement Daniels, our final guest on this week's outing. We believe that you have had a rewarding time with us on today's show. No more, just one more to get nugget for the public speakers, and we're out of here. John.
Yes, and that will be my nugget for this week. The nugget is this, and I'm sure it's showing on the screen right now. Pausing is allowing silence to be a part of our communication. Pausing.
Okay.
Sometimes we reel out whatever we have to say, monotone, no pauses, no cuts here and there. It's important for us to apply pauses. So the pause has proven to be one of the most effective tools for connectivity with great speakers worldwide. And just that moment of silence and the passive attention of the audience is tuned and redirected back to you. So you can be saying something and then stop, just to be able to get the audience back to you. So it's very key. It's a ploy, like I said, that is used by the greatest speakers, and I want you to practice it. Okay. Even in reading, reading out a speech, you don't just read and without pausing. So it's the power of the pause. The irony is that pausing now becomes a huge part of the communication. A moment of let's get back on track, right? And a time to analyze and reevaluate their impact, right? When you pause midstream, it gives you an idea of how effective your communication has been with the audience. Well, so that's it. It's about pauses today. Pauses. If you want to know more.
That's a silent moment. That's so powerful and has its own effect too.
Yes.
Does that resonate with you even in music?
Yes, like there's a part where you just hold your mic and just look at the audience, let them go wow. Then you're like,
and then, yes.
Okay.
You got it.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you for being a part of today's this show. It's today with John and Helen live. This boy don't do something to me. All right, now we need to. Well, we're glad you could join us, and we'll be here again Saturday, same time on the same station. We thank you because we know you will join us then. Bye now. I'm Helen Onwadeleye.
And I'm John Sanaya. I'm out.
lè ṣẹ́gun àrùn gbogbo. Ìmọ́tótó ló lè ṣẹ́gun àrùn gbogbo.
Cholera is defined as an infectious disease that is caused by ingestion of food and water contaminated with the bacterium Vibrio cholerae. It usually occurs as diarrhea, dehydration, and may lead to death if left untreated. Cholera was first discovered in 1854 by an Italian physician, Philip Pacini, during an outbreak in Florence, Italy. Also, record shows that cholera was detected by Robert Koch, a physician and microbiologist in India in 1883. In Nigeria, since its first appearance in 1972, intermittent outbreaks have been occurring. The later part of 2010 was marked with a widespread in the northern part of Nigeria, spreading to the other parts, and involving approximately 3,000 cases and 781 deaths. Unlike many other infectious diseases, cholera persists as a huge public health problem worldwide, even where there are accessible and effective methods for its prevention and treatment. The main reasons for its persistence are socioeconomic, since cholera thrives in unhygienic conditions and environments with a reputation of already fragile sanitation, especially in overcrowded areas. The major symptoms of cholera are diarrhea, nausea and vomiting, dehydration, muscle cramps, and shock. To prevent being infected with cholera, you should provide safe water, basic sanitation, and maintain adequate hygiene practices. If infected, the first aid treatment to assist the sufferer, if medical professionals are not readily available, is to get oral rehydration solution to replace lost fluids and electrolytes. Without rehydration, approximately half of the people infected with cholera will die. Severe cases need rapid treatments with intravenous fluids and antibiotics, which are to be recommended and administered by medical experts. There is currently an increase of cholera outbreak in Nigeria, and the Lagos State government declared a cholera outbreak on the 9th of June 2024. 3 suspected cases of cholera have been reported respectively in neighbouring Oyo and Ogun states. The Nigeria Center for Disease Control and Prevention, NCDC, reported that as of 11th of June 2024, 1,141 suspected cholera cases had been recorded across 30 states in Nigeria, including Bayelsa, Lagos, Abia, Cross River, Delta, and Imo, with some situated further north, Katsina, Nasarawa, and Zamfara states. United Nations International Children's Emergency Fund, UNICEF, says Nigeria must prevent spread in schools. With the intervention of all relevant bodies, individuals also have a relevant role to play. Prevention is better and cheaper than cure. Here are a few prevention tips. Drink and use safe water. Flush or bury poop. Wash and peel raw fruits with clean hands. Also, cook food thoroughly. Thoroughly clean toilets and surfaces contaminated with poop. Remember, health is wealth. Stay safe.
Urinary tract infection is simply infection of the urinary tract. So the body is divided into systems. And of course, you have, just like you have the digestive system, neurologic system, you have the urinary tract or urinary system, which is made up of the kidneys, the ureter, the bladder, and the urethra. Okay, these 4 parts form the urinary system. Any infection in any part of the system is what we simply call the urinary tract infection. Basically, every infective organism can cause urinary tract infection. The most common ones are your bacteria, your fungi, and viruses. You have virus infections that can cause urinary tract infection. You have fungi that can cause, especially in immunocompromised individuals. For an example, people on high levels of suppressants, immunosuppressants, or high levels of chemotherapies, or patients who have come down with retroviral infections. Then, in very common cases, are bacterial infections that cause urinary tract infection, which are the common ones that we see. So you have things like Streptococcus, you have things like H. influenza, you have things like E. coli. In worst cases, you have Klebsiella, and of course, all of these bacteria can actually cause urinary tract infection. When they affect the different levels of the body, they have their different symptoms. So some of them get as far as the kidneys, cause things like pyelonephritis, and it further goes down to damaging symptoms. Okay, so it can be caused by bacteria, fungi, viruses are the commonest one. Protozoas can also cause it, and sometimes worms infections. 5 major steps actually preventing urinary tract infections. Number 1 is maintaining a good hygiene. Hygiene has been seen to be implicated in urinary tract infections, and if you are not very careful with, especially with the underwears, you can recurrently cause urinary tract infection. And then, of course, with the areas of sanitation, the restrooms are very implicative. And even in, partners, sexual partners, sometimes you may need to be very cautious. Okay, so basically hygiene. Oftentimes you see ladies not properly, use their underwears, or sometimes they don't even use it or properly wash. So it's usually recommended that they wash recurrently with maybe a hypo, a sanitizer, as it were, or a jig, a detergent, and sometimes even iron. Okay, the reason for ironing is to give the heat if you don't want to discard completely. All right. Other prevention mechanisms includes proper dieting. Okay. When we eat right, we prevent a lot of things. Sometimes when we do a lot of sugar, you provide a habitable environment for these microbes to grow. All right. A lot of sugar. Yeah. Sometimes we even think that high protein diets are very effective, but no, you further even provide, because you see, in improper dieting, you alter the pH of the body. This pH of the body is what is responsible for the maintaining a proper environment that organisms does not grow. When you distort it, certain organisms now begin to thrive in places where they're not supposed to thrive. The third thing is water, hydration. Good level of hydration, okay, keeps us consistently cleansed out. The fourth one is, it's been said that especially in women, they ought to clean from front to back. Rather, yes, from front to back, not from back to front. Okay, that's the proper way of cleaning. And then there's been some drinks that have been used in, especially berry drinks, cranberry drinks, have been very effective in the GI. So if you have drinks that have the cranberry or berry nectar, you have a good chance of preventing it. Some other ways of preventing: regular testing, you can prevent your urinary tract infections. Yeah. The symptoms of urinary tract infections includes a recurrent urge to want to use the restroom. You have that recurrent, and sometimes it could be very little amount of urine that could come out. You could have burning sensation in the process of urinating. You could have, itchiness. You could have cloudy urine. Sometimes discolored urine that could either be red or dark coke colored and all that. And then one other thing, pain, especially lower abdominal pain. One of the classical symptoms, lower abdominal pain. For men, you could see, of course, some burning sensations on trying to urinate. Usually not so much. And they could also have discharge, but that happens more with sexually transmitted infections. Now, the point about improper treatment, especially in females, is that it's responsible for high levels of infertility when it's not properly treated. The bad part of urinary tract infection is that it takes a quiet stage and right there in the body, and many people walk away, especially guys, especially men. They feel that they're good, and so it takes a quiet stage, and then over time it's the cause of, or they become transmitters, then the women eventually are the ones who come down with the symptoms, but they or never come down with the symptoms at all, and then life is good. The treatment plan for urinary tract infections can last for more than 2 weeks. It's important that you do not prescribe or you do not recommend yourself many of these roadside drugs that people do, especially when you hear things like Staph aureus and stuff. No, none of that is just very unacceptable. In the treatment of urinary tract infections, you get tested first and you get drugs that are sensitive to these infections. Now, for some reasons, when adequate doses of these drugs are not taken, especially to completion, like I said to you, many times the treatment could last for as much as 2 weeks because of the level for where they are. The urinary tract infection is one of the lowest parts of the body, all right? So you have to do that long. If you don't do that, you begin to grow resistant strains of these microbes, and then you have to do it again and again. But the next time you're coming back to hit it, you don't get the same response like you got the first time. So it's important that whenever you're going to get treated, you treat for a very long time, and as much as 2 weeks, sometimes injections first, and then you complete the dosage with a couple of tablets that are sensitive to the organism. Whenever there is recurrence of urinary tract infection, it's important that you pay attention to hygiene. Check hygiene levels very importantly, and that simply means that you may want to discard all underwears and replace them, have proper baths. Just pay more attention. Number one, you never treat urinary tract infections without trying to treat your partner. It's important that you check out your partner, especially when it is one partner, okay? If there's multiple partners, you just have to do something about that, all right? Okay, but then you want to also pay attention to your partner. The second and the third important thing is to check your fluid balance and all the other exogenous things you take. Now, when you're treating with the drugs, I recommend that you do injections first and then you do orals. Many times orals don't get as deep and as far as what injections will do. So even when you see sensitivity for certain drugs, you want to try the injections first. For me, I practice for 5 days minimum, and then subsequently, the books sometimes say up to 7 days. All right, and you do subsequently you do the injections. When you do that, you get a better result because of the penetrating capacity of injections compared to tablets.
I was just calm. I just kept calm, like, okay, let's see what's going to happen next. And they were there that night till at about 11 or 12 late in the night. And then they brought a bus. So they packed all of us. The bus was empty, like they had removed everything inside the bus. They made us sit. We sat in the bus and we drove. So we drove for a couple of hours. I can't remember how many hours, but like close to 7 hours. So on daybreak, I saw where we got to was like a house, very big house, gated, fenced and all that. And they just dropped us there and turned back. So I was surprised, like, So for the first time, and I had to ask the 4 ladies, the 3 other ladies that were left together, please, do you guys really know who exactly we are going to? Like, this whole thing is really looking blurry to me, and I don't understand anything anymore. And they're like, even them too, they are even confused though. And to crown it up, they asked us not to talk to each other. They asked us not to say anything to each other. I don't understand. So I just looked everywhere and saw that, okay, there are batches and batches of people seated at different corners. Okay, so I really need to ask questions. So at that point, when Alhaji came out, like he's one in charge of that house, and then he did say, okay, let's look for something to eat. All through this while we are not eating, and he said we should fix something to eat, and they made one spaghetti that didn't have salt, and it was so very funny. Like, so I just summoned courage. I went to meet the Alhaji. I said, please sir, I need you to just be open and tell me what exactly is going on. Where am I, first of all? He said Duruku. I said, where is Duruku? He now said, how do I expect him to be able to explain that Duruku, that is what he knows, this place is Duruku. You only just come. Like, he say, you don't reach here. The only thing now for you make you they go the place where then they carry you, they go say, then go come carry you on tomorrow night. And he refused to say anything afterwards. So I went to sit down and relayed what he said to the other ladies. And everybody became very, 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 like, upset and curious, like, okay, let's even find out. So just at that time, there was a lady in the particular room that had like 5 big bags, Ghana Must Go bags, big ones. So she said she was going back to Kano, that she stays in Kano. She sells gold and clothes. She speaks Yoruba. So she was explaining to one of the ladies. So that was the first instance where I started hearing information, and I just didn't want to believe. Honestly, I didn't believe at that point that maybe that is what we are in. But what she explained to the lady was that we are either being transported to Libya for prostitution or Italy. And then the lady said, she told her that no, the person that took us said we are going to Malaysia. And the lady now laughed and said that is what they will tell you, and that this is her 5th time going through this route. That was the same way she was deceived, but she ran away and was able to find someone who helped her, and eventually that was the person she got married to, and now they are doing like illegal business. She goes there, buys stuff, and goes back to Kano to go sell. So I said, no, it cannot be possible. Like, we all agreed that it cannot be possible, because that was not what they told us. Looking at what the first guy told us, what the magician guy told us, what the lady told us, that it cannot be possible, that maybe hers is a different kind of connection. So fast forward from there, they came to pick us the next night in a Hilux, arranged us, and we drove for like 3 days non-stop. Okay, we had 2 stopovers. The first stopover was in a very cold, white place. Like, I have never seen that kind of cold in my life before. I was shivering to the brain. Like, I just couldn't imagine why I was going through this. Like, if these people really want to help me, this is not a way to help someone. You cannot be helping someone and the person is in pain. So, but I couldn't really say much because I was already in it. So we drove for days, and on the 3rd day where we stopped was really looking like, I didn't know what to call the place. There were thousands of people, young ladies, guys, and they were calling it ghetto. This is ghetto. They're calling the particular ghetto. The ghetto had a name, and they said, okay, now we can go and have our bath. So for the first time after 7 days, we're going to 8 days, we're going to have our bath and have change of clothes. So first of all, my concern was to even just let me even have a bath first and find something tangible to eat. So they made rice, we ate. In the midst of eating, I started hearing conversations. So I said, okay, since they said we should not talk to anybody, no problem. I'm going to find out everything I need to find out, and if possible, go back from here. So during conversations, I heard people saying, they will tell you everything possible, that here it is Libya they're taking you to. You either go and work as a housemaid or you go and work in connection house, all manner of things. And at that point, it really dawned on me that what that lady had said earlier was very true. So the other 3 ladies, 2 of them now came to meet me when I was sitting down. I'm like, see what I am hearing. I said, okay, even me too. I heard the same thing. And we're like, are we sure we want to continue this journey? So at that point, I was really upset with myself not to have verified whatever information I got. I started crying. I was in pain. Like, why will I be going through this? Like, no. Even if, for crying out loud, this is not help. This is like putting me in a pit where I can't talk, I can't communicate. Now there is no communication, nothing. So I looked around. We were there till the next day, and then there was this particular guy, Mohammed, that was giving out clothes, was calling out names and all. So I walked up to him and said, please, at this junction, I don't think I want to continue this journey. Can you help me? I want to go back home. And then he said, that what I just asked is very dangerous. That if it was yesterday when I came that I said that it would have been, maybe you can manage or think of how to go about it. That already the person that I'm being taken to knows I'm here. Whatever makes me not get to her, he has to be the one to pay for me. I'm like, pay for me as how? He said, somebody paid for you to be brought to her, and pay transit, they pay additional money just to be sure that the person is being carried along. And I was like, okay, so how much does it cost to get up to this point? And if I'm to go back from here, I can actually call them, tell them I don't want to continue this journey and I want to go back home. He said it's either of 2 things. It's either you get home or you don't get home. They might tell you to go. They'll either kidnap you and sell you to a place where you'll never be able to come out from, or they might even kill you. That he would advise me to just go and face my fate, but I should pray that whoever I'm going to go and meet is not a bad person. And I asked that, why did he say so? He said he cannot say anything more. That I'm here, and the only way forward is to move forward. I was like, okay. I was broken. I couldn't even tell the other ladies what he had said. I summoned courage to eventually see. So that night, they put us in a hillock. We're about 36 or 32 of us. And they made us sit in rows in the hillocks. So we drove for like 3 days. We had a couple of stopovers, but I was really choked up because I was seated back in the hillocks. So everybody's weight was resting on me, and it was hell for me. I couldn't breathe at some point. My legs were dead. I couldn't move. Even when we stopped, I took like minutes. Most of us took like minutes to even be able to stand up. And I was like, no. But even if I were to travel by road, he did say it was going to be at some point. At least by now, the traveling by road should have stopped. And that was... So I remembered what the other guy said at the... where we were, that there's no flight, anything. They deceived you. Everything they told you was just to cajole you to decide to go, that there is no flight anywhere. You're going by road to wherever you're going to. So at that point, I was just concerned with one thing, which is surviving and coming back home at all cost. So after the first stopover, I became sick a little bit. I started having too many issues. So I decided not to sit in the hillocks again. And then I had to sit at the edge on top of the tire box. And then I had a stick in between my legs. So they made ladies sit inside the hillocks, and then the guys would sit around the hillocks. But because of my previous experience, I had difficulties breathing. I said I wasn't going to sit inside the hillocks again, that I was going to sit at the edge. So I did sit on the edge of the hillocks and had a stick to hold on to, and we drove for another couple of days. The experience in the desert was, it's not something, sometimes when I think about it, I just smile. My smiling is not that, okay, I'm happy, but I wonder how I was able to pull through. I wonder how I was able to manage my health. I wonder how I was able to cope up mentally, emotionally, thinking about everything I had left back at home, everyone. I kept them in the dark. I didn't really say much. And then thinking about the people who deceived me, like, if you want to help someone, you should help someone and not even put them into more problems. So a lot of things were racing through my mind. I got so discouraged at my own life. I felt really bad that I was impatient. I didn't ask questions. Of all places, why would I be going to Libya to do what? Like, I wasn't even, I couldn't really define the feelings I had then. But at each point, what I always did was to just pray to God that, God, I know that I have done wrong not to have even, look out for my own self. But I am asking for just one thing. Wherever I'm going to, make sure you take me back home, healed and healthy. So we had another stopover. I got beaten along the way by Arab men. I was trying to save someone from getting beaten wrongly, and I got the beating. Difficulty, there was no food, there was no water, the weather was, the sun would be shining and scorching, and the cold was extremely cold. Like, I couldn't really, there was no definition of everything that was going on. I was just bleak and blank. At the point, I was regretting every step from my friend. I started cursing, like, so she knew about this. That was why at the point she disappeared. She didn't really see anything. And even when I asked her about it, she pretended not to know anything about traveling. That this guy didn't tell her anything about traveling. I'm like, but you introduced me to this guy, so it's not possible for him to come tell me something about traveling and you didn't know. I thought so far and wide to the point where I felt, okay, I know I'm not going to die. I know I'm not going to die. I know I will go back home. And I'm so going to fish these people out and really find out the reason why they ever did such to me. At some point, I became very ill. I had very bad cough because I refused to sit again at that point. We had sat for like 3 days. So all my ties were burnt and peeled from the sitting. And the hillocks, the speed at which the hillocks was moving was really high. It wouldn't stop. At a point, a guy fell off the hillocks and they didn't wait. The drivers were so mean. We don't understand their language. They don't understand our language. So even when you're beckoning on them to say, oh, something is going on. There was a time a guy was throwing up. He was feeling, okay, I think it was about throwing up. So we're like, okay, maybe if he stops. We tried beckoning on them, and if they come out, the next thing they do is to probably hit you with something, saying all manner of languages we didn't understand. We couldn't speak to them. They couldn't speak to us. It was hell for me. So because my laps were peeled, I couldn't sit again. So I now stood behind the pavement of the main hillocks box. And then that journey was for 5 days. 5 days of cold, 5 days, as in I couldn't breathe. I couldn't breathe. Like at some point, I would just cry and scream out loud. Like, I wish the sky could even feel my pain. Like, there was no definition to what I was going through. And I just kept crying and crying and crying. After crying, I'll console myself. You're just crying. You see, everybody here, they also have one reason to cry. So they cannot shoulder you and tell you sorry. So you alone will have to shoulder your pain. And that hurt me so bad. Sometimes when people see me talk about the story and I'm not really showing so much emotions, they feel, oh, we're not too sure you went through this. I have said it like 1,000,001 times. It's something I went through, and I can imagine how I had to just tell myself that, come, you have a child back home that you love. You need to be alive to come back to her. That was my source of strength. And the life I really wanted for myself ever before embarking on that journey just kept me going, that I know one day I am going to eventually come back and say this story to people. So at that point, remembering and recalling everything, one question kept popping in my head: why will people not have any other thing to do other than to do a business where you transport people to an unknown country, you lie to them, you deceive them, you promise them heaven and earth, and then put them on a dangerous path where is either they make it or they don't make it, and you will not even tell them any of this. So I was bent on making it to wherever it is. I said to myself, no matter how wicked whoever it is I'm going to go and meet is, I'm going to come back home and know the reason why people really did this business. On getting to Sabah, Sabah is halfway into Libya. On getting to Sabah, we had a connection house where they put us. We met about 60 ladies in the room, and then the guys also had their room. And they kept adding us. They kept adding. And at a point, I counted, we were about 80 in that room, the ladies' room. The guys were about 40-something. The food was really bad. You know, having to make banku. Now, this is not even the original banku. This is the banku made with flour. Having to make flour like fufu. And then maybe they'll serve like 20 plates down. And then everybody will now line up. By the time you're eating, it's as though you're eating stone, you're swallowing stone. The soup was so watery that you won't even, you're not. The very first day I was asking myself, like, I know I had challenges back at home, but my challenges were not so bad that I couldn't even eat a good meal. Like, this is not a meal. So the first day we had that in the night. The next day we had rice, very small portion of the rice was dried. You can imagine when you boil rice and then you open it, you put it in a plate and you just open it down. And because the weather is very cold, so anything you don't keep properly dries up. So by the time you're eating the rice and like it's like you're eating rubber. So at some point we just sit there crying out that no, this is not life. This is not, why are we having to go through this? I would cry every night. I would beg God that please, can I just vanish from here? Okay, at the point I was begging for death to come because it wasn't funny. It wasn't funny. And within ourselves, some girls were like, they were really radical about it, and they were like, no, we need to tell them, it's either they change the way they are doing this food, or maybe we should even take up the cooking by ourselves. So I thought of it, I was like, okay, that's true. So if already I'm going through hell and then food now has to be a problem. So we waited for the ghetto man, the person in charge of the ghetto, like we waited for him to come. We kept shouting, when is he coming? When is he coming? We don't even know why we are here. We don't even know what we are doing here. So at that time we had stayed a week. We don't know why we are being kept here. We don't know who even put us here. We don't even know anything. Nobody is saying anything. So when the connection man did come, we took turns to ask questions. I noticed everybody was just asking questions. Where are we going to? Where are we going to? And all. So I did ask him. I said, okay, first of all, why are we here? Do you have an answer, or do you know the reason why we are here? And then he said, you're here because you're being transported to your burger. And then we now asked, what is the meaning of a burger? He said a burger is a person that paid for you to be transported from Nigeria. So we're like, is that the reason why we are being given bad food? Like when you're given something to swallow and it's already hurting your throat, like practically almost everybody had sore throats from that banku. And it was like, okay, he doesn't know anything about the way the food was being prepared. but that this place is just a transit, and the reason why we are here is because the road is bad, there is war, and they cannot transport us. It's very risky, and that we might meet rebels on the way, and rebels, they either rape, kill, abduct, and we're like, okay, so for how long are we going to be here? He said doesn't know until the war is over. So if it takes 1 month, if it takes 2 months, but just know that for every food you are eating, for every extra thing you collect here, your money is piling up. It is your burger that is paying, and when you get to wherever you're going to, you have to work to pay your burger back. So we now, 5 of us volunteered to be cooking our food by ourselves, and we were there for extra 2 weeks and some days. In total, we were there for 3 weeks and 5 days. And then we started the journey to Libya. That was where I had a near-death experience. So we were somewhere, we were kept in a particular house where they locked us. There was no light, nothing. And then we were pressed. We had traveled, we had drove for like 2 days, and they put us there. So, but before we entered, we were already beckoning on this boat that we want to ease, we want to ease. They didn't even want to listen. They were just pushing us like, how can you people just be pushing somebody like animals? We don't even know where we're going. Like, this is very unthinkable. So I held that urine. For good 2 days. So the next morning when they came, you now see them begging that, please, we want to wee. So the man was, arrogantly, he was talking, and he went to get a gallon, like this aluminum gallon. We now looked at it that, how a guy can pee in this, but how can a lady pee in this? And from the descriptions he was giving us, he meant that we shouldn't allow the pee to spill on the floor. So we said, okay, all the guys should pee first, and the ladies would take turns to pee, which was what happened. And somehow pee actually spilled. So by the time he was coming back, when he opened the door, so the pee, pee wouldn't, and you can imagine pee that stayed, the smell, it was awful. He was angry. He went back, he went to get a stick, and he was holding like 3 different things. So I was wondering, what does this guy want to do? At that point, everybody had their heart in their mouth, because the moment you see them holding anything, they can hit you anywhere. So he was now asking who spilled pee on the floor. They were pointing to the wrong person. So I was just watching initially. They were pointing to and he was going to start beating her. So I was not like trying to say, no, she wasn't the one. You see, when that spring landed on my head, this spring they use in water closet. Very strong and thick. And all I knew that was going on was that I was screaming at the top of my voice with both hands on my head, because it actually hit me on my head. And when I gave birth, like 8 months, when I was 8 months pregnant, I fell in the bathtub and had a slit on my head from the tiles in the bathroom. So sometimes that part of the head still hurts. So when he hit that spring on my head, it was exactly on that spot, and he did it like 3 times. He kept hitting the spring on me. I remember crying till I didn't know what was going on. And for the first time, when they say people have transition, I always wonder. I knew I was just lost somewhere. I knew something was going on to my body. I didn't know where I was. I didn't know what. I was just blank. But I could hear myself crying. And I was just crying, as in, bitter tears. You cry bitter tears, and you just have to still be the one to tell yourself, you have to stop. So by the time I woke up, the other ladies were like, you need to see the way they were rejoicing, because They said they didn't believe I was going to still come back to life. That yeah, the head was actually bleeding at that point. Like, and at that point when I woke up, they had cleaned it, they had tried everything. I remember when they were pouring water on me. I remember when somebody was tapping me and everything, and I was like, they started explaining what actually happened. That the moment he hit that spring on my head the second time, I started screaming, and they noticed I was bleeding, and I cried, and I just went mute. And they were telling him that she's not talking, and the man just told them, bara, 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 and they went away. He said they were praying, they were begging God that this girl must not die. She has been like a source of strength to us. If she dies here, what's going to happen and all that. It actually took me 4 to 5 hours before I woke up. And at that point, I had lost strength, I had lost everything. So there was a lady we met in that place that had a phone. So that was the first time I had to beg her. I'm sure it was because as a result of what had happened, she did not allow any other person use her phone. They would normally not allow you use their phones. So I couldn't even tell my mom what I was going through, because there's no how she would hear my voice like that and not panic. And I know the kind of mother I have. So I called my boss that I had worked with in the FRSC and told him, this is what has happened to me. And I don't even know where. Yeah, we were in Trauna at that time. And he said, but why didn't you say anything before leaving? And then I told him that they told us not to say anything. The moment they say don't say anything, you should have known it was trafficking. I know that you're naive and you do not know anything, but you should have told me. Because he was now like a father to me. Even after I had stopped working with the FRSC then, he was like a father to me. Said he was going to try his best to see what he can do, but that still being on transit, there is probably little or nothing he can do at that point. So I'm sure he tried calling back, because the lady kept cutting a particular call. I wouldn't know, and I didn't want to disturb her. So at that point, I really cried. I cried. That was the only thing I could do. I just cried. Like, I have never suffered like this in my life before. Even if I'm to suffer anything, it shouldn't be suffering from a decision to have a better life. So long and short was, we got into Libya and they kept hiding us. They lay us in hillocks, cover us with tarpaulin, hiding, running, making sure you're not seen, number of choking, you have to be there, sometimes 3 hours, 2 hours. You won't be able to breathe. You can practically feel life leaving you. You're sniffing each other's air, and in the midst of all of this, some people will be fighting and quarreling and beating themselves. I just couldn't imagine why. And even in that, some people decided they wanted to go do this thing, like they wanted to travel this way. I didn't know anything like this existed. I didn't know anything of such even happens. Finding myself in it was like the biggest dream I never wished to have again. So, found ourselves in Libya, and the first thing they did, seeing Nigerian girls and women, I was like, okay, so finally, we have gotten to our destination. So, what's next? Entering that house, I knew this is going to be a big problem for me. Because already I was upset. I was ready to yell at anybody. And then the first thing they made us do was to strip ourselves. I was like, okay. So I did remember at some point in the journey where a particular guy, we met him somewhere, and he also gave us a hint of how it actually goes. He said they're taking you to the garage. And then I now asked, what is the garage? He said the garage is a place where they take Nigerian girls to. And that's the most common place that they take them to. And they're going to take you to the connection house. And what they do normally in a connection house is sex trade. So I said, no, me, I'm not going to do that one. He said, you will not have a choice. He said, they'll make life hell for you. You will not have a choice. So he now said that if eventually I get there, and that is what it is, that I have an option to run away. But that is very risky. And then he did give me his number and said that I must not write that number anywhere. That if they see that number with me, they will beat the living daylight out of me. Because they will know that I have contacted the burger as well. So he made me cram that number. Two of us, we crammed that number to be sure that we didn't forget the number. But you see all the experiences we went through afterwards. At a point, I couldn't even remember the number anymore. And then I remember what he said. He said, you just have to help yourself remain strong. And while they asked us to strip ourselves, I was like, for whatever reason I'm coming to work for someone, why would you ask me to strip myself? So they said this. They were searching, maybe you have a number written somewhere in form of a tattoo, or maybe you wrote the number somewhere and you hid it in your clothes, or anything. They just wanted to be sure you didn't have any information whatsoever. They collected my phone, went through my phone, and that night they called us one after the other. So, what were you doing in Nigeria? And then I explained, and the man said, okay, now this is the woman and her husband. The man said, okay, I can see. And then the first question he asked me was, what are you doing here? And I'm like, I was dumb, like, he said, you have something good doing. What are you doing here? I said, it was a friend though, that said there's traveling opportunity, and said, there's no need to explain. You are here, you are here. Oh, no choice near. Your own is to make sure you work on time and pay and get out of here. So the wife now asked, what did they tell you that you're coming here to do? I said, first of all, this is not where they told me I'm coming to, and they told me I'm going to be working in a hair factory and a restaurant. Then she laughed and said, that is not it. That this is what they do here. That did I see all those other girls outside? I said, yes. He said, what do you think they are doing? I said, I don't really know, but I saw a couple of girls sitting down. He said, they're working for their money. He said, that is the same thing you're going to do. And I was like, I don't understand. He said, yes, that's the same thing you're going to do. So the earlier the better for you. I bluntly refused, because this is that wasn't what I was told in Nigeria. And for no reason, why would I leave Nigeria to come to Libya, to come and prostitute with my body to make money? How much money do I want to make? So I felt I was doing myself good by trying to be as open as possible. I was very plain and blunt, and then she just kept laughing. I was like, but yeah, nobody will tell you. So she said, okay. And the same thing with every other girls, because we had agreed that, okay, if eventually we find out that that is what we're actually being taken there to do, that we are not going to agree to it, because that was not the agreement. And for whatever reason, we cannot just decide to leave Nigeria and go and prostitute somewhere. So she was like, she knows that girls that they just bring from Nigeria are very stubborn, that she will give us 3 days to go and decide. But in that 3 days, we should be watching at the other girls to see how they actually go about what they do. And the first day went by, second day went by. I vowed to myself, I said, nowhere in heaven's name will I live this kind of a life. Like, it was so absurd. I was grieved, I was bitter, I was angry, all manner of words, because looking at all the experience in the journey, I almost died, and then all for what? To come here and come and use my body to work to pay someone. I'm like, it didn't make sense. I cried every minute I remembered. And on the third day, she did call us to ask us if we were ready. I told her that she has to look for another job for me. And then she said, okay, since I don't want to take it easy, since I don't want to take it the easy way, that they'll show me how they also go the hard way. So that night, we didn't even know what she meant. That night, a girl was brought in and we watched more than 5 people beat that girl black and blue. She had also refused the connection house where she was taken to. She had also refused to do the same connection house job. It was actually a burger that brought her, but they took her somewhere else. So they said she was being stubborn where she is, or where she was, and then they brought her back to the burger. Madam, come and take your girl, give us back our money. She said she know they work. They beat that girl to stupor. They beat her to the point where I sat where I was and I told myself, I said it out, like, these people are not humans. Like, why? On seeing the way they beat that lady, I was like, so I will also come to this point where they will have to beat me to say, yes, I will do it. I said, I would rather die. Because at the point when they beat her, she was like, okay, Mashe, I will do it, I will work, I will do it. I was like, so this is what I will go through. So for some reasons, I didn't know, they took the other 3 ladies out of where I was. It was now left with only me in that house that came together. So after a week, she then asked me that, what else can I do? I said, I cook. She was like, okay. She gave me pepper and oil. I said, go and make stew with it. I made the stew. She told them to teach me how to make banku. I made the banku. She was like, okay, not bad for a start. So first of all, your first job here is you're going to be cooking for everybody. My heart was like, okay, finally she has agreed to give me something else. So another week went by and she said, Orobo, I don't know where one day she just called me by that name and said, for her, that is what she will be calling me. Although she gave me another name, Success. So everybody calls me Success, but she calls me Orobo. And then she looked at me and said, Orobo, are you ready to work now? I was dumbfounded and I couldn't say anything. And in my head, I was like, if it is to die here, I think I'm ready to do that. But to use my body here, I will not. So 3 weeks went down. And all of these weeks, nobody even came in one day to say, this person, how she be, who she be, and all. So after the 3rd week, a man came in, a matured Nigerian man, a Yoruba man. He came in and did ask to take me home. And at first she refused, that she wasn't going to let him take me home, but he begged and all of that. So when we got home, he sat me down and said, I didn't bring you here to come and sleep with you. I brought you here to teach you one lesson that will help you if you must live where you are. He said he noticed the way I was being questioned, the way I was being bullied and all that. That is the way the woman does. And that I'm even still seeing the better side of her. That she's a really, really hard person. And when she's ready to go hard, she goes all the way. He said, you see where you are, there's no shortcut. There is no way out other than for you to actually make money, pay them before you leave. And if you are not even careful, you'll be done paying them, you will not know, you'll still be there playing a fool, working for them. So you have to be smart. I see that you are innocent, but then yet you are smart. So I need you to wake up that smart instinct in you and know what to do to live there as soon as possible. He said he was going to be going to Italy in 3 weeks. From that time, that was the reason why the woman refused to give me to him initially, because normally that is the way some men will come there, take girls and they run away with them and they don't eventually get their money. So he said, but he's going to teach me how to make it fast. That if I work with my body to pay them, they'll split that money in 2. But if I'm doing something extra to pay them, they would record the money just the way it is. Say, for example, I sleep with someone and the man pays me 5,000 naira. They're not recording 5,000 naira. They're recording 2,500. But if maybe I sell something or I save up money and I give them that same 5,000 naira cash at hand, they'll record the 5,000 naira for me. So the best for me is to think of something I can start doing to get extra money, which is begging. So when these guys come, I have to beg them for extra penny. Or if they ask for anything beyond what I'm supposed to give them, like in normal duty, then I should ask for extra cash. Those extra cash are the extra stipends I'm supposed to be saving up to give them. I cried my ass out that night. Like, so he said, you see, she's even giving you grace. He said, it's because she likes you. That this woman, she's naturally not the patient type, and the moment you're proving hard, she'll go hard with you and you'll give up. So the earlier the better for you. But I felt that he should just reach out to me and teach me something that would help me. So I eventually spent 2 years and 9 months in Libya altogether. I spent a year and 8 months in the Connection House, and that a year and 8 months was hell for me. So after 7 months, I tried reaching out. So at the point they released a phone for the girls in the house to call their customers, to know when they're coming, to know if you're having someone who is coming to come and sleep with you over, or someone who is going to come and take you out and all. So I begged one of the girls in charge one day to allow me buy airtime on the phone to call. So I did call my dad, and my dad was really bitter, and he said the only way he knows I can get out of that place is for me to find my way to the Nigerian embassy and tell them that I want to come back home. So I waited for 3 days to actually get that report, because he didn't know what to do at that point. He said, okay, can I call you back? So I said, I don't know, but I'll try and talk to the person in charge of this phone so that whenever you call, they give me the call to answer, which was what actually happened. And somehow, I don't know how they got to know, but they found out that I called the Nigerian embassy, and they beat hell out of my life. They beat hell, everybody in the house. Plus, at that time, my burger wasn't in Libya at that time. She was in Nigeria. It was the husband that was at home then. The husband beat me. All the girls in the house beat me, so I wanted to run away. Oh, I'm trying to be smart and this and that. After all, they knew that from the very first day I came, the woman was calling me a virus because she knows that I'm kind of smart. I will try to play smart. So from that time, they locked me out from phone. They stopped allowing me go out. It was I can't start recounting experiences, day-to-day activities, how I felt. At some point, I would just practically pray that, God, please, when I sleep this night, don't allow me to wake up in the morning. I slept very late, and I'm always the first to wake up. So after a while, I started gaining confidence, like, no, even if I foolishly allowed myself into this, I should be able to still bring myself out of it. So I changed my attitude and started being very smart. I called up as much information as I could. I got to, I became very nice. I always learned lessons, and, I was trying my possible best to see beyond the problem I was in and was already thinking of a way out. So I had a couple of guys who would just naturally like me, and they would tell me, you see, when you're ready to leave this place. Some guys went as far as asking, okay, madam, how much is this girl's money? Let's pay. She would intentionally double the money and make them run away. So when she did that the first time, the second time, I just knew that, okay, so this woman is actually being wicked. But not to worry, I'm actually still going to live here. So when it was about a year and 5 months, I sat down one day and calculated how much I had paid, minus all the subtraction. If you do anything, she'll beat you and subtract your money. Maybe 50 dinars, maybe 100. If you quarrel with anybody, maybe 200 dinars. If you fight, maybe 500 dinars and all. So by the time I calculated and I saw that the money had gotten up to like 5,000 dinars, which was actually what that man told me. He said normally it's supposed to be 2,500 dinars, but burgers are always wicked. They want to collect even double of that. So sometimes you have to pay up to like 5,000 to 6,000 dinars before they will let you go. And some will still not let you go, except you fight for your freedom. So when I calculated, and I had calculated about 7,000 dinars, I was like, okay, I think my time here is up. And then I started asking for freedom. She initially refused and said that I was not done paying her. So I said, okay. So in 2016, when she was going to come to Nigeria in September, she gave me freedom in August. That was a year and 8 months. She said, okay, that now I am free to work for my own money. But whatever money you're working, the same way they were splitting in two, it's just that this other half now, instead of them collecting it, they'll give it to you. Sometimes they may not even give it to you. They'll tell you to keep it with them. Maybe you want to send some money to Nigeria. So I said, okay, no, that I didn't want to keep it with them, that I actually wanted to live there. She said, I cannot live there until she comes back. I have to wait for her to come back to Libya because she had had a new child and she wanted to come home. I said, okay. So throughout that month, that September, I kept having dreams that if I don't leave that place, I probably might not have my life again. The dream came like about 5 to 6 times, and then I just summoned courage to open up to the husband, to tell him that I think I'm very sick and I want to go take care of myself. This is about a year and 9 months now. From the day one up until now, I worked every day and slept nothing more than 3 to 4 hours, that I needed to take care of myself. And he understood with me because several times in between, I had fallen sick, like so bad, that at some point it took drips to like resuscitate me back and all. And the man also knew that I was very, very start. I know you are hardworking, but you must be sleeping with my husband for him to be fighting me to stop beating you. And then she will intensify whatever thing she was doing. So, but I kept bearing them up. At that point, I made up my mind. So there's this Ghanaian guy who had already told me that whenever I'm ready, that he had an apartment he doesn't really stay in, that he goes to the village to work. Sometimes he doesn't come home 2-3 months, that he could give his space up for me to stay there, take care of myself. So when I did mention to him that I wanted to go and that I was sick, he did say, okay, that I should call the wife and tell her, which I did. And then she was like, so I cannot wait for her to come back. I told her that no, I can't wait, that I'm very, very sick and I needed to go take care of myself. She said, okay, I should hand over the account to the husband and I can leave, which I did. That was in October 2016. I did that in October 2016. In November, sorry, that was November 2016. I did that in November 2016. I had barely stayed a month in the new house where I was staying. I'd stayed a month and I was taking treatment, eating well and all that. And I heard she came back. She did actually call me to come and cook for her, but I refused going. And then on the 2nd of January in 2017, there was a massacre in the garage. The massacre was bloody. I think they were counting 300 bodies and they were still counting as at the time we got the news. The bombing and from where I was, it's not so far a distance, it's a bit far. We could hear the bombs, we could hear the gunshots. Part of the things we face like every day, you don't sleep, like gunshots. There are some bombs that you practically feel like the house is going to be uprooted from the ground. There was a day that we were running and a stray bullet passed by my side, brushed my leg. Like, I don't know how I escaped. I don't know how I escaped, but you know, it was just God that was just protecting me all through. And at that point in January, when that massacre happened, like 6 girls in that house actually died. And for me, I felt, oh, this is God just saving me. I guess this is what God was talking to me about when I kept seeing those dreams, and I made up my mind I was going to just go back home. Um, 2 months out of there, I called a friend and told her that if there was a way she could help me find money, I needed to come back home. And she was the one that told me about the voluntary return, that I needed to find my way to the UN's office or whichever way and all that. So I remembered contacting the Nigerian embassy. So I did keep the number. So I then asked questions because I was now going to a church. I then asked questions and they said, okay, that I needed to get to the IOM office. I had challenges locating them in the first place, but eventually I got to the IOM office and then they gave me a date to come back to visit. I did drop all my information and then they said, okay, that in 2 weeks' time I should go to the Nigerian embassy to go get a travel document. And after getting a travel document, they will not let me know when to come back and I'll be ready to go to Nigeria. So that was all. And up until then, I just kept managing, kept believing God that it was going to work well. And eventually it did work well, and that was how I came back to Nigeria. August 28th in 2017. And for me, that was the best decision I could make. Though it was painful that I just went to suffer my life out for almost 3 years and no gain, nothing, and then I'm back, having to come back empty-handed. And up until today, both the travel agent, both the guy that introduced me to the travel agent and the lady, none of them has been found. And life hasn't been easy getting back to my feet. Like, I was in bad depression for like almost 2 years. It was really bad coming back to see that, okay, first of all, I have lost money, I have lost friends, I have lost business, and then having to resume my motherly duties almost immediately because children wouldn't hear, oh, I had a bad experience. And then having to reintegrate back into the community, it was really difficult. Like, it just took the grace of God, and it took my kind of strong personality to just keep resuscitating me, and I just kept believing that I'll definitely be who I really wanted to be. I didn't really need to think about the pain, but then the lesson can never be forgotten. The experience can never be forgotten. The trauma, the pain, and everything can never be forgotten. But then one thing can be done, which is moving ahead and making use of all the experiences. And then I did find answers to my quest as to why people did trafficking as a business. And I think that apart from poor economy, some people are just ignorant and they don't really care. They just can do anything just to make money.
Everyone talks about getting their dream jobs, but what does it take to get that dream job? In a religious society like Nigeria, some people resort to prayer, but did you know that sometimes the only reason you're not getting the job isn't because you don't have the credentials? many times about how well you can defend your credentials through your presentation and communication skills during the interview. According to the National Bureau of Statistics, the rate of unemployment in Nigeria rose to 33.3% in December 2020 from a 27.1% in 3 months. Interview phobia is a major issue that contributes to unemployment in the country. Some individuals are employable but don't know how to express themselves properly, present their resumes, and network effectively. An expert spoke to us about interview phobia and how it has increased the rate of unemployment within the country.
Okay, so I mentioned I struggled. I went to Lagos State University, public university. Nobody taught you any of these things. And so I thought that if I come to the interview space, I would do well because I know I'm good enough. But coming in, it was difficult. I got plenty of rejections, and I made up my mind that if you can get past this thing, you would help other people who are also like you. And so sitting down in that space, I also see people like me, and I feel for them.
According to Student Graduate Report, more than 50% of graduates in Nigeria disclose that communication skill is the least skill their academic education prepared them with.
Like we have a compulsory NYSC every year. I believe the government or the educational sector should do something like when they know somebody's in their final year, maybe they allow them go through a month or so, or they introduce a course and make it mandatory for them to be able to go out there and face the outside world when it comes to interviews, when it comes to networking and all of that. I've seen super amazing, intelligent people lost opportunities because they were not confident, and those who were not so smart but have built their confidence are able to get the job and get these networks and get these opportunities. Especially when you come from a Yoruba or Igbo family where you don't have to look at your dad in the eye. You get that kind of thing. So you have to learn to look at people in the eye when you talk to them. It makes them believe that you are not up to something. You're not hiding anything in your cupboard.
We're going to school or having to attend different schools, all right? They just teach us, we only have syllabus on what they've been doing so far in past years, and there's no trend of bringing in new things.
So the next time you complain about not getting a job, think about how well your CV is prepared. Assess your communication skills during the interview and think about how well you presented yourself.
You're in a queue, for example, and you go to some places or some countries and the queue is the queue. You have to join from the back, right? And that's conducive because, hey, I was here before you, makes sense. But then you find some people that they just don't have the time and everybody is in a hurry and they jump to the front stylishly and feel they will get away with it. Sometimes some people just don't want trouble and they just leave you with your actions. But then you will find in some places where people don't like it, they don't condone it, and they will call you out. Excuse me, the queue is at the back. We need to see more of that nowadays.
You've probably experienced a scenario like this. You're waiting in line for a service or to buy something, and someone who sees the long queue comes along and goes straight to the front of the line, completely disregarding everyone standing. In most cases, some people on the queue will speak up, but some will look on with utter disbelief. With teeming population, it is almost inevitable not to experience queuing. If you're not queuing at the bus station, you're queuing at the ATM or in the bank, or to get tickets to your favorite show. Queuing is a way to create orderliness and to ensure that there is some fairness, but like clockwork, there will always be the impatient ones, or the ones who feel too smart that they find a way to jump the queue. Queues are not created to simply waste time but to ensure orderliness, because the chaos that happens without the orderliness leaves a lot of people bitter, angry and helpless. The reason why queuing is challenging for us can be associated with the way we see it. Darden Professor Elliot N. Weiss and colleagues Graham Gillam, Kylie Simmons and Donald Stevenson explained that across the globe, people wait for food and transportation, to make purchases, to get services, or to have experiences. But how they view the wait, what the rules are, and what they expect vary widely. Some cultures see needing to wait as almost always negative, while in other societies, seeing there is a line can signal there's something worth waiting for.
In an environment where they don't call it out, and they allow people to jump the queue, and jumping the queue becomes normal and the norm, they won't say anything wrong with it. They will continue to do it because they can't see the bad in it. You get to an environment where, hey, it's not possible for you to ever think of jumping the queue because people say, get back. Excuse me, we've been here before you, join the queue. There and then you notice that you've done something wrong. It conditions your mindset, I can't jump the queue in this environment, it's not acceptable. And so you begin to readjust yourself. It's a culture change.
Instead of seeing queues as a waste of time, see it as a way to better manage time. It is also a way to ensure fairness and equity. The next time you feel the urge to jump a queue, don't. Instead, remember some of these guidelines. Make up your mind if you will join the queue or not. Once you have joined the queue, stay in your line. You may decide to ask what the waiting time is before you join the queue. Some organizations will provide this service. Try to stay in lane, only reserve by using someone you know. Never say you were behind someone in a queue. Wait for someone to be behind you before you leave the queue if you must. Respect other people's space while on the queue. Watch your conversation on the phone, keep it confidential. Watch your personal belongings. Try not to leave shopping bags on the floor. Acknowledge the number of bags you're carrying. If you forgot something, unless it is close by, you will run the risk of losing your place once you leave the queue. Exercise huge amounts of patience, even when the queue appears endless. If you're holding a place for someone, explain to others around you to avoid conflict. Sometimes, the queue may be a telephone inquiry. You may have the option of calling back or leaving a message to be called back. If someone appears like they're jumping the queue, politely correct them without getting into a squabble. Always wait your turn if the queue is automated. Sometimes you may need to wait to be beckoned, served, or for the green light before proceeding. Follow the rules and move orderly. It is not the hope of this feature to blame anyone for the never-ending tension between police and the citizens. However, it is certain that there is always a tension with most people when they approach a police checkpoint. Many factors are responsible for this tension, including not knowing what to expect or do, seeing the police as the enemy, or even being guilty of an infraction. Many issues that go wrong at a police checkpoint can be linked to lack of proper communication and understanding on the side of the police force and also on the side of the citizen. Here are some tips listed by the police force about comporting yourself at a police checkpoint. Endeavor to slow down your vehicle. It shows that you're not reckless. It also douses suspicion that you're a criminal and may want to speed off. Turn down the volume of your car stereo. Courtesy demands this. Besides, you are able to hear each other better. This simple act will help you win the confidence of the security operative. Keep your hands visible to avoid unnecessary suspicion or fear by the officers that you're attempting to bring out a gun or other harmful objects to attack them. Turn on the inner light of your vehicle while approaching the cops if at night. It readily sends an unspoken message that you have nothing to hide.
That's the nature of your job, officer. Don't worry. That's the nature of your job. Everything will be fine.
Be friendly and cheerful. Commend the officers, especially when you see them working under very unfriendly weather conditions, such as rains and harsh harmattan conditions, excessive heat, cold, or sunshine. We know it's their job, but a little kind word from you will do a lot of good. Remember, when you smile at the mirror smiles back at you.
Officer will not come down. Let's see what you do. Don't mind this. We won't come down.
Endeavor to be polite when answering questions put to you by the officers. Don't dare or challenge an armed security man to a duel. Oftentimes, you hear people say things like, "Shoot me if you can." Note that this is a recipe for disaster. It is a very provocative and unnecessary call for war. So please, play safe, more so as you do not know the state of mind of the officer concerned. Also, don't go into a physical fight with an armed security officer. He may resort
Hello and welcome. I'm Emmanuel Olubobokun. This is the news update. Now, protesters began their protest on the Adnonga protest from 1st of August, 2nd of August, and now being the 3rd in Lagos, Abuja, and Port Harcourt, River State, as protesters converge at Ojota and Lekki toll gate, causing a fracas between pro and anti-end governance. The Nigerian police force cooled the situation, and the protesters resisted at confinement in Gani Fayemi Park in Ojota, Lagos.
So what we are doing is that we are marching peacefully down to the Alausa Secretariat. You can know, you don't want the procession, so what do we do? You enter the park, and we are here. I'll be here with you. I'll be here with you. What is not responsible if there's any attack on anybody? Sir, we marched yesterday, and I hope you are aware. We marched yesterday. What order is against? We marched yesterday. We marched yesterday. The order is against. We marched yesterday, sir. We marched yesterday. As a matter of fact, the so-called order we only read on media. We don't have it. We don't, and you know what that implies. You know what that implies. So, sir, we want you to exercise your discretion as a police officer, and also in line with the decision reached with the IG of police to protect us even as a rally. Because you are, so that's sorry, sir. Because you believe that, because you believe that it's within your constitution, it is your duty to us. It's your duty to us. It is your duty to us to protect us as police. Experience. That's what we enter the thoughts into the park. That is what we enter the park. So the concept of that park is that when we enter that park, our people feel safe. Our people feel unsafe. It means feel safe. Our people feel unsafe.
Now, our protesters in Port Harcourt, River State gathered at Pleasure Park to demand change and address the country's economic hardship as the nationwide protest, which began on 1st of August 2024, aimed to draw government attention to citizens' plight. The State Police Commissioner urged non-violent protesters to continue the fight.
Keep watch. I am aware 2 phones have been stolen here. So, yes. So keep watch, open your eyes, ensure they do not adjust this from you. So far, so good. I'm happy with you. I'm comfortable with you. I have a request. Okay, now. I have a request. I do not want you to block the road. Allow people to play. I want people to pass and go to their area. To keep the road and block to control longer process. So we are infringing on the rights of other members of the public. If you infringe on the rights of other defendants,
Moving on, the Inspector General of Police, Guy Egbetokun, condemned the mass uprising, looting, destruction of properties and attempts to take over government buildings on Thursday by some individuals protesting against the hardship under President Bola Tinubu's administration. Egbetokun disclosed this during a live broadcast in response to the protest, ordered our police units to be on red alert to ensure public safety. They said the event that took place in major cities were mass uprising and looting, not protests. Yes, and Wiki, the Minister of Federal Capital Territory, says secret agencies have identified a senator who sponsored protests in the nation's capital. Speaking after a Security Council meeting,
Security agencies, and such a thing happens in their city, what would you think people will say? They may not have fully discussed, they may not have succeeded what they wanted to do, carry out what they wanted to carry out. And we have intelligence that look, they are coming up tomorrow to destroy property that would lead to loss of life. The security agencies would not allow. Every time the security agencies will invite the senator and find out.
Wide protests against economic hardship in Nigeria, urging the government to heed the people's voices and demonstrate a sincere commitment to addressing their demands, stating that they have conducted themselves with admirable peace. Now, he also urged security agencies to identify and isolate minority elements resulting to violence and looting. Abubakar called for more Nigerians to show solidarity and support the peaceful protests, urging the government to heed the people's voices and act with integrity and urgency. He also called for the police to engage more professionally in managing the protest and refrain from molestation of journalists. Break, and when we return, the news continues. So stay with us.
Legacy of excellence and a vision for nurturing future leaders. Bayes University is in a league of its own. We're all about our people, processes, and technology.
Bayes is one of the highly rated universities in Nigeria in terms of product quality standards.
We don't just produce graduates, but groom people into employers of labor.
And it has made us understand that learning is all about three things. We learn, we unlearn, and we relearn.
Bayes University Hospital offers a range of specialized services equipped with the latest technology, manned by a team of trusted professionals. And now, our vision extends beyond our walls with the Baba Ahmed University in Kano following our lead. Join us at Bayes University and invest in your future today.
Bayes University is the institution that you will get the best value for money education in Nigeria.
Bayes University. Learn to live.
And now to other parts of Africa. Kenya courts has ordered the extradition of Kelvin Kengete, accused of murdering his girlfriend, Margaret Mbitu, in the U.S. Kengete will go on trial in Massachusetts on first-degree murder charges for the death of Mbitu in November 2023. Mbitu's body was found with multiple stab wounds in his SUV at Boston's Logan Airport. Kengete had boarded a flight from Logan to Kenya the day before a body was discovered. He was also tracked down in Kenya 3 months after the murder, but escaped in a minivan just 1 week into detention. Kenya police launched a manhunt and arrested Kengete, 4 police officers, 2 suspects' relatives, and a lawyer accused of assisting in the prison break. And outside Africa, Donald Trump, a candidate for the Republican Party's presidential nomination, announced late on Friday that he had reached a deal with Fox News to face off against Democratic Vice President Kamala Harris on the 4th of September, of which he said, in quote, "I have come to an agreement with Fox News to have a debate with Kamala Harris on Wednesday, September the 4th. Trump posted on his social account, though it wasn't clear right away if Kamala Harris had consented to debate. And on to business. The Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Commission, FCCPC, has criticized Meta's threat to exit Nigeria following a $220 million fine for unauthorized personal data appropriation and also discriminatory practices against Nigerian users. The FCCPC defended the fine, which was imposed on Meta Platform Incorporated, the parent company of WhatsApp, Facebook and Instagram, for violating the Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Act and the Nigeria Data Protection Regulation. Now, Meta has stated that the penalty would affect its services and operations in Nigeria and that it is urgently appealing the ruling to avoid any impact on users. The FCCPC also emphasized that the order is a positive step towards a fair digital market and sanitization of the sector. And lastly, on sports news, Rosemary Chukwuma, one of Nigeria's representatives in the women's 100 meters event at the ongoing Olympics in Paris, has qualified for the semi-finals. Chukwuma finished third in Heat 5 in a time of 11.26 seconds behind Poland's Ewa Swoboda in 10.99 seconds and Great Britain's Dina Asher-Smith in 11.01 seconds. The other representative, Tim Godbliss, despite a strong start, finished 6th in 8.7 and will play no further part in the event. Another Nigerian, Favour Philly, who was supposed to participate in the event, was not registered. A development that has resulted in a lot of backlash against the sports authorities in the country. Cote d'Ivoire's Marie-Josée Taylor-Smith finished the heats with the fastest overall time, crossing the line in a sub-10 time of 10.87 seconds. Jamaica's Shelley Ann Fraser-Price also finished second in 10.92 seconds, and Germany's Gina Lückenkämper finished third in 11.08 seconds. The semi-finals and the final is set to take place on Saturday. And that's the news update. For more stories, please follow us on Facebook, X, and Instagram, and do subscribe to our YouTube channel, Plosive Africa and Plosive Africa Lifestyle. You can also view us from Limex on Limex.tv and Glow TV apps anywhere in the world. I am Emmanuel Olubobukun. Many thanks for watching.
I will take you through this amazingness today.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bookie November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Hydration is when you have enough water content in your body, then you're hydrated. And what is dehydration? Dehydration is the opposite of hydration. That's lack of water. And a lot of people are suffering from dehydration. Why are they suffering from dehydration? A lot of people find it difficult to drink water. It's healthy for you to get up in the morning and drink water, a glass of water. Cleanses your system. It makes you start on a good mood. It's when you take enough water, your skin equally glows. You know, your mood is well balanced. You're not feeling tired, because when you are dehydrated, you tend to feel tired. You tend to feel sick because your body is toxic. You understand? So your body is toxic, and things that are not supposed to be in your body are being retained in your body instead of it being flushed out. When you are properly hydrated, then you pee, you go to the toilet, you urinate, you sweat well, which is very, very healthy. In doing that, the excess things you do not require, the toxins you do not require are passed out from the body. So it makes you healthy. Watermelon is good. Watermelon has a lot of water. Pineapple is good. You know, you can take this fruit like cucumber. If you okay, let me just give you these little tips. You can do your mix your cucumber, blend your cucumber with watermelon, blend it with a bit of beetroot, add a bit of ginger to it to keep you very, very energized. it will keep you alert when you have your, then add apple to it, because definitely apple is going to sweeten it up, but not too much. So you can add apple to it, but it's going to keep you energized for the day. Then another combination, like I said, is an addition to another combination that can give you enough energy for the day. You can have your kale, you can have a bit of pineapple, you can have a bit of, so when I say a bit, it is now for you to come to us and ask us what the bit is. But so you have your banana, you have your kale, you have your pineapple, you can add a bit of chai seed to it. Blend is energy given. Kale on its own is powerful. Is a power bank of veggies. Then banana is another. So you have your banana there, you have your pineapple, you have your kale, you have your chai seed. If you want, you can add a bit of ginger to it, depending on. But you're beautiful with that. Then with water, you're fine. Well, we need to have fruit in our life, because we don't want to go to the hospital. Vitamins from fruits. Your body absorbs your food properly when you eat well. When you take in fruits, your body metabolizes the food you eat. You're not constipated while you eat. Your body metabolizes your food properly when you take enough fruit. You have a very glowing skin when you take fruits. You have vitamins, it helps aging. Some of us that are tending towards, and we don't want to look old, take enough fruits. You'll be fine. Your face, your skin, everything will glow. You have to find out what that child likes. All children are not the same, so you need to know what that child likes. When you find out what the child likes, then you start mixing fruit together. Most children, not all of them anyway, they have sweet tooth. So it could be a combination of banana with some other things, But the first thing is to find out what the child likes. When you get what the child likes, then day in, day out, you introduce it into their meals. You can make it into smoothies. You can make it into juice for them, because it's easier to take. When you make juices or you make smoothies, it's easier for them to take a whole lot of nutrients into their body within a short time. So I would talk from experience. If I want to, cucumber for example, not everybody likes cucumber because cucumber is tasteless. But for you to enjoy cucumber has high water content and is really good for the body. But for you to enjoy cucumber, you can combine your cucumber with other fruits that you love to eat. Take for example, some people like pineapple, some people like apple. Combine it with the fruit you enjoy, then you can make it into probably juice. You can juice it, you can make smoothies of it. You can make your salad interesting. When I say interesting, make your veggies, add some fruit to it. Add your chicken and all that, then add some fruit to it. Most fruit gives your normal vitamins. So I'm going to start with apple. Apple will help you with your digestion. The beetroot will help you with metabolism. Citrus fruits, lemon for example, cleanses your system.
But worry for that. All rodents and reptiles, so they disturb the die.
I'm a graduate of Political Science Social Studies from Adini Rogosaya College of Education. I graduated in the year 2020.
See, as of now, I'm looking for other jobs that I can merge together to meet up with responsibility. One time I remember trekking from Oriental Hotel to Eco Hotel, dropping my CVs at every place, dropping my CVs at different restaurants, different bars, different hotels, just hoping for something.
Pius is a graduate of computer science, but he drives an Uber for a living in the city of Lagos. Although underemployed, Pius is considered a tad lucky because 41% of the labor population with bachelor's degrees are without employment.
I got several jobs. When I go for the interview, I'll pass it. They'll say I'm too young, they want an older chef. And then so things like that were very, very frustrating. They almost pushed me off the edge. I was almost at the brink of going to call my friends and be like, okay, let me learn this year with you. So I just decided to keep pushing. Then I heard about this Uber thing. I got my first car. I was driving for somebody. I was supposed to be paying the person 25k a week. But sometimes when I walk, the car was having so much issues. If I make maybe 20, 30k in a day, the car, I'll end up spending like 27,000, 25,000 on fuel. So I couldn't keep up. I had to go for another car before I finally found this one. Driving to
Presently, 1 out of every 3 Nigerians that are able to work are unemployed, according to the National Bureau of Statistics. 23.2 million Nigerians are out of work. That is almost the entire population of Sierra Leone, Liberia, and Gambia combined. While Nigeria's youth population has increased much in the last 1.5 decades, the available economic opportunities are shrinking. Nigeria is facing an increasing youth bulge with over 123 million young citizens, but there are just not enough jobs for these youths.
From 2015 to date, I find myself jobless now. Presently, I'm managing a job, electrical job, which I invested my money and went to go and acquire some skills, which is providing money for me now.
Instead of me searching for a job, my father just advised me, instead of you working somewhere, killing yourself, you know what the country is now. Just go into this. And I thought of it, I started making research, then I started doing my father's business. And that was how I started selling ads. I sell ads here and there.
Up to date, if I see a job, I will work, but if the pay is meaningful. Because now they can't give me a job that will be earning like 45,000 or 50,000, because now through my electrical job I'm doing now, I earn more than the salary I think they will offer me now.
The dire unemployment situation, which some believe is more severe than reported, has been made worse by the coronavirus pandemic, which has led to shutdown of businesses. The adverse effects of this rising unemployment rate in Nigeria are becoming enormous and far-reaching.
Where there is unemployment, there is psychological desperation in itself, the sense of not having something to do. Then you also have the cogent economic consequence of not having money to spend because you're not working. This economic consequence then falls into a sociological consequence, which is a criminal side, because if people cannot fend for themselves, they either beg or steal or engage in any kind of disruptive criminal act. For these reasons, for these 3 reasons of psychology, sociology, and economic reasons, it is very important that we take the issue of unemployment very seriously.
When you are not able to meet your basic needs, when you that were able to put food on your table, you're now struggling, you that you were able to give somebody 5,000 naira, you're the one that is now begging 5,000 naira, it affects your sense of worth.
The unemployment problem is compounded for those living with disabilities who have to deal with extra hurdles, people like Christiana, who is a visually impaired business owner and tutor in Lagos.
We have this misconception that when there is no sight, there is nothing you can do. But in my own case, it's not like that. But one of the problems that we have is like people never had that trust with people living that disability that they can deliver it. And at the same time, people look down on us, low esteem, and there is discrimination and stigmatization that you cannot deliver.
The problem of exclusion is also gendered, as the numbers show. While the rate of unemployment is high, women are the worst hit. In stock terms, there are 30% more unemployed women than men. Women face barriers that men don't have to deal with.
So the woman who's at home and who's caring for the children or who's the natural carer, would we say that that person is employed or not? I would dare say that they are employed. Now, we may have as high as 10%. Like I said, I think it's more. We may have a lot more women not employed in the formal structure as we know it, either within the corporate world or perhaps down the line of entrepreneurship. And there are very many different reasons and factors for that. But the starting point usually has to do with, the girl-child education, as we know, based on our culture and based on the long-standing statistics that we have that show that the girl child is not as educated. We don't take the same opportunities for the girl child as we've taken for the boy child due to cultural nuances. Traditionally, we believe that we should, educate the boys and not the girls. So let's go further up the pipeline. You do have girls who on graduation start and compete as well as the boys in terms of their careers, in terms of paid employment, and we're seeing a lot more of them now in terms of entrepreneurship. However, what tends to happen over time is, again, they tend to drop out when it's time perhaps to have a family. So it's really down sometimes to the choices that are made. And what we must do to try and balance things out is make sure that the choices that are open to women are actually more. So what are those things making them drop out? What are, for example, the reasons why midway through your career, you have to make a choice to say, I need to focus on my home? What then can employers do to ensure that these women are given the opportunities? How can we expand the choices such that I can manage my home, manage my career, still look after my children? And sometimes it's very simple things like, do we have the facility for childcare?
Unemployment in Nigeria is not just about availability of jobs, but also about the education system producing the right type of manpower in the right quality and quantity to industrialize the country. State actors and stakeholders say many Nigerian youths are not employable because their skills are largely divorced from labor requirements.
I think, in my view, reviving our technical and vocational education and training systems, it's not optional. As a matter of fact, it's where we must go, pari passu, our other academic institutions like universities and co, such that you find that we have a lot more focus around disciplines, around trades, around disciplines, around specializations. we're in I'm in a room now, and I'm in your station, where journalism is a profession, right? But then there are also certain skill sets, whether it's graphics, whether it's creatives, that work very well with your industry. Now, not all of the skill sets that you need in this radio house require a university degree. So a lot of them can be honed, right from even maybe senior secondary or even post-secondary through different diploma programs and things like that. Now, that's what we must do in terms of our skilling process, so that you have what you call a multiple pathway to your aspiration in life.
Vocational training is the key, is the answer. Germany, all industrialized nations, they all depend on these skills training. They have a robust, developed infrastructure for skills training. And so we cannot, no economy, no country can really move forward without having a developed structure, a developed ecosystem, a developed environment to train people, to send people for internship, or to train people, intern people, and eventually create employment for people. Because eventually it is those people who are trained, it is those people who have gone through internship, it is those people who have become employable, who eventually becomes employers themselves.
But where are these vocational schools? There are just about 123 government-approved vocational schools across Nigeria. Aside this, there is also a certain stereotype that discourages students from enrolling in such schools.
The reason why some people don't like vocational work, depending on the area of specialization, you have to, when you want to work, you have to change your wares, and some don't like dirty work. Like me, I'm a plumber. People don't really know. Once I'm done in site and going home, people don't really believe that I'm a plumber, because maybe my stature or the way I look, so people don't really believe unless they see me while working on site.
So unfortunately, the number of people who are applying, to learn skill and all of that is still very low in number. And I actually understand why it is low in number. When you operate in an environment that glorifies certificate over skill, when you operate in an environment where the skilled workers are not properly paid, when you operate in that environment where there is no glory in having skilled work, of course, the youth will not be interested in that. But when you operate in a society that celebrates certification without adequate work, and that do not pay people living wages for their skills, then of course there's going to be very low interest in that particular field of work.
In the absence of white-collar jobs, many youth have turned to the informal sector, earning a living with small businesses and creating employment also. Presently, these small businesses account for 96% of businesses and 84% of employment in the country. Despite the significant contribution of SMEs to the Nigerian economy, the sector is still struggling with growth.
For me, there are three things. The first one is infrastructure. Power, for example, access to markets. When you are an SME or a member of the informal sector, if you are producing something in small quantities, after you've paid your rent, you've bought your raw materials, you have your equipment, you of course have to supplement power, because we don't have stable power in the country. So I think that's one of the major issues. Another issue is double tax or multiple taxation. A lot of businesses, there's no clarity on who they should be paying what taxes to. So for example, I once worked with one of the mobility startups in Lagos in the bike hailing space. And whilst we were, trying to speak with the LIRS, for example, about personal income tax or some basic tax from the drivers, we were obviously also having to deal with the unions with their daily levies and all of that. So therefore, things like that will stifle businesses and informal sector players.
Although the informal sector may be having an influx of educated youths as players, there is also the snag of these graduates being majorly unequipped for entrepreneurship.
The world is moving from theoretical based learning to case based learning, where you sit and you study case studies, you study practical lessons about scenarios, right, for business. I think it was Obasanjo, regime that tried to introduce entrepreneurship studies as one of the general GES courses or general studies courses. And, you look at the syllabus of that course, it's the same theoretical stuff, right? So there is nothing that prepares them properly for the challenges, for the realities, for the type of dynamics that they will be facing if they go out into the business world, right? If you look at the Igbo apprenticeship culture, it's an amazing learning point, because everything does not have to be. All your learning, your education doesn't have to come from the classroom, right? It does not always have to come from the classroom. So I think if government was serious enough, right, I would expect that the SMEDAN, for example, should have put in some type of structural support for the Igbo apprenticeship model, so that we can replicate those models across various societies.
The government acknowledges there is a bulging youth population with overwhelming unemployment figures. They, however, also insist they are addressing the problem.
The government has been consciously and in a deliberate manner trying to address the issue of the youth bulge. It's not just about the numbers. It's also about what are the needs of the variegated strata of the youth population. First, education is key, because education is power. Education is the greatest weapon against poverty. So the government has committed so much into education. There's emphasis on technical and vocational education, on the skills that you have.
Nigeria has not lacked special intervention programs. There are many of them. Yet, there are many unemployed youths, as these intervention programs have failed in dropping the increasing unemployment rates. Critics argue that these programs are unimpressive.
For the intervention, or rather the interventions of the government, I'm going to score them high on intention, and I'm going to score them low on performance or on result. High on intention because the act of rolling out a lot of intervention schemes, like the NPower, UWIN, and the various ones, including trader money, all to activate employment, shows that there are people thinking, there are people of good intention out there. But the method to which they've approached it and the results they're getting makes me score them low on it, because in 2021, it is not the role of government to be creating jobs for people or to be doling out money for individuals to grow their businesses. What the government needs to do are three, really, is to overall create an environment that allows employment to be created. Who create employment is businesses. So the government needs to create an environment that allows business to thrive and create employment, and thus doing, fight unemployment.
Government will tell you, BOI, CBN, all of these guys, they'll tell you that we are providing interventions for MSMEs, so we have this 10 billion, we have this 100 billion for MSMEs, and then they will give you the guidelines, and then in the guidelines you will see that they need you to be registered with CAC, they need you to have a bank account, they need you to have a business plan, they need you to have a financial statement. Look, that already by design excludes majority of those in the MSME space.
To bridge its unemployment gap, experts say Nigeria will have to create 5 million jobs annually for the next 10 years. Is the Nigerian government ready to tackle this problem? If Nigeria is to turn its large youth population into an advantage, then Nigeria has to rapidly reduce the disastrously high rates of youth unemployment.
You see, luckily and unluckily for us, we are an underdeveloped country. And most of what we have, what we need, we don't have enough of them. We don't have enough schools. We don't have enough hospitals. We don't have enough, almost anything. I can't think of anything that we have enough of. That problem of scarcity of assets should become the solution to our problem, in the sense that we should just sit down and try to create what we lack. To create what we lack, we need to think of what is needed. Why is it that we're not producing, and why is it that we're not consuming what we produce? Why is it that there is no urge to produce? Why are we having more pastors and politicians than manufacturers? If we want to boost Made in Nigeria, for example, I think we need to sit down and say, the first thing we need to do is perhaps create 5,000 production managers as a pilot scheme across the country, so that each one of them will go to different areas and specialize in one sort of production or the other. I repeat, I'm insisting on production, knowing fully well that where there is production, accountants will be needed, photographers will be needed, salespeople will be needed. The core of progress since the Industrial Revolution lies in production.
They really need to go fast because boys are not smiling, and then it can lead to early bloodshed. Early bloodshed in the sense that there will be serious competition. Boys need to smile again. Boys are willing to get their hands on anything just for this bar. And the government, if they are this slow, they will not be able to withstand what will come.
Fundamentally, hustle culture is about work dominating your time in such an unnatural way that we have no time to live our lives. The demanding nature of our world now, where people have to pay multiple bills, take care of family, has led to the need to make more money to meet those needs. Coupled with the constantly increasing cost of living and inflation, people can't stop working. The weekends are no longer spent relaxing and spending time with family, but catching up on work that couldn't be completed during the week, or doing other side hustles that can provide that extra money to cover some bills. Now, people log in long hours and take on side hustles for many reasons. Eloho, a 28-year-old woman, has to take on multiple jobs of being an editor by day, an English language tutor by night, and an invigilator on the weekends.
The cost of living has really increased. Like, the inflation is at an all-time high. And salaries are they're not increasing that much. Even if they are, a friend of mine calculated it for me and said, even if you're earning like 100% more, now your expenses are not like 100% more. For example, I moved houses twice in the last 3 years, and now the rent I'm paying right now is like 200% of what I started with on this same salary. So I say my salary is for 3 different things. So like the day job is for living expenses. Electricity tariff has increased twice. There's water bill, there's light bill, there's so many things to consider. Then my ninth job is for skincare. Your skin starts caring when you take care of it. So, and skincare is now more expensive, just keeps getting more expensive. So like things that make me happy, that's what one of my income streams goes to. Another is for rent, specifically dedicated to paying rent. And you know, I'm also a firstborn, first daughter, first granddaughter. So there's black tax too.
Oyidamola Abati is another young person who has found herself juggling many jobs and gigs.
In terms of the juggling, it's not so hard anymore. People do it now, like especially now that the pandemic changed everything really. Before the pandemic, people used to ask me, how do you do it? But now, everybody has learned how to do it. I have friends that are working 3 jobs, that are working 4 jobs. It's stressful, but you know, you have to survive somehow. So for me, when it comes to passions, things that don't have to do with money, I work maybe, I can say once a week or on weekends. I have my easel here, so I do my paintings. If it has to do with resume writing business, I set up a schedule that enables me to work on that. I have people that work with me. You know, once a client comes in, there's step-by-step process. It's been assigned. You know, we have processes. So these things, this structure helps me, keeps my life in focus. Everything, you know, has a structure.
With the rising cost of living, many people don't have a choice but to work at multiple jobs and also own businesses. The economic realities and the proliferation of entrepreneurship has necessitated many into working multiple jobs and hustles to make ends meet. The average young Nigerian works at a job and does a small business on the side. With such little time to rest, it's no wonder burnout has cropped up in our vocabulary since 2020. Burnout is a condition that is classified as an occupational phenomenon by the World Health Organization resulting from workplace stress that has not been successfully managed. It is a state of physical, mental, and emotional exhaustion caused by excessive and prolonged stress. As the stress continues, you begin to lose interest and motivation that led you to take on certain roles in the first place.
Last December was the first December in 8 years I did not fall sick. And December, you have a little break. The first day of that break, that's when I fall sick. Because my body is used to like just going and going and going. And as soon as I stop, the body's like, you thought I forgot. So there's this. It's never, and what's part about my kind of sickness is that it's never something you can find. It's really just stress. So in December 2019, I traveled because I like to travel home every year. I went to Warri, and one Sunday, I just woke up and my body was hot. And so I was like, what's wrong with you? And I was like, no, I'm fine. I wasn't eating, and I'm a foodie, so if I'm not eating, it's really bad. So I wasn't eating, so many things were going on, but I was really just hot, and I was shaking. And then I said, no, I'm going to church. So I went to church, and before I knew it, I landed in a church clinic. And then my mom came and she was like, what's wrong with you? And I was like, Mommy, I'm tired. That was the only thing. Mommy, I'm tired. Doctor was like, there's nothing wrong with you, but your body is just hot and you look like you're about to faint. I was like, Mommy, I'm tired. So I lay my head on her shoulder. My doctor was like, you're actually very tired. And they just admitted me. So I was just lying there on the bed. I remember I was wearing a new dress based on it was December. And I keep saying, I tell people that my new dress was christened in the hospital. I was just lying on the bed, like IV in my arm, and I was just tired.
I was like, I'm done. And I was like, for now, I'm just going to focus on my lecturing job. I know that even though it's a little, it can still pay some bills during the month. And I'm just going to manage for this period. So I took like a 3 to 6 month break. I said I wasn't doing anything else. So eventually, when I was ready again and I felt mentally up to it, I started applying for jobs again.
While hustle culture glorifies overworking as a badge of honor, it often sets up an environment of fear, guilt, and shame, especially when you don't feel like running at the same pace as everyone around you, according to Nicole Kamak, a clinical psychologist and the CEO of Black Mental Wellness. To avoid burnout, here are some tips. Seek support. Make time or find time to rest. Burnout can be preempted by learning to take breaks in between work projects. Don't wait till you're tired and burn out before you take a deserving rest. Take note of the activities that re-energizes you and schedule them into your regular activity.
Corruption is said to undermine justice and the rule of law in societies. On this week's episode of Our Voices, we'll explore how women are affected by corruption as they seek access to basic needs such as health services and even when they try to climb the ladder in leadership positions. We'll discuss this and more from a recent VOA Africa Division series that reveals misconduct across numerous sectors on the continent entitled Dirty Deals, Uncovering Corruption in Africa. Hello there and welcome. I'm Oriani Tangishaka and this is Our Voices. And with me today is my colleague Jeannie Niwa. Siminish is out today. Hello, Jeannie.
Hi.
What are your thoughts on this topic, Jeannie? Are women more prone to corruption as much as men? What do you think?
You know, I approach this topic being biased, thinking that, men are corrupted and women are all victims. But, recent studies actually shows that it's gender neutral. We are all susceptible to be corrupted. However, because women do not, have a tendency is not to have like those managerial position and corruption is different type of corruption, they are less likely to enter certain type of corruption network, let's say. So there is maybe a difference in the type of corruption they're more susceptible to be
You are very right. I do agree when you say that the perception is that men are more corrupt. I don't know why, but I think that it's fair to say because, they're not in the spotlight as much as women when it comes to corruption. And that's interesting. I'm going to look at that more, the research on women and corruption. Well, joining us to look into this topic deeper is Mrs. Anne Mbewele Anamela. She is the Executive Director of NGOCC, a non-governmental gender organization coordinating council, who is right now in Lusaka, Zambia. Miss Anne, how are you doing? Welcome to Our Voices.
I'm well, thank you, and thank you for inviting me.
Well, before we dive deep into the questions with you, let's watch this story from Nigeria where some experts say corruption is really a systemic issue. For example, the country's Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, says the banking sector is responsible for 70% of financial crimes. Reporter Timothy Obiezu tells us more from the capital, Abuja. Let's take a look.
In April 2021, Uche Ohiri learned about an agro-business scheme that offered to pay up to 30% interest on investment in 4 months. She took the bait and invested $550, but the company shut down soon after and its founder vanished into thin air.
I tried to log in. I had access to the website. I could see the fund. I could see the interest, but I could not do anything.
Like Ohiri, hundreds of investors who lost their monies reported the company to the police. But they found out via news reports that the same firm had been accused of a $70,000 bank loan fraud in connivance with corrupt bank officials. The bank in question, though, denied any wrongdoing.
It was a joke at first to me because it has never happened to me. Okay, you guys got to be kidding me. But unfortunately, it wasn't a joke.
Fraud is on the rise in Nigeria's financial system. Nigerian institutions have lost $201 million to fraud since 2020, according to the Financial Institutions Training Center, a research and advocacy organization. Experts say growing electronic payments and less stringent verification standards are making local targets more vulnerable to fraud, and that financial institutions are often unable to thoroughly probe fraud cases due to poor information sharing and lack of coordination.
The system is designed in such a way that its attempt to address corruption is superficial. We need structural strengthening, institutional strengthening, such that not just institution, even process strengthening, such that any conduit pipe for corruption is blocked.
The consulting firm KPMG says only 30% of Nigerian banks have fully implemented anti-fraud measures that allow mandatory verification of the customer's identity before opening an account. In 2021, the central bank asked bank customers to report unauthorized debits to its customer protection desk. Last year, President Bola Tinubu launched an anti-corruption campaign and called for support. And in January, Nigeria's Independent Corrupt Practices Commission, ICPC, and the EFCC said they are teaming up to fight corruption.
We have our own constraints, just like every other organization. But we know that as a commission, that everybody's eyes on the commission. We have been doing our best. We have a good team.
But Boti says words must be matched with action.
Corruption is systemic, then we need a more systemic approach to fighting it. So with all of the initiatives that we have on ground, we need to begin to deploy these things in a truthful manner. So for instance, again, we have the EFCC. They need to do more beyond just picking some few persons here and there. They need to touchlight more. They need to investigate more. They need to prosecute more people.
The global financial watchdog, the Financial Action Task Force, says Nigeria has until May next year to address financial crimes, including terrorism financing, or risk being excluded from the global financing system, which would make it more difficult for Nigeria to do business and access international financing. Nigerian authorities say they'll make sure that doesn't happen. Timothy Obiezu, VOA News, Abuja, Nigeria.
Thank you so much, Timothy Obiezu.
Yeah, and to go back to that gender neutral aspect, I think it's a very, very interesting research that if our audience wants to know more, they can refer to the OSCE.org. Well, they'll know. Yeah, it's very interesting.
Awesome.
So I wanted to ask you, Miss Anamila, is she here?
Yes, she's with us. Can you hear us, Miss Anne?
Yes, I can hear you.
Awesome. So can you briefly give us examples of what constitutes corruption?
Well, I think one of the key things around corruption is that, firstly, it's usually an illegal act. And then secondly, it also involves abuse of one's position. And it also is about that person that is initiating the corrupt action, gaining some sort of advantage out of it. So normally corruption involves solicitation of whether it's financial or material gain for that person that is corrupt. And it happens, in various ways. It could be a request for a direct bribe. It could be double dealing. And as we are seeing in more and more these days, or maybe it's just that we are more alert, the issues of sextortion, all those border on corruption.
Right.
So it's about doing something because you're in a position, and then the other person needs that service, and it's usually around public office, though it does happen in other areas as well.
I agree. Bribe, extortion, and so forth. Well, let's come to Lusaka, where you are, where the president constantly speaks firmly against corruption. And in this next clip that we're about to watch, it's an alleged corruption tactic that happens in the health system. Our colleague Kathy Shorts covered it, and we'll come back.
Charity Musamba is a lecturer at the University of Zambia. She says she experienced the situation aptly described by the president. On March 10, she was waiting for a full blood count examination at a Lusaka health facility, along with her sister who was caring for her, when a medical staffer allegedly attempted to solicit a bribe from her sister, Albert Sato.
Look at the queue of people waiting to be examined, and there's only one machine. And in some cases, it even develops problems as it's been utilized. So if you want your sister to be examined, I can quickly push her name up the list. But that's on condition that you also help me.
Miss Anne, when we look at this particular tactic in the health system, do you think that it's more of a corruption culture, or is it, just people who are innately like that?
I think it's both. There are people that are innately like that, but then when corruption is allowed to perpetuate in a country or in institutions, then it becomes a culture, especially where people think they can get away with it and where addressing corruption is not consistent. So it starts with individuals, indeed, but it does turn into a culture, depending on how it's handled.
Right. So the people can be corrupted as well as the system itself can be corrupted.
Yeah. Thank you, Ms. Anna. We'll, discuss more about the culture of corruption. For now, let's take a short break. When we return, we'll hear more from Ms. Anne Mbewe Anamela, Executive Director of NGOCC, Non-Governmental Gender Organization Coordinating Council. She will help us look more at possible solutions to fighting corruption. And as usual, we ask you to share your thoughts on this topic on our social media platforms at VOA Africa. We are on Facebook, Instagram, and X, formerly known as Twitter. Use the hashtag VOA Our Voices. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
In times of change, when the world seems uncertain and what we hear doesn't reflect what we see, we seek the truth. When we are told only part of the story, we lose trust. In moments of crisis, our dreams, hopes, and wishes for a better tomorrow depends on a free press. At Voice of America, we bring you the stories that people take risks to see. We connect the world and unite it with truth. At Voice of America, we show you the whole picture.
Health, wellness, sport, beauty, medical breakthroughs. Healthy Living cares about your well-being. What are the main health concerns in Africa and around the world? Find out the latest on coronavirus. Connect with our experts and ask them questions.
How long does the virus stay?
Join me, Linor Moudou, in Washington, every week on Healthy Living, right here on VOA.
Welcome back. You're tuned into Our Voices. We're discussing corruption and how women are affected and also which part they play in it. With us via Zoom from Lusaka, Zambia is Ms. Anne Mbewe Anamela, Executive Director of NGOCC, Non-Governmental Gender Organization Coordinating Council, and will now help us look at some possible solutions to fighting corruption. But before that, in Ghana, corruption is a major issue, and state agencies mandated to tackle it are struggling to succeed in their mission. Civil society groups are taking up the challenge with initiatives that exposes corruption in the public sector, creating public awareness, and also pushing for prosecution. Let's take a look and then discuss this further. Isaac Kaledzi has more from Accra, Ghana.
That's because as a journalist, you must have a heart.
These Ghanaian journalists are planning for their next big investigative story. They work for the Fourth Estate, an Accra-based non-profit public interest and accountability initiative by the Media Foundation for West Africa.
We work with Ghanaians, we work with whistleblowers who give us information. And so we look at issues and we go deep into those issues. We bring them out in forms of publications, online write-ups and YouTube videos and all that, mainstream documentaries.
The publications focuses largely on anti-corruption related stories. Since launching in 2021, it has published several groundbreaking anti-graft stories. Among them was an exposé by the project on asset declaration following a requirement that government officials declare their assets. The Fourth Estate filed the case with Ghana's Commission on Human Rights and Administrative Justice that further investigated the matter.
So when we did that story, as many as 294 or so public officials hurriedly declared their assets. In fact, before the publication, they are not declared, but they were in office. But when we published the story, very quickly, they declared their assets. And we thought that that was impactful and it sent the right message to authorities and to public officials.
Anti-corruption campaigners say fighting corruption in Ghana has become a daunting task, despite the country launching the National Anti-Corruption Action Plan, a policy document with plans to combat corruption.
The National Anti-Corruption Action Plan was the blueprint for all of us to fight corruption. However, in all these very glowing attributes that I gave, you would realize that there are so many gaps within the system that we haven't paid attention to. And for that matter, it makes the fight against corruption a difficult one.
Some of those gaps include weak laws that hinder the work of state institutions mandated to investigate and prosecute corrupt public officials. Civil society groups like the Center for Democratic Development, CDD, are filling the gap and taking on the challenge. In 2017, the organization launched the Corruption Watch Project in an attempt to reduce public corruption through advocacy for transparency.
We are able to do original investigations. We have actual investigative journalists as part of the team that do the investigation, but we also try to follow up on cases that are alive or cases that we feel have been buried and we have forgotten, that we think we need to revive.
The activism by the CDD team for the past 7 years appears to be yielding results.
We didn't want the issue of corruption to die and also to be episodic. We just wanted to keep it on the minds of citizens that we need to keep fighting. We need to take an interest. They need to join the fight because we're feeling that corruption was becoming normalized and people felt that, oh, well, that's how it is.
Thanks to the works of these civil society groups, the fight against corruption is on people's mind.
Both as anti-corruption and governance experts and think tanks, a lot of work has been done. We have shown evidence of research that corruption is an issue and it is hydra-headed. And to fight it, we need serious commitment.
Isaac Kaleji, VOA News, Accra.
Thank you so much, Isaac Kalezi, for that report from Accra, Ghana. And indeed, as you've said, fighting corruption is on people's mind, and organizations are trying their very best to do what they can to curb corruption. Now, back to our guest who's on Skype from Lusaka, Zambia, Miss Anne. Now, I often see police officers on the road when I'm on the continent, and they're in the heat of the day, and from what I can gather, their salaries are very small. Is increasing salary in government or civil service positions a sustainable solutions to curbing corruption, especially on the road when you are out and about?
Well, I think it's okay. That's part of the solution, but there is more to it. Earlier on, we spoke about whether it's individual or it's systemic. Mm-hmm. So at an individual level, I think there's need to in a way change mindsets, though, and that's not an easy thing to do. So it's both a cultural issue and it's a systemic issue, and these are personal issues. Increasing salaries might help, but then I don't know to what extent that would help. I think we'd really need a study around that, because there are persons that have been involved in corruption that were fairly in the high income bracket. So is it really about the salaries, or is it about systems, as we said, and about culture and just the practices that have become embedded in the way we do things? So if we were to, for instance, go by the route of increasing salaries, that of course would speak to issues around how the economy is growing and how that growth is sustained in order to sustain higher salaries. But I think it's a combination of things. It's salaries, it's regulation, it's the justice system, and it's looking at our culture and our values, and our values too.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Let's talk more about your organization. We spoke at the top of the show that, the corruption culture, which may be the issue. How does your organization work to curb this in place where it has become part of life?
Well, I think the first thing we do is start with ourselves as an organization. We have a set of principles that we believe in, and that we try to inculcate even in staff, which include transparency, accountability, integrity. And, NGOCC is a membership-based organization, an umbrella organization for 111 NGOs, CBOs, and faith-based organizations around the country. And we all share these values that I've spoken about. So it starts with us as well, even as we monitor what's happening in the country and try to hold other institutions to account. So because we're an advocacy organization and a mouthpiece for women in Zambia, we're able to speak up whenever we notice any trends, or we notice specific incidences of corruption. And then the other thing that we do is also at times engage relevant authorities to bring to light what's happening, or to find out how these issues are being handled, and also to suggest how best we can address issues of corruption. And we also form coalitions with other civil society organizations, because when we form a critical mass and our voice is louder, and we demand answers and raise some of these issues. As NGOCC, we're also part of the Universal Periodic Review mechanism, and we're able to also raise these issues through some of the shadow reports that we do, around these international processes as well.
Very well. We've looked at the banking system. We've looked at the health system. Let's look briefly about the education system. When we look at sextortion, sex for grades, who should we focus on mostly? Should we focus on the teachers, or should we focus on the students? Because we did talk about both the system and the individuals, and we know that students can also be perpetrators of, corruption. Who should we focus on?
Issues of corruption such as these needs concerted efforts, when we look at all the possible stakeholders. So yes, the teachers, and this should start right from the colleges and the universities where these teachers come from. I think the issues of extortion should be included even in the syllabus. And when they get into the schools, when they're, taken to the schools now, the school system also should have a system that can allow students to report these incidences without any negative repercussions, and also allow teachers to address these issues, because as you rightly said, sometimes it's both ways. It's the teachers and it's others, that's the students themselves soliciting. So it needs to start there, and then besides that, we have we need other regulatory authorities that will ensure that the schools, the universities, and all these other learning institutions are regulated in a way that will first ensure that, for example, we as civil societies could help by ensuring that we sensitize both students and teachers, lecturers against these practices, but also where there are laid down rules and regulations in an organization, even around reporting and around action when these reports are received. There should be regulatory institutions that do their work. And when this is done, also it should be very, very clear what the punitive measures are at institution level as well as at individual level. So it needs a coordinated response with various institutions and individuals too.
Absolutely. But what about the household? You know, it's like not everybody's equal in front of corruption. What can we teach our children? What can be taught, you know, in a household so, you know, people are less likely to commit corruption?
That's a fantastic question, because we have, as NGOCC, now have introduced what we call a household approach. And that is recognizing that most challenges that societies face start at a household approach. And one of the things where we are encouraging in this household approach is dialogue in families. You know, sometimes our culture is such that children cannot talk to their parents. Parents think they really, it's the role of the schools, you know, to teach some of these value systems to the children. So we're encouraging dialogue at household level.
That's right.
And this is working well. It has other effects that we did not expect, very positive. Like, for example, encouraging even women to speak out more out there because they're being consulted more and part of the dialogue at household level. So that's one approach that we are taking. And then there's also the churches. We have churches all across Zambia.
Thank you so much.
And some of these issues can be taken up there.
That's right. Well, that's it for today. Thank you so much. We would like to thank you very much, our guest, Anne Mbewe Anamela, Executive Director of NGOCC, Non-Governmental Gender Organization Coordinating Council, for shedding light on this very impactful situation of corruption we all of us face, especially women, and the fight to expose it. If you want to watch more of the Dirty Deals Uncovering Corruption in Africa series, along with this and other episode of Our Voices, go on the VOA website at voaafrica.com and our YouTube channel, where you can find the top news stories of the day. Thank you so much, and goodbye.
Shimori Badejo holds a first degree in mass communications, master's in communications arts, and a PhD in social psychology, specializing in mass mobilization.
The simplest definition of public relations, which also relates to a nation, is doing good and letting people know. Now, what we hear, it's people demarketing even their country. I grew up in a home where the fear of God was actually implanted on us.
What led you to the good old days?
I realized that they lack sense of history. Even if history is not allowed in schools anymore, let us see how we can bring snippets of this history.
Timeless Conversations, airing every Saturday at 8:30 p.m.
Welcome to the lounge. This is TW Conversations, where everything is on the table. And today we're talking fertility. I remember as a single girl, most of my friends were married. I remember one particular friend said to me, oh, Ebo, you know, the first pressure is, oh, when is she going to get married? And then after that is, when are the babies going to arrive? So if you're out there and you're married or single, you're going through a fertility journey, we have a team of experts here. So sit tight. It's going to be a very interesting episode.
Yes, welcome back. It's nice to be welcoming you back. When you're on the lounge, in the lounge with friends who have not done this before as a job, and they are presenting, we have to give them kudos. So I think we should just, these young ladies, let's give you a high five. For that opening, that was, that was fantastic. But and the thing also, I must give kudos to the guests that we have in the house, because we've taken them through quite a lot this evening already. But the truth is, people are wondering, what is she doing talking about fertility? This is somebody who has 6, 7 children. I've been to the labor room how many times? But I do know that there can be issues with it. And I also know that there are options. And my sisters in the house are ready to drill the guests we have. I have Dr. Aliyu in the house.
Hello.
I also have Dr. Williams in the house. Hello. And then, of course, my dear brother, Eni in there. I call him Eni. Don't worry, I'll write his full name for you, but it's Eni for today. Are we good with that?
Good.
Annie's in the house. Annie's in the house. Ebu is in the house. And dive straight into the conversation. Is it that people are eating the wrong food or fertility is being more reported? Let's start with Dr. Aliyu.
Yeah, it's not really that maybe people are eating wrong food or that thing. It's possible, especially as we have shifted a lot from natural to more refined foods. It's possible. But by and large, from research, you still find out that when we talk about not being able to get pregnant, which is infertility, it's still about the same percentage, which basically about 10% of the people wanting to get pregnant, they are not able to achieve pregnancy. And we define it over a period of 1 year, having sexual, unprotected intercourse, living together for about 1 year, and they are not able to achieve pregnancy. By and large, it's still about 10%.
10% is so low, but
Yes.
it sounds so low, isn't it?
I would have thought it would be like 40 or 50. No, maybe 40.
But 10% means 1 in 10. So, you know, that's... But doctor, is it, Dr. Williams, is it men or women that are more...
Right. Well, both.
Which one is more?
It used to be like 30% men to 70 of women, but right now we're seeing almost, in my practice, I'm seeing almost 50-50. And I'm now seeing that male fertility is becoming quite a problem.
Quite an issue. I wonder what are the curious things that, if it's an issue, I don't want to monopolize this conversation, ladies.
Okay, so I would share from when she was talking about pressure. I remember getting married and I told myself, I'll wait 6 months, and then from 6 months I start to try. And then I remember my husband saying, let us not wait until now turn to a prayer point. I remember him saying that, and that kind of gripped, you know, I just thought 6 months. I just always thought I don't have a problem. I don't see why. Until when 6 months went past and then I didn't get pregnant. That month I was like, okay, what can be going on? Then friends started to tell me, you need to start realizing that you need to take things that will aid fertility. You should take the spermicide that helps the sperm swim fast. There were a list of things. And to stay, at that point, I knew that it's either I had a problem or I had only God. So I understand the fear. Now, is that fear valid? Because when you start to see that 1 year is coming and then nothing's happening, when do you start to get worried?
When do you panic?
When do you start to...
Doctor said 1 year, right?
Some doctors say 3 years. Some gynecologists say 3 years.
Now, okay, let me qualify that. By and large, basically it's 1 year. But if a woman, for example, you're already 35 or at 40 and you have just gotten married, I mean, within 3 months, you can even be investigated. Why not? Because you are getting towards your reproductive end. But even in advanced countries in those years, it used to be 2 years. They allow you to wait for 2 years. But by and large, majority of the population, 1 year.
It depends on your age at the time you are worrying?
It depends on your age, exactly. It depends on your age. The more you go towards the end of your reproductive life, which is 35, 40, of course, we try to investigate much earlier. We don't wait for 1 year before we say, why are you not getting
But
pregnant?
very clearly, people know that if you've been trying and you can have something done about it, which is really what this show is about, which is one of the reasons that both of you are here and then Annie is here as well.
Correct.
And oftentimes, the first option we think about is assisted pregnancy. And when you think about it, you're thinking about IVF. True or false?
True.
But is it always, I mean, is that the only option that, I mean, I know that's not the only option, but how does the IVF work?
Can I
No, let's
add,
not-
when do you
okay.
start? When do you try
Well, when
IVF?
it's true,
Is
so
it after
is it the
1 year
first-
now? Is that the first intervention you should try?
Okay.
Definitely not.
Definitely not. What do you think?
Well, in my own practice, we actually start with the marriage preparation class. And people ask me to give a talk to the marriage preparation class. And that work is started at that time. The technology is able to allow you to identify...
What technology?
Natural procreative technology, or NAPRO technology. To identify at any age the women that are likely to have problems. And so we identify it even that early. And once we've seen the signs that that particular person is likely to have problems, we immediately counsel the person appropriately. Because in natural procreative technology, which is what I specialize in, we see infertility as a symptom of an underlying disease. Yes, it's a symptom of an underlying disease. And once you've seen that, you can now try to discover what is causing that particular fertility cause.
Infertility.
Yes, well, I don't like to use the word infertility. It's not a very friendly word. So I like using the word fertility rather than infertility, because once you tell somebody she's infertile, you know, it causes quite a lot
But what
of...
does being infertile mean? It means, I mean, there are many meanings, I believe. Either you're not producing eggs or your husband is not producing sperm, or what is it?
Yeah, you're now going into a little bit of detail, which is what is causing it. There are some, just like she said, Dr. Williams said, there are some people who prefer just using subfertility rather than infertility.
What's subfertility?
Subfertility is, you are not...
English.
Never heard.
You are not at about a normal level of, there are those who, okay, I want to get pregnant. Within the next few months, they are pregnant. But yours may take about 2 years, unexplained. Why? You have to wait for that 1 year, 2 years, we do not know. After all, when you consider the definition, some people, if you have 100 couples, for example, some people get pregnant the first month, some the second month, some the third month, some the fifth month, some the 11th month. Why do they have to wait that long? And they are living together. We still don't know. That's why
Maybe
there
the
is
husbands
that.
are always traveling, they don't have time.
It's not impossible.
You know?
Those are associated causes, just like as I was saying that if you really want to be able to be of use in managing infertility, if it is possible, you try and establish the cause.
Well, I'm sorry that it just seems like Annie is just listening to all of us.
yeah.
That what is it? No, not quite. I guess because, you know...
No, but I'm listening. I'm
Are you
actually
learning
a
new
lot,
things?
yeah.
But you, for example, you know of someone who's chosen to adopt a child, even though the person didn't have infertility problems. You know, so that's why I would like you to share the experience, because I think adoption is also an option.
Yes.
You know, as I think so. Whether it's viable, I'm not sure.
Well, I think it's something most parents should actually do. One, it's a good social contribution to the society if you do. But on a personal level, I think whether you have your own biological children or not, taking on a child and loving that child is actually very fulfilling.
What about the stigma that comes with it? You know, what would it be like? Say, okay, this child is adopted and this one is not.
I wouldn't see any reason why there should be a stigma about it, because children are children and they will end up growing up to be very responsible adults and contributors to the society, so it shouldn't be.
At that point, I'll probably ask you, so an adopted child, should they be told that they're adopted and at what stage?
I think it will be something that both parents will think through and decide what time to tell the child when they are able to deal with it, because in as much as you might show the child all the love, the family unit might be completely perfect, but the society is still not very receptive of the question of adoption, and you could get the child being bullied in school, maybe because they say you're adopted and all that. So yes, it's probably for the best psychological development of the child to not make it known at that point until when the person can relate with it and deal with it.
I'm wondering among the, sorry, Dov, were you going to ask a question?
I was going to say, beyond school, what about the family, the larger family unit, where there are maybe grandparents?
You also had an adopted child,
yes,
actually.
I was
Interesting.
going to go into that. What about, like the extended family, cousins, grandparents, and how do they, relate with the child? Do they accept the child? And how does their acceptance or non-acceptance affect the child's development?
Well, I will not say that it's always going to be rosy, but I think in everything, it's also the function and the responsibility of the parents to have properly, if you decide you want to do this and you go ahead to do it, then you must, in the African society, it's not only the nuclear family, it's also the extended family. So if you're deciding something internally, you must carry your extended family. I'm Igbo, and you have the traditional thing of people saying maybe this person can be an outcast or it can, and all that. So you must definitely cross that bridge with your extended family to make sure that your children, whether adopted or biological, are accepted just as you accept them as yours.
Doctors, I must take this. There's one option that's happening again recently. There's NatProtect, there's IVF, there's all of those things. I don't know if you advise and I want you two of you to comment on this, advise your clients to seek adoption as an option. And also, this surrogacy thing is becoming an option too. You can have someone else
carry the baby for you.
Carry the baby, right? Should we start with you, doctor?
Okay, fine.
How popular is it?
Yeah, certainly. I advise my patients, or rather I give them the option of adoption. I discuss it with them, what it entails.
And they're becoming more receptive these
days.
They're
becoming more receptive. They're becoming more, just like when you even consider IVF in the first instance. When it first came, nobody wants to talk about it. Nobody wants anybody to know that I went for IVF. But now it's so common that it doesn't mean anything. The same thing, the idea of adoption is gaining ground, but we are still far from reaching, I don't know his opinion, but that is what I have found in my clinic.
They won't say it, they won't do it.
They won't say it by and large. They won't say
what
it,
about
but they are being encouraged. Surrogacy is even more in its infancy, by my assessment, but people are talking about it. I have had patients who have even come, what about surrogacy? They've asked that question even before I could bring it up. And they've been educated, and
they are changing.
Yes.
But very slowly.
They are changing.
Your technology is a natural technology.
Yes.
But I have people say things like, oh, this is from the church, and so it's only for church people who don't want to try IVF because IVF has...
I think we should establish that the church, when you say the church, do you mean the entire body or the Catholic
Church?
Yes, I think it's a Catholic church, right?
Yeah. Well, the Catholic Church does not approve of IVF. Yes. And so Catholics are told that they are not allowed to do IVF if you're a practicing communicant Catholic. And an alternative technology called natural procreative technology, which these days is called the fertility-based awareness methods. That's how we are now classified in the Ministry of Health, has to be instituted. As regards adoption, because we have protocols...
sorry, does NatProtect work? I'm sorry. I'm just wondering.
Well, what does it entail?
Yes. Natural procreative technology for the treatment of infertility is twice as effective as in vitro fertilization for any particular cause of infertility. That is usually...
Isn't there a but in it?
There's no but. It is researched, very well researched, and you can Google it. And the effectiveness rates have been proved. Even in Nigeria, the technology was developed in the USA in 2004. We brought it here. Even in my own little practice, You know, I have my own pregnancy rates are double IVF rates. And even now...
you were one of the IVF doctors at the beginning.
The type of people I see now are 1 failed IVF, 2 failed IVFs, 3 failed IVFs. So at my own level...
But is it that expensive?
At my own level, those are the people that are referred to me
and
now.
they get pregnant.
Yes.
Anyway, but the question is, I know there are options. I must take a break. I know there are options. This is one option, it's another. And, you know, but I would like to really delve into the surrogacy thing. But I must take a break, and then we'll return to the conversation. So look at why I'm just quiet on this one. Or just listening to you people talk. We'll be right back. Yes, we're still in the lounge, and we have had time just listening to the doctors talk about options, and we also talked to a father who understands adoption. But now we want to remain in the studio to answer some pertinent questions. So, more interactive. Welcome back. I don't know, Ebun has been dying to ask one question.
Okay.
Clarity?
Absolutely. Clarity on this procedure. I really need to understand how it works and how it differs from IVF.
Okay, it's not a procedure. It is a whole technology. Okay. The philosophy behind the technology, as I've said before, is that if somebody cannot get pregnant, something is responsible. And the whole technology has been developed to very accurately pinpoint in each particular woman what is, or man.
Are you taking medicines?
It's a whole technology.
Okay, where?
What is the cause? In the normal method, not IVF, in normal gynecology, you'd be asked to do your hormones, day 21 hormones, ultrasound, seminal fluid analysis, and hysterosalpingography. So, but in this tech, we found that infertility goes much beyond that. And therefore, it is very, very important to accurately work at. So it goes through several stages, which we call protocols. The first stage is to actually ask the woman to monitor her own fertility.
Okay.
Yes. After that, you now identify what it is. Immediately you know this is normal or this is not abnormal. Okay. By reading the chart that comes back to you, I can say with almost 90%, this is the problem. Okay. Next stage is now to confirm the actual diagnosis, the cause. And you do that using what we call, we don't do just one hormonal assay. We do what we call serial hormonal assays.
I think this is getting too technical.
The
question is, it works. There's an option, right?
Yes. But what is the age bracket of women that you and men that you would?
For a woman, she must actually be in the fertile period. She must be ovulating because we use only...
What if she doesn't ovulate?
Eggs, then you make her ovulate. Then we only use, only use that, that's why it's called natural. You only use the egg or the sperm of the couple.
Right.
You are not allowed to use eggs from another woman.
Oh, that's where the differentiation is.
And then you are not allowed to use sperm from another man.
Okay.
And so you must work with that particular couple.
I think I need the age, that age bracket. If you
the
can
age
share
is as long as any woman is producing eggs. There is no
So a
age.
60-year-old, for example, can't do
If she is producing eggs,
okay,
you use the technology.
All right. Even Annie is nodding his head. No, but in surrogacy, you know, would any of us consider surrogacy? Because I read the story of Diana Ross, the musician. She was almost 70. I don't know if any of you have seen that story. But she carried her daughter's baby. Her daughter couldn't have a baby because there's something wrong with her womb or something. So she opted to be the mother that would carry the baby.
Her grandbaby.
Her grandbaby. So she birthed her grandbaby for her,
for her daughter.
What I'm not certain about is whether there are any laws and regulations in Nigeria, but I think in America
For surrogacy.
there are certain.
Is it happening here now?
Yes. Surrogacy is definitely happening here.
In regular practice, or they have to go and do it abroad? Are doctors doing it?
No, here locally. And well, in fairness, because of the nature of it, lawyers are involved because agreements have to be signed, you know, in terms of let this person not go and claim another child, you know, things like that. So quite a lot of groups, whether professional or agencies, are involved just to make sure that everything goes right. But it's happening here in
Yes,
Nigeria.
but I want to know, are you allowed to know? So I know someone that did surrogacy and then it was successful, but they didn't get to meet the surrogate. But another person told me that she did it in a hospital here in Lagos. And then she got to meet the surrogate. She wanted to inspect the surrogate,
To be sure
monitor
that
the
there's no
surrogate
mental
and all that.
illness
And I'm
in the
like,
family.
is that allowed?
Now, normally in my clinic, what we do is the fact that you want surrogacy, we get you to an agency, it's left for you to decide. By and large, if it concerns me, I would encourage that you do not know the surrogate.
Yes.
That's it. But some people will want to know. Normally, what you have just said, the characteristics of the person who is going to be the surrogate are shared with the person wanting surrogacy, so that you know the characteristic. It's not this person, it's not this characteristic, it's not that characteristic. The person who's going to carry the baby for you.
Please, how do you find these surrogates?
Well,
do we go to register if I feel like I'm very fertile? Can I go and register and get my 3 million naira? Because I hear it's as good as that.
They pay people.
Of course.
But that's the issue. That's the moral
unethical,
issue.
yes, it's unethical.
Whether you should be able to earn a profit or get paid to provide surrogacy. I think in America it's illegal to get paid to.
It's going to be, I can't contest that because I don't know about that. But I believe that, for example, let's say I'm a woman and I surrender myself, I want to become a surrogate. I don't know the person. And then my body is going to change. I'm going to experience a lot of pain, difficulties. In the delivery, it might even be a cesarean section. I end up with a surgery. And you say I shouldn't be paid. I think it should.
It's a moral issue. Dr. Williams is very quiet on this.
Well, let me just say that I have always recently looked at surrogacy as adoption of embryo, because when he was talking about adoption, so when people come to me, you know, because of my own point of view, I say, look, if you're going for, because the type of people we see these days who are coming, you know, women who cannot,
have babies,
who are over 40, 50, 60, they don't, I tell them that, look, just go to an adoption agency and adopt. This is what I tell them. I say, why must you put yourself at risk for all these injections and surgery because you're actually adopting an embryo? That is what you are doing.
Go and adopt a live baby.
Go and adopt a live baby. This is my own way of looking at it.
Can I ask, surrogacy, when you say adopting an embryo, yeah, I was under the impression that surrogacy was that it's the couple's egg and sperm, but gestation in another
I'm glad
person.
that you are bringing that up because that's the major difference between adoption and surrogacy. By and large, I mean, to a large extent, surrogacy is the man's sperm, the wife's egg, just another woman to carry it.
That's if the problem
different.
is the woman's own. Where, for
In
example...
actual fact, we know that by the time they are coming for these problems, many of them are postmenopausal. That means the women do not have eggs. And the IVF people prefer to use eggs from very young women because those eggs give you better results. So in actual fact, you end up with the egg is not yours,
so you
and
can't
the
even tell.
sperm is not yours. And so that would be, this is the majority of the cases we have. I cannot.
Anyway, so what can we do? So these are moral issues.
Like she rightly said, that's the majority. But the patients I have seen, they are within the reproductive age bracket, coming for surrogacy for certain reasons, which I cannot disclose here. But I've seen such people. I mean,
the question I want to ask is that, what do we do? So 2 young people want to get married. How do you foresee this? Are there tests that we can do? Or I'm married already. Are there tests that people can do before they marry?
I just told you that even
the council.
It is absolutely now compulsory
to
check your fertility.
To check your fertility before marriage.
Just like genotype.
Not genotype. You can know. And the important thing is that most of these cases, you can help them immediately. That is, you can, the technology we use, I just use the word, I'll change your abnormal chart into a normal chart using my medical... It's not natural methods. Using medical technology, that will change you from an infertile woman to a fertile woman.
Okay,
from an infertile male to a fertile male.
Sadly, I don't have much time on the show. Wow. I gotta go. I gotta go. But the thing is, I think we've established the fact that there are options. Yep. I don't think any woman can really say, oh, I have no child. You know, you can either do the IVF or do the Natprotect or adopt or even surrogacy.
Yes.
So we should take our mindset off this idea, right, ladies? So as we go away, just one last word from everybody. If nobody remembers anything that you said here today, my gynecologist, I must say that. You know, Dr. Ali, what should they go away with today?
Please, help is available. Seek help at the correct place with the correct expertise.
Dr. Williams.
I agree with him as a co-gynecologist, and I recommend natural procreative technology because it is more effective, it is more affordable, it is more ethical.
Then we find that on Google. Annie, what will you say?
Every child is a child.
Oh,
so,
whichever way you get it, that's very, very true.
Just don't steal it.
Get help, get help. No matter how early, if you can do it before you get married and you're able to drag the man there, fine. If you cannot, get help before
what happens if you drag the man there and you find that it has no seminal fluid?
Yeah, because that's a true concern, and that's why I asked the question. So we need to...
Okay, so the options are surrogacy, IVF, the natural method, natural procreative technology, adoption. But the truth is, a lot of these things cost money. They're not easy. It doesn't? Okay, so that's fantastic. But I think they're also...
It's not free.
It's not free? So these things cost money. But there are payment plans available, so ask your banker.
Oh.
So explore that
good idea,
option also.
Good idea. So we must go. Thank you for watching. It's always effervescence in the lounge. We'll see you again next week. Remember, you can always continue this conversation on social media. Don't forget to use the hashtags. Thank you for watching.
Businesses in Africa can be very challenging. In Nigeria, it is particularly intimidating, and successful builders have learned how to navigate a hostile environment to unlock opportunities. But one major challenge businesses face is how to filter through the noise and identify where their ideal customers exist. Get insight and practical steps from industry players and captains of industries. Hear success stories to help you make informed decisions as you scale your business in Nigeria. Watch Business Insights at this time on Plus TV Africa.
Hello and welcome. I am Destiny Momo. This is News Update. The first 2 days of the protest were largely peaceful, but there were pockets of violence in some places. After 2 days of demonstrations across the country, protesters have again gathered in Lagos and Port Harcourt in Nigeria's coastal state of Rivers State as they continue to push for their demands. The demonstrations, which began on August 1st in several cities, are to draw attention to the challenges facing Nigerians, with inflation figures reaching 34%, making the cost of basic items beyond the reach of millions of households. Although authorities, including religious bodies, leaders had appealed to the demonstrators to shelve their protest after 2 days. As early as 8 a.m., placard-wielding youths hit the streets in Lagos and Port Harcourt. And also, men of the Nigerian police on Saturday opened fire on protesters and journalists at the MKO Abiola Stadium in Abuja during the End Hunger protest. Reports say protesters, mostly youth, had gathered in front of the stadium for the day 3 of the 10-day protest to end bad governance in Nigeria. The heavily armed men who arrived at the venue around 11:45 a.m. ordered them to leave. Following their refusal to obey the order, the policemen opened fire on the protesters, including journalists, at the venue. More to come. And the People's Democratic Party, PDP, has called on President Bola Tinubu to address Nigerians amidst the ongoing End Bad Governance nationwide protest, saying his silence was worrisome and had worsened agitations. A statement released by the National Publicity Secretary of the party, Debo Ologunagba, on Saturday urged the president to urgently address the nation on steps to reduce prices of petroleum products, curb Naira free fall, and other biting economic issues. The APC government is insensitive to the feelings of the citizens and the overall sorry state of affairs in the nation, according to the PDP. And the party insisted that with a deft, transparent and innovative management of resources, economic potentials, comparative advantage and refining capacity, petrol should not sell more than 200 naira per litre in Nigeria, especially with a strategic investment in gas production. And meanwhile, former Vice President Atiku Abubakar has praised the ongoing nationwide protest against economic hardship in Nigeria, urging the government to heed the people's voices and demonstrate a sincere commitment to addressing their demands. Abubakar praised the protesters for their restraint and dedication, stating that they have conducted themselves with admirable peace. He also urged security agencies to identify and isolate minority elements resorting to violence and looting. Abubakar called for more Nigerians to show solidarity and support the peaceful protest, urging the government to heed the people's voices and act with integrity and urgency. He also called for the police to engage more professionally in managing the protest and refrain from molestation of journalists. And meanwhile, Inspector General of Police Kayode Egbetokun has condemned the mass uprising, looting, destruction of properties and attempts to take over government buildings on Thursday by some individuals protesting against the hardship under President Bola Tinubu's administration. Egbetokun would disclose these during a live broadcast in response to the protest, ordered all police units to be on red alert to ensure public safety. He said the events that took place in major cities were mass uprising and looting, not protests.
Regrettably, events in some major cities today show that what was being instigated was mass uprising and looting, not protest. Those who were in the forefront of promoting the idea of the protest were not around to lead it. Hoodlums have been let loose on innocent Nigerians and their hard-earned businesses and property looted and destroyed. The motive of the rioters was basically two: loot and destroy both private and government property. The destruction so far has been mind-boggling. There have been destruction in Kano, Borno, Yobe, Kaduna, Gombe, Bauchi, FCT, Abuja, Niger, and Jigawa. Police stations have been destroyed. There have been attempts to take over government houses, looting of government infrastructures. Several warehouses and shops so far have been looted and in several instances completely destroyed. In places like FCT, Kaduna, Kano, and Gombe, among others, we recorded incidents of unprovoked attacks on our security personnel, where one policeman has been reported murdered and others seriously injured. In the light of the current situation, the Nigerian Police Force has placed all units on red alert. Our officers are fully mobilized and prepared to respond swiftly and decisively to any further threats to public safety and order. We remain committed and resolute to protecting lives and property and ensuring that law and order are maintained across the nation. Groups who are hiding under the guise of exercise of a right provided in the Constitution to destabilize the country should also remember that the same Constitution imposed on them the duty to obey the laws of the land and respect the rights of other citizens. The police is equipped to respond appropriately to the unfolding situations and will get assistance from other security agencies, including the military, if they need allies.
And meanwhile, Nyesom Wike, Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, FCT, says security agencies have identified a senator who sponsored protests in the nation's capital. Speaking after a Security Council meeting in Abuja, Wike said the unnamed senator provided food for the protesters.
We are going to say clearly that one of the reasons government are appealing to to carry protest that we believe some miscreants will take advantage and cause men and cause destruction of property within their state. See what happened in most of the states today. Kano is there, Kaduna is there. See what happened in Bauchi. We do. And that's why we say, look, we are aware. You have said this wants to be resolved. Now, look at the loss of lives in Kaduna. See what happened in Kano. And for the people of the security agencies, and such a thing happens in their city, what would you think people will say? You may not have fully discussed, may not have succeeded what they wanted to do, what they wanted to carry out. And we have intelligence that look, they are coming up tomorrow to destroy property that would lead to loss of life. The security agencies would not allow every protester, please go to the Moshuda cell and do your protest. Now, we also have intelligence that the senator have to advise on security agencies to lead some of them to go and provide food to the protesters. That is sponsorship. A senator providing food for protesters. I have a good time the security agencies will invite the senator and find out how you will be sponsoring this kind of against the government of the day.
Adopted a former chairperson of Gwea West local government area of Benue State, Honorable Mrs. Eunice Madwa. A source from a Dakar community put a distress call to national record on Friday night. Former council boss was abducted from her farm at Nyiti village, away from Makodi towards. When contacted to confirm the incident, Benue State Police Publication Relations Officer Superintendent of Police Serese Anene said she was not briefed about the incident. In the aftermath of the Kaworu bomb blast that resulted in the death of 16 people.
This is it. I will take you through this amazingness today.
Welcome to Cross Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
And our Borno State Governor Babagana Zulum has lifted the curfew imposed in the aftermath of the Kawori bomb blast that resulted in the death of 16 people and left several others critically injured. The government on Friday temporarily relaxed the curfew to allow Muslims observe the Friday Jumat prayers, making the announcement in a statewide broadcast while consoling the families of the Kawori bomb blast attack. The governor said it was necessary to impose the curfew to avoid Boko Haram elements taking advantage to create havoc in the state. And I'm moving on to other parts of Africa. Police in Somalia said Saturday that 32 people died and 63 others were wounded in an attack on a beach hotel in the capital, Mogadishu. The previous evening, Al-Qaeda's East Africa affiliate Al-Shabaab said through its radio that its fighters carried out the attack. Police spokesperson Major Abdel Fattah Adan Hassan told journalists that one soldier was killed in the attack and that the rest were civilians. Another soldier was also wounded in the attack, Hassan said, as witnesses reported an explosion followed by gunfire. From news outside Africa, Donald Trump, a candidate for the Republican Party's presidential nomination, announced late on Friday that he had reached a deal with Fox to face off against Democratic Vice President Kamala Harris on September 4. According to his words, I have come to an agreement with Fox News to have a debate with Kamala Harris on Wednesday, September 4th. Trump posted on his Truth social account, though it wasn't clear right away if Kamala Harris had consented to the debate. And I'm moving on to business news. The Naira recorded a significant depreciation against the dollar in a single day at the foreign exchange market to end the week on a negative note amid the ongoing hardship protests by Nigerians. FMDQ data showed that the Naira depreciated to 1,617 Naira.08 per dollar on Friday from 1,570 Naira exchange on Thursday, losing 47.08 Naira. Similarly, on the black market, the Naira weakened to 1,610 Naira per dollar on Friday from 1,600 exchange the previous day. A Bureau of Exchange operator in Wuse Zone 4, Dayabu Ashiru, said that they buy at 1,610 Naira per dollar on Friday evening from 1,600 Naira on Thursday, when offices closed due to the hardship protest. And this has rolled back the two consecutive gains the Naira recorded on Wednesday and Thursday. And this means that the currency has failed to stabilize despite the Central Bank of Nigeria's policy interventions in the past month. And now in sports news, a national indoor and outdoor record holder in women's high jump, Temitope Adesina, failed to qualify for the women's high jump final after finishing 19th in the overall standings. Making her Olympics debut, Adesina opened her competition by scaling the 1.83 mark easily on her next height at 1.88. She failed on her first attempt but got the job done on her second attempt at 1.92. She missed all her attempts at her Paris 2024 Olympics adventure ended in qualifying round. Additional is a two-time silver medalist at the African Championship from 2022 to 2024, and as well as a two-time national title winner. Faster news update from us always, please follow us on Facebook, X and Instagram, and do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. You can also view us from Limex on limex.tv and Glow TV apps anywhere in the world. I am Destiny Mama. Many thanks for watching.
I looked away and tried to imagine Mama's reaction when I told her about Gozie. She had been waiting eagerly for me to bring someone home. I needed to marry early, she said. I lacked the traits and beauty to attract many suitors. Thus, I had to make to do with what I had before I was too old and educated to catch a decent man. Maybe I made a mistake by letting your father send you to university. That's why you like arguing like this. Too much book is inside your head, she lamented one day after interrupting a heated conversation between me and my brothers. Today it's politics, tomorrow it's football. Instead of you to come and join me in the kitchen, you're shouting up and down the house like a street boy. My grandmother used to say, only a foolish rat dances with the lizard in the rain. You're a woman, your brothers will have wives to cook for them. After all this book, better make sure you come home with a husband. You better not bring just a certificate. Adugo has that young man who's undo. Even Chinelo has somebody. Mama had been born in a time when education had been a luxury, if not a waste, for a girl child. But my grandmother had been a troublemaker. She'd insisted her husband send all their daughters to the local primary school to learn to read and write. Mama had spent the years afterwards learning to be a wife, and then her father shipped her off to be married long before she turned 18. I had other ambitions, desires she did not understand, to be something other than a wife. I hoped telling Mama about Gozie would restore her faith that I would be married someday. I was tired of being introduced to friends' sons, cousins, uncles, friends. Tired of Mama telling me every time the daughter of someone we knew got engaged or married, and our Ashrebi they were all planned to wear. Tired of congratulating others and watching them respond with oily smiles of those who had achieved all you aim to, saying, don't worry, God will do your own. Shopping days, after a while, I'll go back to him again. Until remember at that point,